Morning, welcome to Monday. I know, nobody likes Monday. Nobody, I don't know why. I think it's because we've had the weekend and you think, oh, couldn't I just have a few more days? Well, this coming week, it's a short week. You've only got to do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday is your time. You can. It's an extended bank. God knows what we're going to do. God knows. I'm not doing a street party. I've decided I really can't go that far. I'm way too old for that sort of thing. But I should be having sort of a leisurely period, putting my feet up, watching my plants grow and things like that. But we're here. Don't worry, on the Thursday and on the Friday. Makes no difference to us. We're still here to serve, because that's what we're brought in the world. And the good news is, unlike the BBC, it's free. You don't have to pay to listen to LBC. And of course, you get much better programmes than that wasting of our money BBC company. What have we got for you today? Oh, dear, I don't know where to begin. I really don't know where to begin. It's not that there's loads and loads of stuff in the newspapers. But there's sort of little silly stories, like Meghan Markle's father is discharged from hospital. She never went to see him because basically that's what she is, this publicity-shy couple, who milk it for all it's worth. Lester Piggott died. Isn't that funny? Well, I say funny. We mentioned him on Friday because I remember saying on the programme, I didn't even know he was still alive. He was 86 and he went into hospital. And I looked at a picture of him and I think I remember saying, it's typical, isn't it? I mention somebody, the next minute they go. We've had that before with people, so I'm frightened to mention anybody on the programme this morning. Vandals have daubed Thatcher's statue with red paint. They're very stupid, aren't they, honestly? Peasants, they are. Absolute peasants. Doesn't matter whether you liked her or you didn't like her. It's a statue. You've defaced something, you'll pay for it. Okay. Also, a rail union baron threatening the summer travel chaos, faced with sexual harassment claims. 7 women have come forward. Not looking very promising, is it really? 100 migrants are going to get removal notices to Rwanda, come to Rwanda on holiday. But they've been saying this for weeks. First of all, they were going to do the first 50. Now they've managed to get it up to 100. And so far, the plane is still sitting there. Nobody's on it. Nobody's bothered crewing it. Nothing at all. It's another load of old hokum. If it ever happens, I'll eat the studio bit by bit. Actually, talking of eating the studio, I got another speeding ticket the other day. Oh, honestly. 47 I was doing in a 40. So they said, we're going to prosecute. And you go, well, go on, do your worst. Do your worst. I'm not sure how many. I've already done a speed awareness course, but I think it was about 10 years ago. And I don't know what the time period is, whether or not you can do another. I'm not particularly bothered either way, actually, because it was a road where they kept varying all the different speed limits. Apparently, most points stay on the licence for 4 years from the date of the offence, although they're only active for the first 3. Oh, right. Well, there you go. It'll probably be a fine, I should imagine, or something like that. The council make more money out of speed cameras than anything else now. Sod the fact that nobody can afford to sort of heat their homes or put the cookers on or anything like that. But let's make as much money out of the motorist as we possibly can. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't actually see the difference between 40 and 47 miles an hour. If it was, the difference between 40 and 60 or something like that, I could understand it. But, it's I can do a speed awareness. Yeah. I'm not sure if I want to. Every 3 years. Oh, how lovely. I wonder if it's changed. You have to you have to fill in these questions and all the rest of it. I mean, to be honest with you, it's the biggest waste of time and space I've ever done. But you go there, it's amazing how many people are in there. The last one I did was in Ealing. And I went there, and when we'd finished doing this thing, which was ultimately boring, you sit there on a computer. You're at a computer, each of you, and they show you things, and they want to know this, and then you fill in all these questions, and they give you marks at the end of it, like you're at school. I passed, but and then a woman stood up at the end and she said, oh, excuse me, I have a question. So the examiner said, yes, she said, I've just been done again for speeding. Do I come back here? And he went, no. He said, no, you have to wait now quite a few years. So last I heard, she was in prison, chained to the wall. So Boris pledges to bring pounds and ounces back to British shops. There used to be a shop in Staines, in the marketplace, a jewellers, and all their prices were in pounds, shillings and pence. And they didn't change them, even after we went decimal. And a lot of fruit shops were doing stuff in pounds and ounces because it was too complicated to try and work out, and nobody could be particularly bothered about it. So, Boris bringing it back, I don't really see the point of it. I mean, if it's Boris has got to that stage in his life where he's completely mad as a fruit bat, and he's decided it's easier to do pounds and ounces again. I mean, I'm really not sure how that's going. So they'll have to change all of the tills and I mean, it just really is enough. The world's priciest wine on sale. How much do you reckon a bottle? Go on, guess. 60 quid? 100 quid? £3,000. £33,000 a bottle. Works out about £5,000 for a glass of what? I mean, listen, we all like a joke, for goodness sake, but I mean, I wouldn't be drinking anything at £33,000 a bottle, even if I had all the money in the world. Even if I had all the money in the world, there'd be two things I wouldn't buy. I wouldn't buy a Rolex, and I wouldn't buy a very expensive bottle of wine. I don't see the point of it. Nothing tastes that good. You can't beat a good bottle of Marks and Spencer's Prosecco. Although apparently Kylie Minogue's got her own Prosecco out, and so she's topping the Prosecco charts. But the prices vary on it. They had some at £7 in Costco, and then they've got another one which works out about 20-something pounds. It's a Jubilee Prosecco, but hers is 12 quid, which actually it's been branded our top Prosecco. It's generated £7.7 million worth of sales in a year. Wow. I mean, she doesn't make it. It's made by a company, and they just stick her little signature on it. Yeah, the bottle's quite pretty. So it bloody well should be for 12 quid. £12 for a bottle of Prosecco is very expensive. Seriously, the most I'm paying is about £8 to £10. I'm not going to Aldi. No, there's Marks and Spencer's, and you get a big bottle for 20 quid. I mean, I wouldn't buy something because I know it's lining Kylie's pockets, and I decided, no, I'm going to line anybody's pockets. I'm going to, I'm going to line my own, I think. Oh, it's the final day of the Amber Heard thing. Otherwise known as that woman who is fairly economical with the truth. She couldn't remember. I was watching it on YouTube earlier. I was a little bit fascinated by the fact that the lawyer was saying, so the £7 million you got in your divorce settlement, you were going to give it to charity. Yes, I did. And so she went, no, you didn't. You absolutely didn't. She said you were giving £3.5 million to one charity and £3.5 million to another charity. Yes, I pledged it. You haven't given it, have you? Because Amber Heard doesn't know the truth. And her list of lovers is all over the place. She had a brief fling with Elon Musk. She went out with a woman for a while. And who was that bloke we were talking the other day? Because I learnt something about him as well the other day. Was it Fat Tony? I didn't know he was gay. It never crossed my mind that somebody who does nightclubs, would be gay. I don't know why. It just never crossed my mind. But he was talking about he went out with a boyfriend for 8 years. He's just released his biography. And friends with Boy George. Oh, right. Okay. And anyway, then he found somebody else. That was that was good. And what else was there? Something else. Oh, that's right. He's also friends with the Beckhams. Although, to be honest with you, I'm sure you keep that quiet. And he knows Elton John. But I mean, everybody knows Elton John. Ian says, I did the course in February, all online now, 3 hours with a 15-minute break. I would do it so your insurance doesn't go up. It wouldn't affect my insurance in the slightest. I don't think. Not for something like that. If you get points on it, yeah. Well, I don't know. I've had points. That's not affected my insurance. In fact, if anything, my insurance went down, which I thought was interesting. It costs about £100. Somebody says you can opt to do the speed awareness course online, 91 quid, and it only lasts 3 hours, says Roger. Better than points. I don't know. I mean, perhaps I could sort of pretend I was doing it at home or something like that. And Bernie says, I love the fact I can listen to your show as a podcast, in fact, because time is so different here. I often do. However, because this is Indy 500 weekend, I'm staying up late and we're going live all the way. Woo! Woo, look at that. I tell you what we had in Twickenham on Saturday. We had the Sevens. And you know why that's significant? They all dress up. They all dress up. I tell you, the costumes were fantastic this year. I thought they actually cut back on the costumes, but well, they dressed up all sorts of characters. We had gladiators. We had cartoon characters. There was somebody dressed as a dinosaur. They've got, seriously, you get people in their swimming trunks and, with their lifeguard shirts on and everything. It's really good. Have you ever seen the pictures from it? Oh, they're brilliant. They really were good. I thought it was good. And they did a little bit of it yesterday. But it was absolutely fantastic. So if you went to the Sevens, well done. Nice to bring a bit of colour to the streets. And the costumes were all lovely. There were people dressed up as sailors. You get about 10 guys dressed up as... They're all wearing the identical costumes. We had hula girls. You got the usual drag, blokes dressing up in drag. They claim it's just dressing up, but I thought they looked a little bit too into it. And I thought they were brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. So fancy dress was definitely back in fashion. I mean, they had people dressed up as animals. They had somebody dressed up as the honey monster. They were literally, they've got really brilliant. It was really good fun. I thought it was excellent. So fancy dress back in fashion at Twickenham. Thank you for making it very good. And they're all very well natured. You know, because let's face it, you know, dressed up as a woman in a hula skirt, you can't really cause a fight, can you? Steve says, Andy, I've also had to do a speed awareness course in Ealing too. It was one of those boring buildings along the Uxbridge Road. Probably the same one. I think they just rent them out. It's done by an outdoor company. And obviously there's enough people that they get. So I'm just added to that long list of crims who to be honest with you, as I say, the difference between 40 and 47 is negligible as far as I'm concerned. Disabled will be the worst hit as swimming pools shut. Why would swimming pools shut? They don't heat them, do they, anymore? Do we get heated swimming pools? Do we? How lovely. Yeah, I should imagine a lot of people are going there, the elderly, because it's a bath. And they probably take their sponge and a loofah and everything else there. The super yacht, which sank in Torquay Harbour, apparently had 8,000 litres of fuel on it. Obviously planning on doing something, but they haven't told us who owns it. They brought all the fire crews in, and this thing then finally sank because it was, a raging inferno. But nobody's come forward and gone, I think we're insured. And, because you have to check these things. Operators fear the industry collapsing. I haven't been to a swimming pool in years. One of the most popular physical activities in Britain is at risk as soaring energy prices threaten the closure of hundreds of pools across the country. And also they've urged swimmers to reduce showering. To say, well, how long do you stand in the shower for? Good God in heaven. With inflation hitting a 40-year high and little to help businesses and a government support package, swimming pools owner fear the sector could collapse in the next 6 months. God. So avoid the showering. Just take a bar of soap into the pool. It's so much easier, isn't it? And just sit there with your little hat on and all the rest of it, going, we didn't go to the seaside last year, so we thought we'd stay here.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Are you well? Josie says, a Rolex is worth every penny. I'm not ostentatious, but I wear it on special occasions and feel like a princess. Yes. There's a lovely interview with Matt Goss bragging about how much money he's got and how he's got this house and that house, and apparently he invests in watches. It's a shame he didn't invest in music. But anyway, there you go. You can't have everything, can you? And he was saying he also has money in all of his suits. He generally goes out with about £1,000 on him. So next time you see him out, just wish him well. Jackie says, the pink Kylie Prosecco is so good, the best I've ever drunk. I now only drink Kylie Prosecco with a fresh strawberry sliced. God, you're pushing the boat out, aren't you? It's 12 quid a bottle. I'm not spending 12 quid on a bottle of Prosecco. Producer said he'd buy me one. Pfft. Not doing that one. Nikki says, you can't pretend to do the speed awareness course. I did one on Friday. It's interactive. They ask questions. You have to have your camera on. I'm going to tell them that I don't have a computer. Yeah, I don't have a computer. Much easier. Ian says there's an outdoor heated pool opposite the Shaftesbury. Yes, it's called the Oasis, I think. You go in there. It's very funny because you go in and then you go through and it's all open air. It's sort of quite a busy pool. You'd never know it was there from the outside, but it's very popular. It's really sort of Holborn. It's just before you go left into Endell Street into Covent Garden, and I think loads of people know about it, but not a lot of people have been to it. They just see it and they go, "Oh, wonder what that'll be like." It's here, the Oasis Sports Centre. It's clever, isn't it? If you had a private house, sorry, yeah, tucked away. Parking, of course, an absolute. Although I tell her no, there is an NCP over the road. There's an NCP. If you can afford to park there, well done. Not everybody can. What else we got? Dame Deborah, the fashionable fundraiser. She's got a range of clothing out now. There's no stopping her. No stopping her. And what's the other one? Oh, Harry and Meghan's Jubilee return. Who cares? I couldn't be any less interested. What I don't want them to do is take any of the glory away from the Queen. But unfortunately, the very fact they're coming back here is really a disgrace in the first instance, because they are going to take away the glory, because all the press are going to be interested in taking pictures of them, whereas in fact everybody else, as long as I don't see Prince Andrew either, thank you very much indeed. Don't want to see him. And as I say, Harry and Meghan, it's a case of they sort of love the limelight, as if they were of any interest to people. I didn't see the show about the Queen last night. Was this one which she narrated? Yeah, was it good? You liked it? Oh, something you actually finally watched. So that was good. I mean, I like stuff. It'll be repeated. Everything's repeated. Every time I keep sort of seeing stuff on the television, I think, oh, I'll catch up on that. And you flick through a few more channels and blow me down. There it is again. I can watch on iPlayer. Thank you. Do you know that Sheffield is officially Britain's fattest city? People there are predominantly bigger than the rest. How do they work that one out? I've got no idea. I've been to Sheffield. Dale and I went there ages ago. Ian says, I used to work out at the Oasis. You can only see the outdoor pool from the inside. I seem to remember there are apartments. Yeah, there are apartments that overlook it. Ian. And I'm not sure I'd want the sound of splashing water and people enjoying themselves. That would drive you mad. Hello, woo! I mean, all the time. That really would drive you crackers. And presumably, it's open in the winter as well. And if it's heated, it's quite a nice idea, isn't it, really? They have a long weekend in America for Memorial Day. He says, so I've got tomorrow off. Even so, it's 8:15 and I'm in bed already. I'm turning into you. Thanks. And apparently Ray Liotta made a lot of appearances in the Muppet movies. Do you know, honestly, I got mentioned so many times on James O'Brien's programme because he was talking about Ray Liotta and how I got the actual clip for him. So he played it again and then mentioned me again. And then, yeah, do you remember the one? Because Ray came in and James had said to me, could you ask him? And I said yes, and he admitted on air. He said sometimes you feel a bit daft asking them just in case they don't want to do something. I mean, I did have one guest in, and first time round he was very, very good, and then the second time round he didn't want to talk about how good looking he was or anything like that. And I thought, and don't ask for an autograph, I was told. I thought, couldn't care less. But anyway, with Ray Liotta, we got to the end of the interview and it had gone really well. He was really nice, very charming. I tend to discover that a lot of big American, in fact, the bigger the star, the easier they are. It's the pains in the rear end are the ones who are sort of the ne'er-do-wells, the ones who've been in one thing and think they're sort of God's gift to everything. And so, and I said, would you do this? And he said, I don't want to do it. He was joking. He was just sort of playing along. And I said, oh, go on. I said, go on, we've had such a nice time. I said, he'd be so thrilled. Okay, this is Ray Liotta. You're listening to James O'Brien. If you build it, they will come. But I think that was a change of words. I think it's supposed to have said, if you build it, he will come. And it was changed for it. But anyway, so this is what he recorded for me.
I'm Ray Liotta, and you're listening to James O'Brien on LBC. If you build it, they will come.
I thought that was really sweet of him. And we got loads of mentions on James O'Brien's programme, which is great, actually. We don't get a lot of cross-pollination on this programme, apart from Nick Abbott, and his is turning into a stalking situation. Does Steve Allen leave any biscuits? No. Well, I don't leave biscuits. I leave little bits of chocolate and satsumas and things like nardicots and stuff like that, which is very nice. In fact, the producer's got his own little section of satsumas this morning. He's got a little bag of them and 2 Swiss rolls, which look very. Yeah, he hasn't eaten the Swiss rolls yet, but he's working his way through the other bits of fruit. Debbie says, hope you had a good weekend. I did the speed awareness course online recently. You have to show your face and participate to get a certificate proving your attendance. Yeah, I'm just going to tell them I haven't got a computer. Because what happens if you don't have a computer? What are you supposed to do about it? You must be able to go somewhere, mustn't you? Yeah, go and sit in the library. And Steve, I had a top day out at the Tower of London. 2 great facts from the Yeoman Warder tour. The crown jewels will be worth around 36 billion. And Churchill asked for a room to be prepared for Hitler's imprisonment during the Second World War. Yeah, the Krays were imprisoned there. They had a couple of executions, not the beheadings. These were other people who were sort of executed inside the tower. And Nathan says, sat in UCH with my husband Andrew waiting for results from a scan. It's been a long night, but good to have you with us. Okay, that's quite nice. And Paul says, I was on Ocado's website last night. Gary Barlow has bottles of Spanish wine on there, red and white. I must bring out something else. Definitely. I can't believe all these other people have brought out this and that, and which is okay. I don't mind. There's a French bulldog in the paper who only drinks bottled water, refuses to drink tap water. Well, make it drink bottle. Just put the tap water inside the bottle. How dumb are these people? Don't tell him it's come from the tap. He won't know. He won't know the difference. He sees the bottle. He associates that with what he drinks from. Just put tap water in it. God, honestly, some people are so weak. But here's Gary Barlow. How'll drink on me? Presenting the perfect trio. Organic wines. So I don't think he's growing them. I think he's just shoved his name on it. So they've got a picture of a piano keyboard. And it's, there you go, it's a red blend, from Spain's central Castile. It's a juicy, unoaked wine displaying aromas of red wild berries with a touch of rosemary and chocolate. What a load of old garbage, honestly. They always put things like that. I've never noticed anything. They say, oh, can you taste the floral notes in this one? It tastes of peach. No, it doesn't. Just tastes of bloody crushed grapes. But the white wine is organic, pale and bright in colour, displaying aromas of lime and pear. Well, how does that happen? Is it being grown next to pears and limes? The rosé is packed with fresh red berry flavours, complemented by aromas of subtle floral notes. Yeah, go on. The day you go out there and see them treading these grapes, I might buy into it, but at the moment, I'm afraid it ain't going to be happening. A couple of showbiz birthdays today. We'll tell you about them a little bit later on. The bank holiday gridlock fear for motorists because everybody's away on holiday. Everybody's away on holiday. Some of my neighbours have gone away. They go camping in Wales. They go every sort of school holiday. They like going to Wales. They've got the things on the car, which means you can store the tent in and everything else. And they love it. So I hope the weather's going to be good. The airports have been very bad. Very, very bad. I can't make it sound any better for you, apart from the fact that if you are going to the airport, I mean, you must check before you go. EasyJet and TUI flights have been cancelled. About 200 flights on Thursday were cancelled. Massive queues everywhere. And there is a very good chance you might not go. Okay, that's all I can tell you. You must check beforehand, because what a lot of people don't do is check the state of the flights. And so they get to the airport and they go, well, it's, why did you not check? It's like people who sort of try and take all their luggage and they say, I can put it in the plane. They go, no, you can't. They go, well, I'm going to take it. And they go, no, you're not. Have you read the terms and conditions on your ticket? Of course, nobody reads. Nobody reads. It's like you ask somebody about their contract. We all have contracts for working here. I've never read it in my life. It could say anything. I've got no idea what it says. It's just that you sign it because you trust people. But unfortunately, if you're flying from any of the major airports, check that your flights are going. It's not difficult to do. You can do it on the internet fairly quickly. A little bit worrying, isn't it? A church which was founded 1,400 years ago is going to close. You know why? They've only got 2 parishioners. It's not worth opening, is it? I mean, that is so the congregation trying to sing their way through some of the hymns. It's just not happening. So they're gonna close it. And I mean, I don't know. I mean, when I was a kid, everybody went to church. You went to church. When we moved into our house in Berkshire, we sort of sought out the local church. We went to one of them, and it was just up the road. Actually, the trouble is, it was high church. It was bells and smells, as we called it. This thing swings down, and it was a bit too high for us. We just wanted something fairly straightforward. You get a sermon, you take a packet of sweets in with you, and you eat those. And then when the tray comes around for you to put your offering in there, knock it to the floor and then pretend you put loads of money in, and then just pick it all up again. That always works.
Having a strong email password can help protect you from cybercrime. But there's an extra step you could take this festive season to make your email even harder to hack. Just set up 2-step verification on your main email account to get double the protection. Go on, take your email security to another level the next time you log on. That should do it. Search Cyber Aware from the National Cyber Security Centre.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Lenny Henry, I think it is, who's condemned the BBC, said they're wrong to push children's channel off television. To be honest, but nobody's watching it. That's the problem. And as Lenny will probably tell you, kids nowadays, they're not watching television. They're playing on their laptops, they're playing on their computers, they're playing on their telephones. The last thing they're doing is watching Pingu and anything else happens to be around at the time. I don't know what. I mean, in my day, we would have sat there watching television, and parents would put it on in the morning if you're having your breakfast. Although we didn't have a television in the kitchen. I know people who have though, and it keeps the kids quiet. Well, I can't remember. I was watching the Wooden Tops and Tales of the Riverbank and stuff like that. Normal sort of kids programs. But nowadays, they've got far more to entertain them. Kids nowadays, in my day, you couldn't wait to get home so you could play with your toys, your dinky toys in the garden and stuff like that, or go out on your bicycle. That was a bit of a treat in those days, as anybody will tell you. We didn't have half the stuff that the kids had. Our idea of a sort of a good game was Snakes and Ladders, nude version. And but nowadays the kids have got so much choice. They're not going to sit down and watch television programs or have somebody reading a bedtime story, lovely though it is. They just don't do that nowadays, and the audience figures bear it out. So you're going to get Blue Peter online, but Blue Peter had its day years and years ago. The moment they moved it from London to Manchester, I thought it was doomed. The Wooden Tops were great, actually. I mean, this was in the 1960s. It was a puppet show about a very middle-class family and their pet spotty dog, the biggest spotty dog you ever did see. They were string puppets, and they had a house, and they were nice little stories that went along with it. And it does look fairly ancient. I mean, the puppets, when you look at how Thunderbirds change with the electronic mouths and stuff like that, and you look at, I just love I'm looking at a scene at the moment of sort of Mummy Wooden Top in the kitchen. She didn't really have a name. She was called Mummy Wooden Top, and the biggest spotty dog you ever did see, and he was enormous. But when he walked, you think he had something the matter with his gait. It was his legs were all over the place. But they had a baby in a high chair as well, and they just did nice little stories, and we were quite happy with that. And Andy Pandy was a bit of a popular one too. Andy Pandy's coming to play, da, 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 da. And Bill and Ben, Flower Pop Men, and we loved all that stuff. Please don't write in, it's not BBC Radio Shropshire. They're struggling for an audience at the moment. They're trying to nick some of mine, but it's highly unlikely. But when Andy Pandy was out playing with Teddy, it was about the biggest teddy bear you've ever seen in your entire life. And again, they were all just string puppets. This was it's about the 70s and 80s. The original theme sort of ran out from the 1950s. I don't know how many they ever made, and I can't tell you any of the storylines, but I thought Andy Pandy looked a bit freaky. Looked like he'd been smoking the weed, to be honest with you, half the time. He stared into the camera, and the eyes never sort of gave anything away. He was sort of a bit glazed over. Which I thought was quite funny, actually, at the time, because when you look back on them, they were good. And then we got Supercar, made by the same people who did Thunderbirds and everything else. Supercar, it's the wonder. And it dived into the water and went underwater and everything else. And then you had Marina, Aquamarina. Fireman Sam, he came along a lot later. It's like Trumpton came along a lot later. In fact, if you go to the Museum of London, you can see half these puppets. They're in cases. They spent their life being exhibited, even in death, ladies and gentlemen. But Fireman Sam, what was the other one we watched? Noddy. They brought Noddy, but he was a bit scary, wasn't he? That was Noddy, looked after by a kindly old man called Big Ears. God knows what was going on there. Perhaps we were oblivious to all of this. I don't think we ever realised anything. Noddy was sort of a child with a car. Yes, he went out driving, and he had a hat with a bell on. Big Ears looked after him. Yeah, we weren't sure if they were related or not. It was a bit odd. Big Ears was sort of a kindly old gentleman who could have played Father Christmas. And then there were all sorts of other characters that sort of popped up. I suppose I remember seeing a comedian once who did comedy sketches on all of them. Peter Pan, Best Friend of Fairy, things like that. And it was all these different sort of characters, and then you've got that weirdo who went into the woods and started eating the bear's porridge and then fell asleep in there. Honestly, what a thief. Goldilocks, what was going on with her life? Who's been sleeping in my bed? Well, it'll be her, that bleach blonde thing that's lying there just eating all your food. Dreadful, isn't it, really? But it was good. But nowadays it's moved on. The kids have moved on. They don't, they make their own stuff up on the internet. Given the choice of playing with your telephone or watching, CBeebies, which is very good. Don't get me wrong, it's very good. And I noticed the other day they're taking all these shows out on the road. There's loads of things. It's weird how little kids know at the moment, little kids, I mean, little tiny kids know how to use phones instinctively. I didn't have the faintest idea. My youngest goddaughter, I mean, when I used to go round there, because she didn't have a telephone, she wanted to play with my telephone. She found things on the phone I've never found before. There were games and all sorts of things. I went, oh, right, how do you know about that? Yes, she just knew. She knew exactly where it was and how to find it, which is good. Steve, Thursday night, Top of the Pops, bring it back, the top 40 music. Oh, they're never going to bring that back. Jenny says, I had Pinky and Perky string puppets. I'm sure you remember them. Yes. Jan and Vlasta Dalibor were the people behind Pinky and Perky. And they used to sing to all the latest hits of the day. They brought out, some years ago, a DVD of them, and they came in and presented me with the DVD. It was sorry, not a DVD. Yes, it was a DVD, because it was the shows on there, and they would have Pinky and Perky singing "We Belong Together." They were very good. They mimed and everything. They were very good at miming. How you teach pigs to dance and sing like that, I've got no idea. Again, drugs comes into it, I suspect, but they were very, very popular, and it didn't matter that you could see the strings. It's like watching, if you watch Bewitched back on, on DVD now, you can see the wires that are making things to it. So they didn't have any sort of, they didn't bother lying about anything like that, which was good. David Beckham's a hypocrite. Now, we told you this before, and now it's basically official. He's been accused of hypocrisy for supporting a gay footballer whilst accepting millions of pounds to be the face of the World Cup in Qatar, where homosexuality is illegal. And the officials over there have said, if anybody turns up with a rainbow flag supporting the LGBTQ community, it'll be confiscated. And David Beckham, more than happy to bend over and take the money, has done exactly that. He doesn't care. It's a case of it's money, and so they're homophobic. So they've been known to. He's rumoured to have been paid 10 million quid. I mean, it's restrictive there. For women's rights, and homosexuality forbidden. But that's all right for David Beckham. They don't mind taking the money. Way, good for you, Dave. Good for you. Well done. Well done on that one. BBC made a set of black and white episodes of Andy Pandy in 1950. When they went colour, they made a colour series, says Phil. I only remember the black and white. I only remember that. Most of the 70s kids shows scarred me for life. Terrifying. The Box of Delights, the TV show, nearly finished me off, says Joe. We used to go and see the Box of Delights up at the music hall in London. It's called Box of Delights. It was very good. I thought it was very good. I didn't find it scary at all. In fact, it was, Box of Delights. My friend Ian knows all about it. We went up to that old music hall, which is still going, very near the pub that the Crays committed a murder in. Wilton's Music Hall, yeah. And they did it for about 2 or 3 years, I think. We used to go there all the time. Me and my friend Rich and my friend Ian. And it was lovely. It was really very nice. I like stuff like that. And 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. And another one here says, not the usual Monday morning, says Debbie. Off to Crete with the girls for 5 days. You're coming with me. Got a few podcasts, so I can still listen to your dulcet tones. Well, in fact, if you just take the telephone and you've downloaded the Global Player app, you can listen live, depending on how many hours ahead you are from us. I can't remember. Might cost you a bit, yeah. So just check with your supplier. Yes, it was Wilton's. Thank you, Ian. Ian, who's in bed very early, even though they've got the day off, which is quite nice. It's going to be such a short week this week for everybody listening at the moment. Really is, going to be very nice. So you've just got to get through Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then you're off. What are you going to do with it? What are you going to do with it? I don't know what people are going to do for all these sort of things. Frank Skinner tells a festival that he evolved. He was a racist, sexist, homophobe. There you go. That's what he says. And he was... it's very interesting, actually. Even Stephen Fry told the festival here that he didn't think Britain was a very tolerant nation. No. Fry said he was shocked and embarrassed that he didn't fully realise how unwelcoming Britain had been for non-white people. He said there are 2 types of racism, one of which I'm part, as I... should be writing about it. And one of the National Front type, they use appalling language and have nothing but hatred in their hearts. Yeah. Go to Qatar, you'll find hatred. But if you're David Beckham, just take the money, eh, Dave? Take that money. You enjoy it, mate. You enjoy it. I think you're a disgrace. Absolute disgrace. Trawlers have been accused of damaging the seabed because they use these nets which go down onto the seabed and then they drag them along. I don't know if you've ever seen it. And they drag very heavy gear. It's got chains on it and everything else, and it's damaging to cold water corals, reefs, sea pens, brittle stars, sponges, all sorts of things. And it's called bottom trawling. Bottom trawling. It's trawled tonight, so it's also known as dragging. So it goes down. It's got a huge bar of wood. The net is attached to it with the chains to keep it on the ground, and then they drag it along and bring up everything with it. It's basically, what they need is a license on it to make sure that it's not. Oceana identified a total of at least nearly 32,000 hours of bottom trawling and all types of fishing. I mean, one here, the bottom trawler fished for 4,700 hours last year, designed to protect anemones, sea urchins, sea cucumbers and razor clams and other fauna. They were doing something in Australia the other day, and they were checking. It was sailors who'd come in from, I can't remember where they were, but they were somewhere else, like Korea or something. It wasn't Korea, but it was something like that. And they were out there literally to pick off these sea cucumbers in the thing, and they were literally dragging them off the beds in the morning, totally illegal. They weren't supposed to be fishing there at all. And then they were cutting them open, pouring salt in them and putting them into, because apparently they fetch huge prices where they come from. And this bottom trawling, and so when the Australian Coast Guard got to them, they've got like 40 or 50 drums full of these things. And as soon as they saw the Coast Guard, they started emptying them over the side. Totally useless to anything else, so they carried on doing that. Then they set fire to their boat, and it sunk. That'll teach them. Oh, and they went to prison, by the way, as well.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. I watched the most ghastly programme on the television the other day. And it was basic. I think it was Channel 5. It might have been. I can't tell what I'm watching half the time. I have to go back onto the thing to find out. And it was Channel 5, and it was looking at mothers and daughters who think that the mother looks really young and goes out with her daughter, who's now her best friend, and they go out drinking in bars and everything else. You've never seen such a peculiar programme in your entire life. There was one particular couple. It was mother and daughter, and the mother used to look really old and ravaged. Then she had Botox, and apparently that's changed her life forever. And she goes out with the daughter, who troweled on so much makeup. I thought I was watching a drag show. It was the most peculiar. I can't remember what it was. It was like, was it like Mother Like Daughter? No, whatever. Somebody will remember what it was called. But it was just the oddest thing. And they thought they looked great. That was it not Channel 5? I couldn't think of any other programme that would put it on. Apart from Channel, they put on the oddest things. And then they do sort of programmes, and they're just basically talking heads, where they sort of invite a load of non-entities to sort of comment on. They were talking about Heather Mills, and when she had a breakdown on television and all the rest of it. Heather Mills, you remember, who wrote a book about her life, and her father said it's mostly fantasy. And of course, she walked away from the Paul McCartney thing. She actually defended herself in court. I can remember over the bits and pieces, and I remember thinking I never liked her in the first place. And then she turned up in America and went on the sort of Strictly Come Dancing kind of thing and all the rest of it. Then she opened a cafe, I think, in Brighton, and then that closed, disappeared. Crete, 2 hours ahead of us, says Debbie. Have the global app. Can I listen live? Sincerely hope so. Yes, just check on your charges though. Just check you're not being charged massive roaming. Okay. You can probably do a deal. Actually, I'm quite pleased with my phone because I changed companies. I've decided some of these big companies really couldn't care less about you at all. So I'm with forget which one I'm with actually. Smarty. Yes, £10 a month for everything, much as you want. And I thought that was very good value actually, very good value. Yes, Smarty. £10 a month, and you don't have to do anything. You don't have to. You just tell them that you want to move to them, and they do all the work for you. And so I got a thing from O2 going, "Oh, we're so sorry you're leaving." I thought, yeah, right, yeah, bye, see ya. Steve, I've got memories of the insurance man coming around to the house every now and then in the 70s to tell Mum how her savings were doing and collecting more money. Seems a lifetime ago. I don't know. My grandmother, when she died, had lots of penny policies. They were a penny. You put in a penny every so often, so they were worth nothing. But to people in those days, it was worth a lot. But also, I mean, I used to have a post office savings book. You'd go in there and you put money in. And when you went on holiday, if you took money out, they would write it in the back of your passport. You know, £2.11 to go on holiday with. Because we didn't have much money, which doesn't matter. The more I read about this woman with a dog who, is running up a £40 a month bill in bottled water. And I can't help feeling that she's either completely mad as a fruitcake or she hasn't quite learnt how to turn on the tap and fill up the bottle and just give it to the dog. He won't know the difference. They can't tell the difference. And other owners revealed similar behaviour. Well, just change them. You have to train them. That's what the whole idea of a dog is. You have to educate it. So what have we got? The Queen finally gets to see her namesake. Yes, the publicity-shy couple who love the publicity. They absolutely revel in every single bit of it. And Andy Carroll's fiancée wiped the footballer from her WhatsApp profile. Well, just ditch him, darling. Just ditch him. Don't drone on to the papers about it. It was so boring. Your life is very tedious. But she's yet to cancel the planned wedding. How dumb are you? How dumb are you? Billy's very angry, very, very angry. But she'll milk it for all it's worth, I should imagine. But despite her fury, she's yet to cancel the planned wedding, with those close to her saying she's prepared to fight to keep her family together, whatever it takes. Dumbo? Are you mad? You know, he's in bed, pictured with somebody else. Andy, who was recently released from his contract with West Brom, is lying low at the couple's £5 million home. Former Towie star Billy went to stay with her parents along with their 3 young children. She's also stepmum to Andy's 2 kids from a You haven't really got anything going for you, have you? To be honest with you, you could probably forgive him from just about everything. But a little bit embarrassing, really. I mean, you should have the courage of your convictions. He cheats, kick him out. But of course you won't. You won't. But then you can sell that dreary story. Went out with somebody, didn't work out, for at the umpteenth time. Talking of Channel 5, somebody told me Bargain-Loving Brits is now a daily show. I don't think I've seen... I've heard of it, I think, Ian. And he says, surely, is this what's replacing Neighbours? Well, it'll be something cheap and cheerful. Bargain-Loving Brits in the Sun is basically a lot of people who've moved to Benidorm. I mean, to be honest with you, you wouldn't want them living next door to you, any of this lot. You really wouldn't. I mean, you can see what they are straight away. And it catches up with the Brits who are over there for sun and a low-cost life. And that just about sums it up. They all drink. They all smoke. I mean, the amount of mobility scooters they've got over there is phenomenal. You can rent them. You can rent them to get you to the bar quicker. That's right. The programme's called My Mum's Hotter Than Me. There you go. I knew somebody'd know what it was. It was absolutely ghastly. I felt so sorry for these people. I felt so sorry for them. A documentary series about people who will stop at nothing to outdo their own children or indeed grandchildren in the fashion and beauty stakes. There was one couple there. They lived in a grotty little bungalow, and I couldn't quite work out where their money came from. She was going out looking for a car. The daughter can't even drive. It was weirdo time. The sort of people who they obviously sort of advertise in sort of the pages of Loot or something to find people like this. My Mum's Hotter Than Me. What, Loot? I don't know. I just did it for a comedy line. But no, My Mum's Hotter Than Me. It was ghastly people. The mother was going, oh, I look so much better now, darling. And I'm thinking, you are delusional. Go to Specsavers. Have a real good look at yourself. And the daughter, and we never actually found out what the daughter did for a living. I was hazarding my own guesses on it. It was just really bizarre. Have you seen the pictures of them? You put up the pictures of the people on My Mum's Hotter Than Me. And one woman decided to go and start doing modelling again. I don't know what sort of modelling she did before, but having a look at her, I could roughly guess. It was weird. You felt really sorry for these people. They were so delusional, and they were having all this work done, and the daughter did her mother's makeup, and then they went out drinking in clubs, and I'm thinking, but what do you do for a living, dear? What do you do for a living? We were never told any of that. They were really peculiar. As I say, the sort of people you don't... Mind you, there was a lovely bit on YouTube I discovered. A couple in this country turn up to their house they've just bought, and there's somebody parked on their drive. Have you seen it? It's fantastic. So somebody parks on the drive and they go, what are you doing? She goes, I've got an agreement. And they go, but we've just bought this house. You haven't got an agreement with us. Well, I was told I could park there because I've got teenage sons or something like that. And the couple are going, get off our drive. And she goes, I'm not moving it. I've got an agreement with the last couple. And they said, yeah, but we own the house now. Get off our drive. She was so thick, this woman. I couldn't believe. She was almost as bad as what's your name? Remember that one? Yeah, I can't remember his name. Yeah, I'm Ronnie Pickering. Who? Ronnie Pickering. I mean, he was the saddest thing I've ever seen on the television in donkey's years. I wonder if he's still alive. Difficult to tell, isn't it? Drivers and ground staff at GB Rail Freight are still going. My Frenchies are fussy. They only drink fresh water, won't touch it within there a few hours, and I just give them fridge water, which is pre-filtered anyway. The lady probably has a similar fridge. If not, buy one. Buy one. Britt says, lovely to have you back, Steve. Always miss those 2 days. Have a great week. It's going to be a very short week. Well, not for us. It's going to be a normal week for us. But for the rest of you, it's going to be very, very short. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then holiday. I don't know where they're all going, but it's. I don't know anybody doing a street party. No. I'm sure that there's going to be loads. Don't you think? There's going to be 12 million people having a street party. Good God. Be nice if the Queen turned up to a couple of them. Hello. No, I don't. Yeah, all of them. Rebecca and Jamie Vardy. Good God, they're not still around, are they? Yes, apparently so. They're renting out their Portuguese villa after the Wagatha Christie legal showdown with Colleen Rooney. The couple are advertising their sanctuary, where they regularly retreated to escape the spotlight. You're joking. Becky loves the spotlight. She can't get enough of it. She's so desperate. So now, somebody's going to pick up the bill here. They've owned this pad. It's in an exclusive golf resort. It's got 3 pools, a gym, sauna, steam room, and 6 bedrooms. I know, but no friends. No friends at all, which is a shame. They love getting away from it there, especially with such a lot of stress. Stress? What sort of stress would there be, darling? But anyway, Becky launches a defamation case after Wayne's wife, Colleen, after the mum of 4 accused her of leaking stories. Costs during the case are understood to top 2 million. I hear more likely 3 million. Well, good. So if it bankrupts you. It won't, of course, because she doesn't earn anything like that. It's all come from football, hasn't it, really? What do we got here? Oh, the Street Come Dancing star, Johannes Redibi, says he owes his success to his family. Oh, that's nice. I don't know who he is. It doesn't really help, does it, really? They sort of say, oh, somebody from Strictly, and you go, oh, lovely. I noticed that Stephanie, what's her face of the chat show? Steph McGovern had her birthday party the other day, 40th birthday. Who did she invite? Apparently Kerry Katona went.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. 4 minutes. No, it's not. It's 3 minutes past 5. Who cares? Listen, we moved the time on a little bit. It doesn't make any difference. It's LBC. Busy week this week. Well, busy week because we're going to be covering the Jubilee, and there'll be street parties and people phoning up saying, we got this, we got that, and it's going to be amazing. And you get 4 days off. Mind you, we haven't got any money to celebrate it with, but it doesn't make any difference, does it? As I say, yesterday, I paid 199.9 pence for a litre of fuel. It's just an absolute rip-off. And the government are doing nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. Normal garage. Well, let's say, no, not motorway. No, you can imagine what it is on the motorway. I'd never buy petrol on the motorway. You must be an idiot. If you go onto the motorway and you're going to run out of petrol and you call into motorway service stations, they must be well over £2 a litre. Well over. But I haven't actually checked those yet. But no, 199. And I decided, really, I should have actually looked at it and gone, I don't think so, and driven out. It's so expensive. Steve, have you seen people in shops who are together but queue in separate queues? On Saturday, I saw 2 people doing it and going from one to the other. In the end, I told them off, and apparently it's normal, says Mark. Oh, I remember we used to get it in Waitrose during the pandemic when they were cutting back on everything else. And you get sort of mum and dad. He's in one queue, she's in another. So depending on which one moves quickest, they then nip over there. Because I jumped in, actually. And he said, I was queuing there. I said, well, I thought you were in the other queue. I said, make up your mind which queue you're in. All right, pal? I always say that to them. I say, I'm frightening them. Don't mess with the Alan at all. Yeah. And they went, oh, sorry about that. Yeah. Oh, I love upsetting people. And then I was in Marylebone High Street. We'd had breakfast. People were queuing for Waitrose. There was 2 queues outside the front door, one on one side and one on the other side, queuing at 11 o'clock to go into Waitrose. I'm not that desperate for it. Mary says, I'm not a massive fan of the monarchy, but we had fun putting up flags and bunting. It's all about a party. Well, apparently bunting's on the decrease. Can't find as much bunting. Everybody's sort of sticking bunting up all over the place. There was one council that took it down, didn't they? Because they said it was a health hazard. Bunting was a health hazard. It's like Christmas trees and all the rest of it. You know, that's the way it goes. But so Platinum Jubilee revellers are scrambling for supplies. Retailers report party paraphernalia selling in huge volumes. You're only going to use it for a couple of days, aren't you? And also, I mean, I don't know why all of a sudden it's, you know, apparently the retail marketplace On Buy, never even heard of it, such as said they had a 20-foot ream of Union flag bunting that cost £4 and had sold out. 39 million adults will be doing something to celebrate the Jubilee, with 4.1 million families due to attend a street party. Amazing. Apparently, the huge spike in sales has caught some retailers off guard, leading to some products. In other words, really thick people who shouldn't be allowed to run a shop. You know, if you can't work out that this thing is the biggest thing we've had in years and years and you didn't compensate for it, you're even more stupid than I think you are. Unbelievable, isn't it? I mean, it's like closing a florist on Valentine's Day and going, oh, we don't think people will be doing that and we haven't got enough flowers in. When I bought some stuff yesterday, what did I buy? I bought some eggs for a friend of mine, some free-range eggs. Difficult to get nowadays. Anyway, and they said they weren't there next week, so they were going to be celebrating for Her Majesty. But I mean, fancy saying, oh, you know, all of a sudden our bunting's sold out. Well, you should have, you know, obviously you're not fit to run a business, you know, like particularly Unbelievable, isn't it, really? But there's going to be all sorts of things taking place. There's going to be all sorts of people taking part in it. Some people, you begin to wonder what they're doing there. And some people, you sort of think to yourself, well, you're not really experienced enough. I suppose you can muddle through. There's going to be an aircraft fly past, trooping the colour. Meghan and Harry are going to be at St Paul's Cathedral. Of course they are. Of course they are. They're going to be taking away the glory from the Queen. That's what it is. 12 million people will enjoy Jubilee Street parties. More than 200,000 special lunches are taking place. I wonder what's going to be in the special lunch. What's going to be in the special lunch? Oh, you can choose. You can choose. Oh, right. How lovely. I don't think I'll bother, actually. But apparently a number of planned events, already 85,000, beating the diamond tally of 64,000. And I mean, it should be lovely. You get the Prince of Wales, Duchess of Cornwall, Earl and Countess of Wessex all sitting down to tea and cake. And the Queen will be sitting in, probably watching Tales of the Riverbank on the television. Because she's not doing Trooping the Colour. They've got William to do that. He looks ridiculous in that big... He's got his bear skin on and all the rest of it. And she's not doing the Derby either. And she loves the Derby. She loves the Derby. If it's got horses, she absolutely enjoys it. The nation's favourite, Lester Piggott. And he died the other day. I think he had so many winners. I've lost track, actually. But they've done all sorts of lovely pieces. He aged quite badly, actually, towards the end. He was only 86. But he was just 14 when he was racing at Newbury. So, and they've done a special pull-out. He was the greatest of all the flat jockeys, you know, racing on the flat, just in case you thought he'd been under a steamroller or something like that. But, you know, a lot of people talking about, you know, his skill, his flair and his cheek and all the rest of it. And it was good. Right, Royal Group, Joe Wicks' strawberry and yoghurt flapjacks. You know, I couldn't be more bored with Joe Wicks if I tried, actually. I really have had enough of it. I really have. They spend ages and ages. Did you see that thing about Bitcoin where the market collapsed? People lost everything. Everything. You know, because it was pyramid selling. People never realised. They just thought their money was safe and they were making loads and loads of money. But not really. Not really. So the semi-finalists on Britain's Got Talent on ITV are singer Mel Day, London Gospel Community Choir, dance group. I'm sick to death of dance groups, aren't you? Oh, here's another dance group. And up in the air and backflip and then duh. God in heaven. Apparently, scary act The Witch, impressionist Susie Wilde, magician Jun Woo, ventriloquist Jamie Leahy and busker Maxwell Thorpe. Well, there's a reason for going out and buying plasticine. It's all a bit samey, isn't it, really? And also, decadent interior designer Lawrence Llewellyn-Bowen is fronting his own Channel 4 show called Outrageous Homes. He's currently enjoying a TV renaissance. I don't know why, actually. I don't know why, but we'll wait and see. Craig Rebel Horwood says being single was a dating disaster. Then he met his fiancée. And on tonight's Chris and Rosie Ramsey show, have you seen it? Oh, my God, I tell you. Well, if you want to watch rubbish, that would be considered... I can't believe it's even getting an audience. But Craig says, I'd get, what's Al-Haz like everybody wanted to meet Gorka or everybody else from the show, not me. They were just using me as a way to get through. So, riveting show. They put on Martin Kemp and his wife the other day on it. Which I thought was stretching it a little bit. Just a little bit. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Oh, the Beijing shops are opening. Just in case you were wondering about that, I thought I'd let you know. As the COVID outbreak is curbed, so they say. Kirsty Young says she'd take a Ritz Hotel bathroom to her desert island. So Dustin Hoffman took the bar at the Ritz. I let him take it. It's only a pretend programme, dear. You didn't really let him take the bar, did you? That would be a bit ridiculous. And what was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, Bella Hadid. She's on another sunshine holiday. Some people enjoy their holidays. It doesn't bother me, actually. I can live without holidays. People go, oh, this is my 5th holiday this year. And I think, great. Absolutely great, but it doesn't interest me. Especially at the moment. I mean, I wouldn't want to go on any holidays. Dean says, I was restless in bed, so I'm up now having breakfast. I did that the other day. I had char siu pork for breakfast, I know. But I didn't see any reason why it's sort of a Chinese dish. It's lovely. It's sort of roasted pork, and it came with vegetables and things like that. And I ate too. Yeah. And then I had another sleep after that, which was very nice. Wayne the Trolley Dolly, he says, hoping you're on air all week and on the Thursday and Friday bank holidays. Will you be doing anything for the Jubilee? No. No. My friend Ian says, will you be dressing up for it? Of course I won't be. Ricky says, how well do you get on with your neighbours? Fantastic. Always. I feel very sorry for people who don't get on with their neighbours. I really feel sorry. No, I've never had any bad neighbours. No, all my neighbours are great. They've learnt to respect me. I find that's the best way forward, Whatever I say goes. It's as simple as that. So never had any problem with neighbours. Very lucky. Steve says, Jane, no street party here and husband is having to work on the Friday and the Saturday. Oh, that's all right, though, isn't it? Just think you can have the whole house to yourself. You can go mad. Have your own street party. Sit in the garden on a deck chair. Put a blanket on the ground. We used to love a blanket on the ground, didn't we? When we were younger, you put the blanket on the ground and then you'd sort of play on it and things. Oh, it was fantastic. Might do that again, actually. No, I shall probably just water the plants, watch a little bit of television. That'll be about it. So the Queen is no longer planning to attend the Epsom Derby during the Platinum Jubilee weekend. She said she wanted to pace herself during her milestone celebration, so the Princess Royal will represent her at the racecourse instead. It's not the same, is it? Princess Anne versus Her Majesty. And an artist has created a royal feast. It looks very lovely, actually, and it's all made out of felt. And it's lovely, but these people are mad. They just make everything out of felt or plasticine or something like that. And she's done it out of felt. So it looks, when I first looked at it, I just thought, oh, that's somebody's Jubilee party, without realising that it's all made out of felt. But it doesn't really matter. She does it. Do you know that the earliest vacuum cleaners were so large they had to be hauled from house to house on a horse-drawn carriage? I don't remember those, no. I remember the vacuum cleaners where you had to sort of pump the thing up. It wasn't electric. It was just sort of you were pumping it up. Most people took their rugs outside because a lot of people didn't have fitted carpet. They had rugs. And then you would beat them to get all the dust out. It's amazing how much dust they collect. A pilot's facing jail in Dubai for calling his ex a B-word on WhatsApp. Apparently, due to strict cybercrime laws in the UAE, United Arab Emirates, anybody can face arrest there for sending messages deemed offensive or abusive. Cool, it's true. Messages show he called her a gold digger and a thief. Anyway, he's banned from travelling while the police investigate. It must be so busy, the police over there. I'm so glad I'm never going to go there. Thank you very much indeed. And what else we got? Oh, there was lots of sort of music news. Calvin Harris live this summer into a big. But oh, that looks nice, doesn't it? Tesco meat and veg mince, packed with 30% veg, good for you in your pocket. £2. Well, £2.50 unless you've got a club card. I don't want a club card. I really don't want a club card. I just don't. I don't like giving people all my details. You know, do you have a Boots Saver card? No, I haven't. Would you like one? No, I wouldn't. Thank you very much indeed. Do you know a lack of sleep could ruin your love life? Yeah, whatever. I mean, God, nothing to do with lack of sleep, I tell you. Not getting enough shut-eye after the way we see others, and not in a good way, researchers have found. So it makes people seem less attractive.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Short Week. Very short week. Very short week. I do that Amanda Holden scrubs up very well. She's very glam. Very glam, isn't she? Mind you, I think I interviewed Alicia Dixon. And I remember looking at her, because I think she's beautiful. And on the television, she looks even better than she does in real life. Then you see her in real life, and you go, wow, you're hot. Very hot. And at 6, yeah, I mean, it's not really possible, is it, for Amanda Holden at 6 a.m. to look gorgeous? I mean, it takes me ages to get ready. Ages. I don't know why, it just does. Oh, look at this. You can buy a Venus flytrap. Did you do that? You know when you went to the nursery and they had Venus flytraps, did you not sort of pick up something and drop it into the middle of it to watch the jaws closing? No? You never seen a Venus flytrap? Oh, right, they've got little... Oh, not in real life, yeah, and they collect flies. That's what they eat, flies. And the fly will drop down into it because it's got this sort of like sugary kind of thing in there. It's like a pitcher plant, only much smaller. And then all of a sudden the jaws close on it and it slowly digests it. They're very, very small. They're not very big at all, these things. I mean, if they were as big as us. And you sort of look at it. It opens up. There you go. Sorry, we're just watching it on the television for the producer's benefit. And it secretes this stuff which attracts flies. The moment a fly lands on it, the plant automatically triggers a closure. And it digests and it exists on what it digests. And the fly can't get out. So you can see the fly in there slowly being digested, and it gets stuck. It gets stuck on the actual and it's trying to sort of clean its sort of legs, but it doesn't work actually. It really doesn't work. And so the more it moves about, the more chance it becomes of being stuck in there. And once it's stuck in there, it will trigger something. There'll be something in. There you go, and it closes fast, really fast. And of course, it looks like a little prison cell. And the fly is trapped inside, and then the juices start flowing, and it starts digesting it. So it's basically being eaten. I remember seeing something else very similar, and what was it? It was something. Oh, that's right. It's an insect that lays its eggs inside this other insect, so they grow inside of it, and then they sort of gradually eat it from the inside. I mean, it's quite clever, actually. I think so. Josie says, if you sat on a blanket on the ground for a Jubilee picnic, would it require a call to the fire brigade to hold you back up again? I don't think so, no. I can sort of move quite well, actually. In fact, I'm getting better. I've started taking vitamin D. I decided, actually, vitamin D is very good. Unfortunately, I swallow tablets without water. I know it seems a bit peculiar, because some of my tablets start dissolving. I got very good at doing it. And so I took the vitamin D tablet this morning. Well, it took ages for the blooming thing to actually go down my throat, because you have to sort of produce saliva and then and then swallow it. So I'm quite good at normally doing them, but these tablets are a bit of a pain actually. But it doesn't matter. Yeah, I feel so much better after taking a tablet like that. So Dame Deborah, the fashionable fundraiser, she looks great. Seriously, considering she's receiving, care now for afterlife, and amazing. And a legal row could halt the lotto draw, because Camelot have lost it. It's going to some, I don't know why, no idea. That's right. Parasitoid wasps lay their eggs in other species, and they sort of do it, and mainly in caterpillars. It's a bit like the Alien movie, but this is real. And of course, the caterpillar knows what's going on, and it can't do anything about it. And so the wasp just lays its eggs in it. It's quite frightening, isn't it? Imagine if it was like that in the real world. But That's the way it goes. And then the wasp sort of goes away, but then unfortunately in the actual caterpillar, the things are growing and they're eating it so they've got their nutrition. Isn't it like birds? Don't they eat the eggshells? Don't they? I was told that don't snakes eat the shells that they're in? I think because it's nutrition. No, I know they shed their skin, but I'm sure that snakes have been known to eat the shells, and certain birds eat the shells because it's got nutrition. That's what I remember reading somewhere. I'm probably wrong. I'm never right on all these things. There's a family of a real-life Billy Elliot trying to raise money for dance school fees. I think they're looking for about £35,000. And I love the story from Ireland of a family, 4 boys, mum and dad, and mum got cancer and died. 6 months later, dad got cancer and died. And so the boys were left in their rented house. And so people started doing a fundraising for them. They raised over £300,000 so they can buy the house that they're living in. I think the oldest boy is 21 and the youngest, I think, is about 10 or something like that. And so they can stay in the house, and they put the money into a trust fund so that it will see them through, until they start work and they can sort of afford to exist. I thought that was brilliant. I love it when the community comes together, and they do nice things like that. This sort of GoFundMe, I think, is quite brilliant for certain things. We've had a couple of people doing a GoFundMe where they didn't need the money at all. They were just doing it to be corrupt. My friend Ian says, will you be dressing up for the Jubilee shows like you did the royal wedding? Very bitter. I don't need that kind of talk. I didn't dress up for it, no. I just... Which royal wedding? Are you working over the bank holiday? It'll be rather boring, says Jane. Oh, I will be here. Well, on the Thursday, Friday, yes. On the Thursday, Friday. Because that's... it's just normal week as far as I'm concerned. We carry on. Because I finish at 7, so I could still celebrate, whether I get home or not. It's going to be another thing. I've got no idea. 2 birthdays today, 2 showbiz birthdays. We'll celebrate those a little bit later on. And for some reason, the P&O Ferries owner has praised the sackings. Can't quite think that this is the best thing. What was I looking at the other day? I was looking at something. I remember thinking, I must remember to mention that on the programme. It was something on the television. I'm definitely decided that I'm not going to pay the £1.99 anymore for petrol. if I have to drive around, I'll find it cheaper. I'm waiting for the government to intervene, but so far they seem to be totally inept. Not going to happen. And also not so cuddly after all. Cats, lovely, cuddly, lovely. They may kill 270 million prey each year. Everything from squirrels. Lady friend of mine, her cat used to regularly bring back decapitated squirrels. She'd find them under the bed, things like that. And in fact, our cat at home never did it before. Years and years ago, when I was little, we went into the garage, and next door to us, left-hand side, if you were looking at the house straight on, they had an aviary in the garden, and they had pigeons and all sorts of birds in it. Quite a big aviary, and our cat got hold of a pigeon. And basically, I don't think they eat them. I think they just sort of pull them apart. Anyway, the garage, we opened the door and it was just full of feathers. So we made a few pillows, stuffed them, and it was all very nice, actually. But they actually kill on average 34 animals each per year. I'd never even thought about it. But mice you can understand, but I was told that they just play with mice. So in other words, they sort of put it down and then the mouse will sort of run away and the cat will put its paw out and grab it and bring it back. They do that, but strangely enough, this is also repeated in the jungle, where you've seen pictures of lions with a little deer, and the deer is sort of standing there and then it will sit down in the grass and the lion will not do anything because lions are activated by something running. The moment it runs, it becomes prey. If it's just standing up and sitting down, it doesn't do anything for them. So they just sort of sit there, and they had a lovely picture of sort of a little deer. Because once the mother's given birth, they kind of leave them to sort of, fend for themselves. They just have to basically keep quiet and stay well away from lions. So lion will not attack something unless it's running. The moment it runs is the moment the lion sort of is sort of girding its loins. Yeah, so we should be all right. No chance of us running. And they had this lion, and they said, it was lovely. The lion was looking after it, and then it put its paw on it, and the paw was about the size of this little thing. I mean, to be honest with you, it's hardly worth eating because it wouldn't have been a very big snack or something like that. And so the deer kept sort of trying to stand up. The lion push it back down again. And then eventually the deer thought, better make a run for it, and that was its mistake, I'm afraid. A bit like the squirrel I ran over the other day. Mind you, I suppose the only good news was it was a grey squirrel. And somebody was talking about the grey squirrels because they basically annihilated the red squirrels. They're trying to bring back the red squirrels. You've never seen a red squirrel? You must go onto the internet, Joe. It's very good, very healthy. You can find lots of pictures of red squirrels and probably a video as well of something. I've never seen one in real life. What in your imagination you've seen it? What has he got? 6 paws or something? 3 heads and a tail. Yeah, pick on me, pal, I tell you. Oh, why's that changed? Right, what else have we got? So Kylie's Prosecco. I can't bring myself to spend 12 quid on a bottle of Prosecco, knowing it's lining Kylie's pockets. I said, especially if she doesn't make it. You know, if she went out there and trod the grapes and, blew the glass, I could understand it, but she doesn't. She doesn't at all. The invasion of wasps this summer, they reckon about 120 million new wasps this year. I don't like wasps. I don't think wasps like me either. I think they actually smell fear. So here we go. Farewell Lester, the housewife's choice from national hero to tax villain to comeback legend. He was a complex person. Yes, he had. A lot of them have trouble with tax. Interesting, isn't it? And Simon Cowell reckons Ant and Dec are so good ITV should sign them for life. Well, they haven't got anybody else. Nobody can do as well as Ant and Dec. They really can't. So they've got a new series of Saturday Night Takeaway next year. And Simon Cowell likes them. He said there's no question there's nobody like them. Absolutely, there is nobody like them. There's not even anybody close to Ant and Dec. They live, I think, next door to each other. They get on really, really well. They've been friends since they were, little kids in Baker Grove. I mean, all the rest are a bit sort of bland. It's a terrible thing to say. I mean, I've seen a few dreadful presenters, really not very good, and they do it because it's easy. And they do put some work into that Saturday Night Takeaway. When you watch them doing a dance number at the end, it's not like they haven't bothered learning it. They don't just turn up; they learn it, and they've done very well, very, very well. I watched some of the things on there, and I've thought, blimey, that takes some rehearsal. They've even done Irish dancing, so good for them. I'm trying to persuade. Yeah, the drag one was very good, although people didn't like that, did they? People got a bit funny about that. I thought they looked amazing. I thought they did look absolutely amazing. A career is beckoning.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Do you know the Queen has vowed to make 2 appearances on the palace balcony for the Jubilee as she defies her mobility concerns to celebrate her 70-year reign. And it'll take place, I think, at the start of the official birthday on Thursday. And yesterday, a royal source said the Queen is determined to take part. So who's going to be on the balcony is expected the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, not that she is, and the Duke of York may attend despite being stripped of their royal duties. They'll be booed. They will. Prince Andrew, they're not going to be on the balcony. Well, I don't know. They might be on the balcony. They might be. She's also hoping to attend the service of Thanksgiving at St Paul's Cathedral. We don't want to see Prince Andrew anywhere. We really don't. The sooner he gets on that slow boat to China and stays there, the happier everybody will be. But it's only working royals on the balcony. Oh, I wouldn't guarantee it. But it's unlikely. It's unlikely. I think if Andrew turns up anywhere, he's going to be booed. People could just look at him with contempt. They just don't like him. And you can well imagine it, can't you? Do you know the moon has vast reserves of water under its surface, which could meet the needs of a base? Because the one thing that we were told was that at one time they were going to sort of build something. I don't think they're going to be getting out there with cement and bricks or anything like that, but they were going to sort of bring something with them or something, which I don't know, like a tent, and put it up on the moon because it's huge. It's huge. They think it could be a frost that built up over time. They say it would be a bounty for explorers who would need water to drink and turn into rocket fuel. They think there are 6,000 square miles of the lunar surface capable of trapping ice. Because there could be... When did the man last walk on the moon? Oh, God, it was donkey's years ago. Donkey's years. I don't know what... Was it 1972? Wow. I had no idea, because I remember thinking... Well, they've closed down, haven't they, most of the American stuff? They've already done it. I don't think they're going to do it again. I remember somebody showing me a picture of wherever it was, Cape Canaveral or something, and it looked as though it had fallen into disrepair. All of these things. Mind you, I watched a great programme on Greenham Common and the airbase, because I lived down the road from Greenham Common. And the funny thing is, it didn't affect us in the slightest. We never sort of went up there as a tourist thing, because it was all the girls up there for their camp, and they were sort of stopping. And then eventually they forced the Americans to pull out. The Americans pulled out, and now Greenham Common Air Base is all open up. You can go there and just wander through the grounds. No, it was they were against nuclear weapons. They had bunkers or silos there, which were, I think they had about 6 silos which contained nuclear weapons, and the women were actually anti it. It was amazing, actually. So the Apollo 11 moon landing in what was it, July 69 was a huge feat of human endeavour, engineering and science. It was the moment the world had been waiting for. Apollo 11 was followed by 6 further trips to the moon, 5 of which landed successfully. 12 men walked on the lunar surface in total. If you're one of those peculiars, they did it in aircraft hangars, okay? So they walked on it. But in 1970, future Apollo missions were cancelled. Apollo 17 became the last manned mission to the moon for an indefinite amount of time. The main reason? Money. Apparently the cost of getting to the moon was, ironically, astronomical. I don't know how much it was, but they decided they weren't going to do it. So that was why Cape Canaveral... I can remember watching it on the television, and watching the, one small step and all this kind of stuff. And then there was the one that blew up, wasn't there? There was one of the rockets that blew up, Apollo 13, I think. And you think to yourself, because there's no point in them just going up there and then walking about on the moon with a flag. It seems a bit daft now. They've already done that. The next thing is to sort of set up a Costco and a McDonald's and maybe a KFC. Yes, and maybe a cheaper petrol station. I wouldn't mind travelling there, which would be quite nice. It's funny, isn't it, when you think about all these things. Premium petrol at Costco is 169.9, says Peter. Yeah, it's useless to me. I can't use that. They don't do my petrol at Costco, because there's a 10 and a 5, and then there's the premium petrol. And I have to use 5, and that's why it's so expensive. Alida says, did you watch Elizabeth, The Unseen Years? I didn't, actually, no. I'm hoping to catch up with it, because I definitely want to watch it, because she's narrating it. And Mark, who sent me a lovely picture, actually, he said, I've just walked past St Paul's, the road closed, and there's a big band practising. Might it be for the Queen this weekend? I walk past there every day, and it's so quiet. Oh, I love that part of London. I love it. Haven't they got, just at St Paul's Cathedral, the picture that you sent me in, Mark, to the left-hand side, isn't there the gates to Newgate Prison or something like that? Isn't there something like that up there? It's on the left-hand side. It's sort of set back a little bit. I'm pretty certain there's gates to something, or an archway or something like that. Whatever it is, I just remember. But I love it when it's quiet. London at this time of the morning is brill. It's brill. I used to finish at Fleet Street at 5 o'clock in the morning, and I would drive to Waterloo Bridge. I was smoking in those days, and I'd sit there listening to Feed the Birds Tuppence a Bag with a cigarette on. I'd park actually on the bridge. I mean, you can't park on it now because it's only... Actually, I was on a bus the other day, and a cyclist, stupidly, was cycling in the road as opposed to the separate cycle bit, which is to the left-hand side, and the bus driver, beep, 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 beep. Cyclist nearly passed out, and so we had to pull into the side of the road to let the buses pass. Not for you, pal. Steve, says Natalie in Poole. Are we losing a bank holiday? I know we're getting Thursday and Friday, but isn't there normally a bank holiday Monday beginning and end of May? I'm not complaining, just wondered what happened to it. Well, we normally have the Whitsun bank holiday. So what they've done is, it's today, they've incorporated it into the Thursday, the Friday, Saturday and the Sunday. So you basically get an extra one as well. Viv says, my cat, Mr. Chunks, leaves rabbits minus heads for me. Not nice at all. I know. They've got this thing about heads, haven't they, really? She says, plays with poor mice too. I know. The Greenham Common silos are still there. they were used in one of the more recent Star Wars films, Steve, says McClovin. Yeah, I mean, I haven't been up to Greenham Common. We used to go up there to learn how to drive because Greenham Common was directly in front of you. To the left-hand side were all these little roads, little tiny roads. You could take a car and you could drive down them. And it was where people went to learn how to drive, you know, especially if it was children. Much, much easier. And but I remember the Greenham Common women because the camp spread and spread. And it was also the first time we'd seen American airmen. You'd see them in the town of Newbury, and we'd never seen them. I mean, Newbury seemed far enough away for everything. When I went down there last time, which was years ago, I was delighted to discover that the Polish people had started infiltrating Newbury, and there were some Polish shops. I remember thinking, good Lord above, how would you discover Newbury? You know. Mark says, I'll check tomorrow for the gate, Steve. It's on the left. Look at St Paul's straight ahead and go to the left-hand side, and there's this thing. I can't blasted well remember what it is. Somebody will know. No, it's actually on the pavement. Well, there isn't a road there. It's the area surrounding St Paul's Cathedral, and they've got this sort of gate there. It might be for Newgate Prison or something like that, but I can't remember. Yeah, somebody will know. I believe they've got sort of one of the Newgate prison gates, I think, at the Museum of London. But this is something. It's quite famous. Whatever it is, because I remember looking at it. Perhaps it's just an arch. Perhaps it's a famous arch for the City of London. Whatever it is, it's definitely famous. Well, it must be. I've mentioned it. If I mention it, it's famous. Yes, it's famous now. 18 minutes to 6. I only mention it just in case you're going to work. 3 days. 3 days, and then you're off on holiday. Just remember, it's, you know, beginning of the month. You don't want to spend all your money very quickly. The boss of Iceland says the budget supermarket chain is losing business to food banks because shoppers are so skint. Wow. He says some are asking checkout staff to tell them when they hit 40 quid so they can put the rest of the food back on the shelves. Good Lord above. But he has praised, this is Mr. Walker, Richard Walker, the Chancellor Rishi Sunak's £650 payment for benefit claimants, but he warned we're hearing stories of some of our customers disappearing to food banks. I'm not even sure if we've got food banks around our neck of the woods. Do you think there will be? Oh, right. Oh, well. Mayor says Apollo 13 made it back despite a catalogue of errors. It was one of the Challenger missions that didn't and exploded just after takeoff. Yes, I remember it. Why did you buy paint, says Gary. Are you decorating the home? No. I'm trying to get rid of pigeons. And I suddenly realised, because there's 4 of them that perch on the same places all the time, so I've bought anti-climb paint. It's black. Well, I think it's black. I don't know. Perhaps I should do it in a clear colour or something. But anyway, and you paint it on, never dries. It's sticky, and they won't go anywhere near it. Once they've gone near it and they put their feet on it, whoop, they're going to be off straight away. So I'm painting it over 4 different places. Only thin. And where do you paint? No, well, for anti-climb, they paint it on walls, windowsills, and all these sort of things. I've got to paint it on a couple of air conditioning units, and also one of those things which turns lights on and off. You know, what are they called? Like not a light switch. It's like, you know, you walk in front of it, it goes click, because it detects you. It's a motion detector, motion sensor, and so a little bit over the top, and that will keep away. Because once they've been there, they won't go anywhere else. So I'm determined to actually get rid of them, I'm afraid. Bit late to the party, says Kirsty in Hastings. Honestly, but I've listened to the podcast. What a great conversation. Which one? Oh, the one with Ian Dale. Yes. Very good conversation. Yes, what else? His most popular one to date, I believe. Steve, thank you for an uplifting start to the week. I was about to start work. Your wit will help as I write my emails. Costco's garage at Thurrock have E5. If you have an Asda, Sainsbury's or Tesco garage near you, they're £5. So the E5 is at a cheaper price. Is it? I might have to check that out. Because I'm certainly not paying £1.99 again. That is just blatantly a hugely rich petrol company ripping us off. Where's the 5p? Where's my discount? It's not good enough, is it, really? Mind you, I'm not the only one suffering. Loads of people are suffering. I might have to drive around. You feel a bit daft, though, driving in there. You know, doesn't matter, though. Anything to save a bit of money.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
It was Temple Bar. the principal ceremonial entrance to the City of London from the City of Westminster. In the Middle Ages, London expanded city jurisdiction beyond its walls to gates called bars, which were erected. Now, I think Temple Bar is the only surviving gateway to the City of London. I mean, it once stood at the junction where the Strand meets Fleet Street for more than 200 years. And I'm quite sure it was in a park at one point. I mean, it's quite something. I think it was languishing, maybe, or perhaps that was something else. But it is quite amazing. You go and look at it and you realise how old it is. Temple Bar, and I'm sure it was in a park somewhere. And people were going, what's it doing here? Move it. So what they did, it was moved and it was erected in Paternoster Square. So it's next to St Paul's Cathedral. So Mark, fear not. I knew people would know about it. I just couldn't remember what it was, but I remember looking at it and thinking, that's really, really old. So people walk underneath it, have no idea how old it is or what its significance is, because London's full of these sort of things. And it's like, if I told you the other day, if you go to St Paul's Cathedral and you decide to walk all the way to the top, it's a hell of a walk, I have to tell you. But let's face it, Christopher Wren and his people did it all the time. You see all that old graffiti for when they built St Paul's Cathedral. His workmen chipped their names into the wall and everything else. Quite something. But it's a hell of a thing. You walk right over the dome of St Paul's, right over it, and you can look down to the floor below. There's a glass thing, not me, and I was very careful. But you walk all the way over it, then you go up and you end up at the top of the wedding cake at St Paul's Cathedral, which is lovely. Joe in Welling says, I think the Arch is Temple Bar in Paternoster Square. Nicholas knew as well, and Ken, and everybody else, thank you very much. I knew you'd know. I said the other day, this is the most fantastic programme for, if there's something I can't remember, I've only got to put it out to people, and immediately back comes a response, tenfold. How many steps in St Paul's staircase? Oh, it'll be quite a lot. About, I don't know. It's got to be more than 500, is it? Is it more than 500? 528. Oh, amazing. I walked them. I've done them, but I can't imagine what was there before, because I've done the Whispering Gallery in St Paul's. I can't hear a thing. The idea is that if somebody's the other side, they whisper into the wall and you can hear it on the other side. Rubbish. Absolute rubbish. I've been there for ages. But the stairs that you climb up now are beautiful wooden stairs. And you see people walking on the way up, and then you see the people on the way down. And believe you me, the way down is so much easier than walking on the way up. But I did push myself to do it. And the other one I did was the Monument in London as well. We sort of used to, if you actually look at the staircase, some of it is sort of, it's a work of engineering. It really is. How the blooming staircase stays there, I've got no idea. I seriously couldn't work it out. But the Whispering Gallery, I don't know what it was built for. I don't know if it was built for anything in particular, as opposed to just a gallery. But they did close it for a little while because somebody, unfortunately, fell off. And it's quite a way. But it's a beautiful masterpiece. I mean, it really is. One of Christopher Wren's finest, I think. Because he lived over the river. If you walk over the bridge, he lived over the river. The house there has got a plaque on it, so he could watch them building it when he was at home. He did that wherever he went. Hampton Court Palace, exactly the same. There was a Sir Christopher Wren house, which is just outside the main gates, because it came up for sale a short while ago, and I thought, I'll buy that. And I was a few million short, and I was going to crowdfund myself, and then I decided maybe not to. Thought it's much easier. Hey, you'll never guess what British Airways have come up with. Just to make sure that you can get on your flights, could you please drop your bags off at the airport the day before you fly? So in other words, I mean, you couldn't make this one up. So in other words, to ease the pressure of havoc-hit airports, to ease the pressure of their rank stupidity and not, getting all the people back into work again. So you've got to drive all the way out to the airports, park, deposit your bags, go all the way back home again, and then the next day drive all the way back out there again. Amazing, isn't it? Amazing. Nicholas says Temple Bar was removed from Fleet Street and left in Hertfordshire and then brought back to Paternoster Square. Yes, I knew it was in a park there, because I remember seeing pictures of it, and somebody was saying, "What is it?" And they went, "That's Temple Bar." Mind you, I think Fleet Street is fascinating. During the daytime, if you go just into Fleet Street, just past the law courts. On the right-hand side, there's a big, old wooden gate. Old. You can tell it's old just by looking at it. Go through there, and that's where all the chambers are for all the judges and solicitors and everything else. It's like stepping back into Charles Dickens' time. It really is. It's all old, oldie-worldy. And then if you go left, you can go to the silver vaults. You go underground, and it's all shops selling silver. I can only dream of going to a place like that. But no, go on the right-hand side, and you go to look at all these old buildings. I mean, Fleet Street is just normal street. Well, it used to have the River Fleet running down the middle of it, and all the houses, they used to throw all their rubbish and toilet stuff and dead animals into it. And then all the papers took over. The Sun was in Bouverie Street with the News of the World. Left-hand side was a beautiful Express building. There were some lovely buildings there, and because we were in just Gough Square, building's gone now. They put up another building. And it used to have a plaque on the wall, the home of independent radio, started here. It was the very first radio. We were the very first radio station on air. And so there was always history. But, of course, they used to print all the papers. And so these huge lorries would turn up on the weekend with these rolls of paper, the like of which you'd never seen before. I mean, they made that sort of little thing that you and I bought look a bit ridiculous. And then the Sun decided they were going to move out to Fortress Wapping without the printers knowing about it. And the old printing presses just got all taken apart. I mean, people were paid just to watch the presses, because if it broke down, they were in trouble. But the Sun decided to go all electronic and computer-based. So they moved to Fortress Wapping, and nobody had a clue. Theobald's Park, says Howard, Temple Bar, in Cheshunt in Hertfordshire. I remember seeing pictures of it in the park, thinking, oh, that's why it's so nice when you see that we do resurrect these things. Look at these rolls of paper. In Fleet Street, it was literally, it was lovely. Bouverie Street I went there because they were going to give me a job. The News of the World were going to give me a job as a gossip columnist. Yeah. And I suddenly realised it would take a lot of nightclubs and everything else like that to go to. Because I knew loads of people, so I thought I could get loads of gossip and fill it all up. And so I did meet the editor, David. And I think we decided mutually that maybe not. And it went to a bloke called Kit, who went out with that Page 3 girl, Samantha Fox, and sort of basically launched her career. It was could have been me. Not, though, not. And Matt Goss has an expensive wardrobe, largely because that's where he keeps his money. He carries £1,000 in a clip. Very unwise to tell people this. He told the Sunday Times, to me, pocket money meant literally that I stashed money in the pockets of 20 or 30 suits. There you go. How marvellous. Alfie Boe reckons his version of the national anthem will wipe the floor with the Sex Pistols in a chart battle ahead of the Platinum Jubilee. The tenor has teamed up with Sarah Brightman to release a version of God Save the Queen, featuring the NHS Voices of Care Choir and the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra. Wow. The Sex Pistols are reissuing their song, but Alfie scoffs, they don't stand a chance, we'd wipe the floor with them. God save the Queen, the fascist regime. Yeah, that's going to go down a storm, isn't it, really? So dated now, punk. I mean, they don't really have punk bands anymore, do they? Might have a few thrash metal and things like that. No, not like them. They really were bizarre. And ABBA Supervan's been enjoying the band's holographic shows, but none quite so much as Jarvis Cocker, who wept in the crowd. Yes, almost was a bit of a drama queen, I think. Ooh. I mean, it's very clever. Everybody who's seen it says it's the most fantastic thing ever, which is good. What else we got? We got getting ready for the Right Royal celebration. And how do you do it? You can even make your own Jubilee bunting. I can't help but feel you've left it a little bit late. For sort of making your Jubilee. You can do a tray bake. I tell you how to sort of do that, which is quite a nice idea. There's going to be all sorts of things, aren't there? And there will be people dressed up. There will be that bloke who turns up everywhere with his Union Jack suit. Have you seen him? And there's a woman as well, and the Pearly Kings and Queens will be out, and everybody else. Nicholas says, who was Dr. Johnson, and have you ever been to his house? It was in Gough Square, your old stomping ground. I never went in the house. I passed it every single day because it was in Gough Square, and Gough Square was very small. Dr. Johnson was the dictionary man. He wrote the first dictionary. And so that's why he used to drink in the pub just literally less than 2 minutes away from his front door. And we were in the same square, but it's a tiny little square. Gough Square is small. So 17 Gough Square. But I mean, to be honest with you, it's worth going to see. He was a lexicographer. But I never went in the house. It's 300 years old, and it's nestled among the maze of courts and alleys in the historic city of London. You should go, actually. You should go. It's definitely. Somebody at David Tottenham tells me about Temple Bar. Thank you. And one from Neil who says, I come down from Sunderland to London every month for my wife's business. While she's working at Harley Street, I have time to explore the capital and use you as my guide. My next visit will be to find Temple Bar. Easy peasy. Just go to St Paul's Cathedral, get the bus down Fleet Street. You'll see right in front of you. Walk up there, look to the left. There it is. Can't miss it. I tell you, we like to be helpful. News at 6. Here it comes.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
It's interesting, isn't it? They've cancelled flights already this morning. 10 minutes notice. 10 minutes notice. A little bit too confusing, isn't it, really? It didn't say it was compulsory about the bags. They're recommending that you drop your bags off the day before. I mean, God knows. Well, just imagine you're coming down from up north or something. What are we supposed to do? Come down and go back up again? Never heard of anything so stupid in my entire life. We've got some event planning for you, which I know you will like. And, Steve, how totally ridiculous for BA to expect people to drop off the luggage the day before departure. Well, they're saying it will ease it. But, I mean, it's great if you live around the corner. But if you're coming from anywhere in London, you want to drive, so you're going to drive all the way to Gatwick to drop off a bag, to drive all the way back home, and then to come back in again the next day. They really haven't thought about this one. Do they really think people can leave their belongings like medication, 24 hours in an airport? They've made a total mess of it. No, well, they have. They have made a total mess of it. But the trouble is, we're paying the price. I mean, to cancel flights this morning at 10 minutes' notice is almost like a kick in the teeth. EasyJet have cancelled loads. They're just cancelling left, right and centre. It's ridiculous. They don't have the staff. And yet they'll manage to find staff to get 100 people on a plane to go to Rwanda, if that ever happens. I'm not totally convinced that's going to be happening anytime soon. So the Queen is the first British monarch to have a platinum jubilee. There are lots of events planned. As you know, you've probably got events planned yourself. The kids have probably been making stuff and cakes and icing and all sorts of exciting things. On Thursday, because your public holiday starts Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, it's 4 days of mayhem. People scoffing chips and, it's going to be amazing. It's wonderful. So Thursday, Trooping the Colour. Celebrations start with the Queen's official birthday parade, ending with an RAF fly-past watched by members of the royal family working on the balcony of Buckingham Palace. Then they're going to light the beacons. Over 1,500 beacons will be lit across the UK. The main beacon, involving the sculpture Tree of Trees, will be lit in a special ceremony. I don't know what that means. Tree of Trees. Special ceremony in Buckingham Palace. God knows they're not lighting something in Buckingham Palace, are they? Do you think it'll be in the grounds? Friday, that's when they've got the service of Thanksgiving, and the Great Paul will ring. That's the largest church bell at St Paul's Cathedral. So perhaps they can have a quick look at the Temple Bar there, which would be quite nice. Saturday, the Derby at Epsom Downs. Members of the royal family expected at the horse racing event. And then the Platinum Party at the Palace, a live concert in front of Buckingham Palace featuring acts including Diana Ross, Queen, Duran, Rod Stewart and Sam Ryder. And there's loads of others. There's loads of other peoples. And Sunday, the Platinum Jubilee pageant, a performance finishing in front of Buckingham Palace, telling the story of the Queen's reign, featuring military personnel, dancers, puppets of corgis, and a performance by Ed Sheeran. And the big Jubilee lunches will take place throughout the country. Pubs, bars and nightclubs can stay open until 0100 hours between the 2nd and the 4th of June. Oh, God help us. Yeah. See you in the pub. See you in the pub. That's what it is. And so that's just some of the things. And then, of course, you've probably got your own events which are taking place. And if you haven't sorted out, go gate crash somebody else's. They'll be having parties all over the place. They really will. This Tree of Trees, is this what it? Oh, it's up already, is it? Oh, right. It's a 70-foot tree sculpture composed of 350 saplings from native British tree species, which will stand outside the palace over the bank holiday weekend to mark the 1 million trees planted as part of the Queen's Green Canopy initiative. I wasn't aware of that. I'd never heard of it before. And so it's a 70-foot tree sculpture. It's got 350 saplings. So are they growing, or are they just stuck together? And how's that go? Are they lighting it or something? Because they've said it's this Tree of Trees. I mean, it's 70 foot. I'm looking at it. It's blooming huge. But are they setting fire to it? In which case, well, I don't know. I can't quite work out. Because if they're starting the beacons, here, where does that figure in it? Unless they are setting fire to it. And are these saplings from native British tree species, are they growing? Or are they they've cut branches off and sort of stuck it onto it? I don't know, actually. Bit of a cute, and I've never heard of the Queen's Green Canopy initiative. I thought it very, very remiss of the palace not to let us know. Oh, here we go. Here comes this tree. Oh, they're the beacons actually in the tree. Are they? Well, how are they lighting all of those? They're putting up the stage. That's a huge erection, isn't it? Goodness me, honestly, look at the sign. This is not the first time we've seen this staging coming out. They did it before. People performing in front of it. I remember. Definitely, because this is in front, so all the roads will be closed off. Usual mayhem. Everything gets closed off, doesn't it, during these things? I mean, we got it the other day for a bike ride. They were closing roads off left, right, and centre. So what was the other thing? 5p petrol cut shaming plan. Petrol stations that do not pass on the 5p a litre duty cut to customers could reportedly be named and shamed. Oh, well, that's going to put them off, isn't it? We're going to name and shame you. Yeah, do your worst. They're not going to care about it. I should imagine they're quaking in their boots. Not. The government cut came in on March the 23rd, but this week, average petrol prices exceeded 170. I'm saying, are they completely out of touch? I've just told them I paid 199.9 pence a litre the other day. A national average. Well, show me where you can buy it at that price. They're so out of touch, aren't they? Mainly because they don't need to worry about it. They don't need to worry about it. It doesn't make any difference, does it? They're not paying for it. Steve, it was on Theobald's estate, a folly of Lord and Lady Mew of the Brewing family. They moved it from its original position because the arch couldn't take modern traffic. Has a couple of prison cells incorporated in it up the top, says Leslie. Oh, you wouldn't want to have gone in prison in those days, would you? I remember hearing about the debtors' prison. And there was still the wall, somewhere in London. I can't remember. Diane Burstein told me, the Blue Badge Guide. And she was telling me that there is a wall in London, which is the original wall of one of the prisons. It might have been the Marseillais or something, whatever it was. It's the original prison wall. People walk past it every day and they've got no idea. And there is a pub in London which has got cells in its basement. And I can't remember whether it's near the Old Bailey or something like that. I remember reading it, all these things, they go in your mind and then they wander away and then they come back again. And this was sort of a pub where they've got some original cells. And I remember thinking, how lovely if you had a couple of rowdy drunks. There you go. It is the Marshalsea prison wall. Hidden Gems, London, and it's in St George's Churchyard in Southwark, a fairly unassuming park, today overlooked by the Shard, but up until the 19th century it would have been the shadow of something far more sinister. And there's the original wall. So there's the only thing left. The second building was demolished in 1842. The Marshalsea prison stood off Borough High Street for 40 years in the 1800s. And so that's the only thing that is... It's amazing, isn't it, when you look at it and you think, people walk past that every day and they've got no idea. So now you've got to find the pub with the cells in it, which is in London. That's all I know. The conditions were fairly squalid in this one, very unhygienic and eventually deadly. Because I think it was a scandal in 1729 when a young architect called Robert Castell fell into debt and was thrown into the Marshalsea, placed in a cell and forced to share a bed with a man dying of smallpox. His protests were met with silence and Robert died within a month. In that same year, a parliamentary committee reported that 300 inmates had starved to death in a period of 3 months, and 8 to 10 were dying each day during the warm summer months. Because if you're in the prison, many of the time you didn't get food. Your relatives had to bring it in, and you had to bribe the guards. I think Charles Dickens, whose father had been in prison there for debt, used the experience for the setting of his novel Little Dorrit. The prison closed in 1842. But, I mean, the debtors' prisons were absolutely disgusting. The more you bribed, the better chance there was of surviving. You know, and then the pub with the cells in it. And I can't remember what they were attached to. They were cells from an original... Must have been an original prison. But it's in London. They're down in their basement. And I can't remember what it is. So you'd probably have to type in pubs with cells. But they weren't very big. When you looked at, you know, I mean, people went in there. Many of them didn't come out again, unfortunately. It was almost a blessing when they said, by the way, you're being hanged. You know, it was, oh, thank God for that. Wouldn't have to put up with anything else. Have you ever seen the website Derelict London? Says Colin. It's been going for apparently almost 20 years, a fascinating pictorial history of London. There's also a book of the same name, Derelict London. Wow, that sounds... I like stuff like that. We like anything like that, you know, because I think it's history. And if you wander through London, or it doesn't matter where you live, you could probably do the same in Manchester, in Scotland. There's all sorts of hidden things that they say you should definitely go down and see all these things. I think Billy Connolly went on something very similar. Very similar. Apparently the Queen is set to own her first ever boozer at her country retreat. That's what it says. A gastro-style pub is being planned on Her Majesty's Sandringham estate in Norfolk. The Royal Estate plans to lease out this former social club, which closed down 2 years ago whilst retaining the freehold. Estate agents described it as a rare opportunity for the right operator to develop a new destination public house with restaurant and letting room potential. The building in West Newton was home to the Sandringham Club, which was opened in 1884. It's full of character. It's got tremendous views over adjacent farmland. Oh, well, there you go. Just see the Queen standing behind the counter. Hey, 2 gin and tonics and a gin and dubonnet. Yeah. Get out my pub. Get out my pub. Doesn't work the same, does it, really? Margaret Thatcher's statue, paint strewn. It's very weak-looking paint. Hitting Grantham at the weekend. It was egged. It's by that idiot. Remember that sad little man? Poor soul. Do you know insomnia rates have doubled? Why is that? Insomnia rates have doubled since the start of the pandemic. More than 4 in 10 adults now suffer from it. 7 million Brits medicate themselves to nod off. Isn't it funny? I have no danger in going to sleep at all. It's not the best thing you want to hear, is it, really, on a Monday morning? But it's a case of, you know, I climb into bed, bang, out for the count. I don't think I've always been like that. I've never... Mind you, sometimes I don't sleep very long. Tate Britain, Pimlico was a prison, was it? I want to know where this pub is. I'm taking a break. I'm just asking about the pub, for goodness sake. It's definitely got cells in its basement. Quite a few as well.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
So I think there would be quite a few pubs around London that had cells in. Basically, I mean, it was rum, wasn't it? And the Morpeth Arms, they say, is among the creepiest of old pubs in London. In addition to originally being used as a prison and a transfer facility for the old Millbank Penitentiary, the building was also a deportation holding centre for convicts being shipped off to Australia. I mean, now you have to pay for it. In those days, you got it for free. Convicts would be led from their cells at Millbank through the tunnels below ground, where they would be locked up temporarily before being taken aboard a ship or a carriage. The tension can still be felt in the air, which has a distinctly eerie vibe. Millbank Prison closed in 1890, but the underground cells remained. And we've had a look at the picture. It's a bit creepy. So it's a London bar with a haunted basement. And you look at it and you think to yourself, my godfathers, these people are living in squalid conditions. And there are tunnels all over the place. I mean, I think it's amazing that the pub above is serving drinks to people who have no idea what is below their feet. And the pub looks all quite normal from the outside. It's just when you go down into the basement. Now, whether it's open to the public, I've got no idea. I shouldn't think they want people traipsing down there. But and it must have had bars in as well, which they might have taken out because in the war, They had to take all the bars off. London streets lost loads of bars so they could melt them down and turn them into something. And I'm assuming all these things, I mean, God, when you look at it, a bit of history, isn't it? I like things like that. I like things like that. Chris Packham says footballer Kurt Zouma should be made to work in an animal centre as punishment for attacking his cat. The West Ham star last week pleaded guilty to kicking and slapping. We all saw the pictures. Packham said it's difficult to penalise footballers financially because of their vast wealth. Yeah, it means nothing to him. Means absolutely nothing. But he added a film could be made about Zouma working in an RSPCA rehabilitation centre for 30 days to show he's sorry. Packham said, I'd like to see him now play a prominent role in animal welfare. He should say, I'm a genuinely reformed character. I'm genuinely sorry. And to prove that, I'm going to play a role advocating animal welfare. So he pleaded guilty to 2 charges under the Animal Welfare Act, but be sentenced this week. It's a sort of, well, I think when people saw it, they suddenly realised what a revolting piece of work he really is. You know, it doesn't even bear thinking about, does it? Anyway, the RSPCA will receive donations as part of the latest Omaze house draw for a £3.5 million Cotswold home. They keep doing these on the television. Have you seen these adverts? They say you can win this house. You buy a ticket, and the money goes to, could be all sorts of different charities, and they go, and somebody will win this £3.5 million house complete with all the furniture. I remember thinking, that's nice. There was that little, where was that place that, you know, they did the postcode lottery? 400 people won it. 400 people. The most one of the blokes got was £385,000. They shared 3.7 million, but among 400 people, it was a bit difficult. Some people only got 3,000 quid. But not bad, is it, if you're sort of a pensioner? I'll take that. I'd be happy with that. Ian says, I've just paid £1.65 a litre near Gatwick. Shut up. I don't care. Steve, could you please say thank you to Pam and Jeff for looking after our house while we were away? They always listen to you. On Pam's birthday in July, we're hoping to go to Joe Allen's to see what it's all about. Perhaps you could join us. What a giggle that would be, wouldn't it? Ashley says, I'm sure you're aware about the little police station in Trafalgar Square with the hook outside, and that's where the saying off the hook comes from. Yeah, that little police station. It's just a telephone. It's in one of the corners. In fact, it's the one nearest us, which is quite nice. Mark in Bletchley. There's a place to go to if you're looking for tourist sites. I know Diane Burstein, nice lady, been on social gatherings with her over the years and some of her splendid tours. Yes. The Viaduct Tavern has prison cells. Viaduct Tavern. Producer says yes. And let's have a look. Deeply unpleasant. Oh, blimey, they're very odd little cells. Just enough room to get a person curled up inside it. Shh. Not still open. What, the Viaduct Tavern is not open anymore? Oh, the prison cells. I wish. And also the Holborn Viaduct pub has the creepy cellars attached to Newgate Prison. I think that's the same as the Viaduct Tavern. It's the same ones, but not open. Just when you want to go there. Just when you want to go, can I have a quick look? Give you £5. Just let me have a quick look down there. But thank goodness for the internet. Thank goodness for YouTube and Google and everything else, where you can see all these places. But have a check out. What was the one we were looking at before? Derelict. Was it Derelict London? Derelict London. Yeah. Morpeth Arms. Yes, we know that. There's a website called Derelict London, which apparently has got all sorts of things like that in it, which sounds quite nice, because there's loads of places that have been pulled down over the years, but what they didn't do was they didn't destroy what was under the ground. And those are the bit, I mean, I wouldn't want to go there. Can you imagine what it must have been like in the early days? Pitch black, filthy, and full of strangers. Not unsimilar to here. Not unsimilar to my poor little studio. What was the other one? Oh, yes, Patricia Brake died. You'll know Patricia Brake. You'll only have to look at a picture of her. She did Porridge, and she'd had a long battle with cancer. She was 79. 79. You will know her instantly. She played Fletcher's daughter Ingrid. She also was in EastEnders, Corrie, and Emmerdale. She reprised Ingrid in Going Straight with Richard Beckinsale and Nicholas Lyndhurst. And her son John announced she died on Saturday. She was a soap stalwart. She was lovely, but she'd been ill for quite a while. But, much missed. And also the Wild Bunch star Bo Hopkins has died at the age of 80. I still think that maybe Ray Liotta went the best way. He just went in his sleep. It was a simple... Admittedly, in the middle of a film, they'd all be going, oh, what are we going to do now? What are we going to do now? But as well as the Western, he starred in George Lucas's American Graffiti and the Oscar-winning Midnight Express. He died at Valley Presbyterian Hospital. A statement said Bow loved hearing from his fans from around the world, and though he was unable to respond to every email, he appreciated hearing. He was born William Hopkins in South Carolina, adopted at 9 months, joined the US Army at 16, changed his name to Bow after a character he played on stage in Bus Stop. He's survived by his wife of 32 years, Sian, son Matthew, and daughter Jane. Again, you look at a picture of him and you go, I know you. I know you. And actually, well done to Harry Styles. He has pledged $1 million to a US gun safety group. He will donate to the Everytown for Gun Safety Support Fund. Proceeds will come from his upcoming North American tour with Live Nation, matching his donation. Former One Direction star Harry, who's now gone streaks ahead of that. I mean, he's doing so well. He's landed his third #1 album with Harry's House. And he said, along with all of you, I've been absolutely devastated by the recent string of mass shootings. He headlined the big weekend last night in Coventry, rumoured to be on the Glastonbury Festival lineup this June. He's added 10 dates to his tour, all 42 gigs sold out. Not done bad, has he? Not done bad at all. So well done to him for donating that much money. It's huge, actually. It's a huge amount of money. And Steve, a lot of people telling me about all the pubs now, which has creepy cellars. And the Courthouse Hotel next to the London Palladium has cells in the bar, which you can... Oh, I've been to the Courthouse Hotel. Have you ever been there? That's actually good. It used to be an old police station. And you go in and you can book a cell. And you can go and sit in a cell and have your drink served to you. We did that, actually, with the Steve Allen Memorial Luncheon group. Bunch of old reprobates. Yeah, and I wanted to leave them there, but sadly they were allowed out. But you just go and sit in a cell. You can book it out and they'll do food and all sorts. It's really good. Really good. The Southwark Tavern on the corner of Borough Market has the cells as well. That's a nice old pub, isn't it? Oh, look at that. Oh, my goodness me. That's got all sorts of things. And it's got the Marshalsea prison in the basement, which was still used for wining and dining. So cell 2, cell 3... I think it's been tarted up a little bit to make it a little bit more acceptable. You can imagine what it was like. No electricity down there. I mean, there is now, obviously, but in the early days, there wouldn't have been anything. It would have been pitch dark, rats running about. Very lucky to get away with anything. But what they do is they tart them all up now, and people go, it's atmospheric. So I don't mind going to a place like that. I think that's quite. It must be blooming freezing, though. The pub with the cells is the Southwark Tavern. The cells are part of the Clink prison. Says Lynn, I worked in offices above the Borough Market in the 70s and we used to drink in the tavern after work. The then landlord, Chris Cunningham, gave us a tour of the cells. They were horrendous.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, 24 minutes to 7. Okay, short week this week. I know I keep reminding you, but it's good. I hope you just sort of take full advantage. Let's hope the weather's good. I don't know what the weather's going to be like for the remainder of this week. I went out the other day and I was talking to somebody. Oh, I tell you, I was in Marks and Spencer's on Friday in Kew, and I was picking up a couple of bottles of Prosecco, as one does, and then I put them back down again. No, I picked them up again, put them in my basket, and get to the till. And there were only 2 tills operated, because I don't like using the self-service. If I'm really pushed, then I can do it, but it's a bit of a pain. I'd rather somebody sort of, whizzed it over the magic eye. And there was a man who was buying what appeared to be the entire shop. I've never known anybody who was so much. He was obviously having a party or something, and he was buying just everything. And he was a little bit aggressive. And the woman behind him, and then there was me. He said, "Excuse me, I haven't paid for this yet." And I went like that, as you do. And anyway, so I was chatting to this sort of lady about bits and pieces. And she was saying, "Oh, I'm buying this and I'm buying that." I don't know why we got into a conversation. We were sort of chatting. And I was going, "Oh, you bought Percy Pig and you've done this." And she said, "Yeah." She said, "I think I might buy some of this sort of water." And I said, "We don't really need it, do you?" I said, "You shouldn't buy stuff you don't really need." I became like a guiding light. And anyway, she was we laughed and all the rest of it. Well, she laughed mainly. And so at the end of the thing, and she turned round to me and she said, "Are you on the radio?" I thought, "Oh, God." And I said, "I might be." She said, "I thought so." She said, "I'm going to tell everybody now," she said, "what a nice person you are." Yeah, she thought I was James O'Brien. Actually, a little bit worried. The day before, somebody thought I was Sheila Fogarty. So you can't win, can you? But no, it's so funny. You can always tell them when somebody says, "Do you mind if I ask?" Are you on the radio? I've obviously got one of those boring voices that makes me sound like I'm on the radio. Apparently, if you use the self-service in my Marks and Spencer's, there's a chance of winning your shopping for free, says Warren. Yes, I've seen that as well. I ignore it. I don't take any notice of things like that. If you try, says Neil in Cambridge, the Langholmen Hotel in Stockholm, it's a prison converted to a hotel, and the cells are now hotel rooms. It's a unique experience. It would have to be. It would have to be. I mean, I think that's quite a nice idea, don't you? I think that's a nice idea. Oh, it's lovely. Oh, blimey, it is. It's a proper prison. My God, it's huge. A former Swedish prison. Obviously, they don't have people in prison in Sweden, and so you get a cell. I mean, they're very basic rooms, but you know, being typically Swedish, the furniture is very functional. It's got a desk, it's got plug sockets, and you can have a bunk bed. I haven't had a bunk bed for ages. I don't like that. When I was little, I didn't mind a bunk bed, but no, I think it looks really nice, doesn't it? Top or bottom? I should go on the top. Until I saw the film Big with Tom Hanks, and he was doing the thing on the bunk. This girl had picked him up, not realising that he was really just a 13-year-old boy or 14-year-old boy, and so she thought he was an adult because that was what the machine had told him. Steve, the old Trip to Jerusalem pub is built into the old caves at Nottingham Castle, says John in Derby. Amazing place, well worth a visit. Yes, I've seen that before, actually. I've never been in it. The oldest inn in England. That's lovely, isn't it? See, I like places like that. I like the fact we've got history. I like the fact that it's on our doorsteps, and yet we never visit. Even if you live in the town of where your attraction is, we very rarely go to these things, do we? But I like stuff like that. I'd like to imagine what it was like years and years ago. Vandals have destroyed a flower tribute to the Queen. It was a colourful display called Love Letter to the Queen, cost up to £10,000. It was ripped to shreds in Sloane Street, Chelsea, by a group of thugs. I mean, what on earth were thugs doing in Chelsea? I mean, you have to ask yourself, were they lost? Or were they sort of, people who'd wandered in from the only way is Chelsea or something like that? It's very embarrassing. Stella Creasy, the Labour MP, says a woman can be born with a penis, and a colleague hours later says, oh no, she can't. And so that one rumbles on again and again and again. And Dame Deborah, the very fashionable fundraiser, she looks amazing. She seriously does look amazing. Every time I see a picture of her, I think, and she's now, I think we're well over £6.5 million she's raised. It's just phenomenal. And the reason she's facing this heartbreaking battle, it's end-of-life care she's getting at the moment for bowel cancer, and her condition's terminal, and she's been moved into this end-of-life care. So she's collaborated with retailer In The Style to launch the new clothing range and raise more money. I mean, it's amazing where people find this energy from, as you're facing up to the biggest thing you're ever likely to face in your entire life. I can't begin to tell you what it's like. The presenter of that podcast, You, Me and the Big C, became known as Bowel Babe for her campaign. It seems so odd that we talk about Bowel Babe, because we don't do bowels in this country, do we? We don't talk about things like that. We don't talk about things like that. But she said she was living a hybrid life, working between home and hospital whilst designing the clothes. So, I mean, and she always looks so glam. She's always got a big smile on her face. She had a rose named after her the other day, and she said, I would love my daughter to put it into her bouquet when she gets married in years to come. And I thought, I think that's really nice. So she's achieved an awful lot when you think, she's got a terminal illness. It's not going to change in any way. And it's an amazing legacy. It's amazing. Animal rights activists have criticised Lego. Why do you think? Why do you think animal rights activists have criticised Lego? You won't believe this one. You won't believe this one. Because Lego have used farmyard scenes which they claim mislead children about the blood-soaked reality of farming. Okay, campaign group PETA have written to the toy firm over its sets containing farm animals. And, people were I think there was an environmental campaigner, George Monbiot, who attacked the cosy story told to children about farms. Apparently Lego has declined to respond to the letter. I mean, it's just getting ridiculous. Perhaps they'll bring out a Lego abattoir or something like that. You know, most people have got a doll's house or something like that. I mean, it's, you know, people just complain about everything nowadays. You know, I used to have Fuzzy Felt Farm. I don't know if you ever had Fuzzy Felt Farm. I thought they were really good. I had Fuzzy Felt Post Office as well. I nearly had the set of Fuzzy Felt. I was a leading contender in our street for who owned the most fuzzy felts. I was very good. The farm had a duck pond and everything else, and it was just felt, and it was pressed out, and then you just put them onto the board, and you made a picture of it, and you turn it upside down. It just stuck to it, and then you took it all. It was like plasticine, you know. But nobody's ever complained about plasticine, but they probably should have done, actually. What else we got? The Walt Disney film about the Sex Pistols gets 4 stars, and it's out tomorrow. He said this punk tale's more like hate, actually, as opposed to love, actually, because you know that what's his face, apparently the lead singer of the group, didn't like any of it. And a rail union baron threatening summer travel chaos is reportedly facing sexual harassment claims from 7 women. He faces an independent inquiry after 6 more women came forward with allegations against him. Oh dear. Not looking promising, is it? Not looking promising. And downsizing. Ministers are urging older homeowners to free up space by downsizing. What for? Mind your own business. Why don't you downsize? You know, don't count your rooms. Don't reduce our lives. You know, you get on with your own business. I'm sick to death of people telling us what we can do and what we can't do. And here she is. She's known as Gangster Gran. Not her title for herself, but everybody else's. It's a pensioner. Accused or facing accusations, she damaged vehicles in a well-heeled market town. Pauline Wallin said she'd been accused of keying cars along a historic high street, which prompted one local business to warn customers of vigilante activity after it claims a £40,000 Audi was deliberately scratched, which she denies. So what they've done, they've put these notices all over the place saying, public notice, vigilante activity, please be aware, a local OAP is on a mission. There's a picture of her. Since late December, not content with retiring gracefully, this gangster granny has taken to harassing local employees, both verbally and by email, regarding parking. Now, you know, yeah. Lately, she's taken her campaign one step further and now resorts, they say, to causing hundreds of pounds worth of damage. Please be vigilant and report any sightings with this individual. She's a retired journalist. So, why is it people get so upset over parking? In America, there was a lovely thing I was watching on YouTube very quickly, and it was somebody who was standing in a space waiting for their mother to come so she could get the space, but another car was going, why don't you get out the way? And she went, nah, and all this kind of stuff. And in the end, I think they ran her over. And because they said, they called out, she said, call the police, I'm waiting for my mother. And they went, you're standing in the space, get out. You know what people are like? They get so angry. Morning, Tuesday, May the 31st. Oh, no, it's tomorrow, isn't it? The pensioner punch for the first day of the month. But it doesn't matter, because tomorrow's your last day, and then you've got 4 days off. Yeah, unless, of course, you're working, in which case you're working through it. And it means you won't have to fight through the crowds and, you know, all the people who'll be out on the streets of London, those ghastly people who sell those revolting, disgusting, riddled with all sorts of illnesses, hot dogs, and people selling this, because they're all going to be out there. People, mind you, the weather we've had today is terrible. We had rain. I came outside with a little bit of rain, and I thought, oh dear. And then wait, sorry. And then all of a sudden it got really bad, and it just tipped it down. I was thinking, I hope the car arrives soon. I'm going to be very wet. Still spitting a bit now, isn't it? I think somewhere I've got an umbrella. Oh, remember I told you I've got an appointment in the hospital after the bowel bits and pieces, and it's shown an anomaly. And so my doctor said, I'm going to refer you to the hospital. He said, and I'll put it down as a matter of urgency. So the appointment came through yesterday. The matter of urgency is October the 22nd. So obviously not as urgent as we thought it was. Unless, of course, I mean, I know it's 5 months away, but it doesn't matter. I mean, Christmas is only 7 months away, and we're going to look forward to Christmas, aren't we? I'm looking forward to decorating the tree, unless, of course, the bowel thing gets worse, in which case we shan't be bothering decorating the tree. There is a footballer, actually. He's a goalkeeper. He's just been diagnosed with cancer, terminal cancer, which means he didn't get it checked in time, because in a lot of cases, if you're testing for bowel cancers or prostate cancers, if you catch them in plenty of time, I'm not sure whether or not 5 months away is going to be catching it in plenty of time, but we'll wait and see. But it just goes to prove what the backlog is like. It's quite amazing. He's only 58, and they've given him 3 months. 3 months. And he said he's determined to sort of get as many things done, which is what everybody says when you're diagnosed. Well, one of the papers says 6 months, the other paper says 3 months. So let's do the mean average. I think it's mainly 3 months. My mother was 3 months, start to finish, and she got as many things done as she could until she then sort of started getting very, very tired. It's like that lovely lady who has raised all this money, Bowel Babe. And she's raised, I think that's 6.3 million, 6.4 million, whatever it is. Deborah James is a style icon because she's now got a range of clothing out. I mean, she's basically trying to keep herself as busy as possible, because it will get to that stage where you sleep more. And they go for the end-of-life care, which is what she's getting at the moment. But she's still finding the energy. And you do find this. It depends what they've actually put her on. You know, if she's on morphine at the moment, it will give her that spurt of energy. My mother thought she was getting better. Funny, isn't it, that they sort of do things? I mean, she really thought she was getting better. So she did all her letters, and she decided who she was giving her jewellery to. And then, you know, after she'd sort of done that, then she started sleeping a bit more. And then she went through a phase. She went through a bad-tempered phase, strangely enough, which I'm told is actually quite normal, to be irritable. And so her sister was looking after her at home. She said, you move into our house and, you know, we'll sort of look after you. But she found that a bit of a strain after a while. That's when they moved Mum into a hospice. But up until then, Grace was cooking food, and she'd say to her, she said, do you want some soup for lunch? And she'd go, oh, yeah, that'd be nice. So Grace would do soup, take it up to her mother, say, I'm not eating that. She literally would sort of turn on a sixpence. And I'm told it's actually quite a normal thing to do. And then after a while, Grace was sort of running up and downstairs. They installed a buzzer in her room so that if she needed anything, she just buzzed. And it literally was a case of buzz, 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 you know. Very, very difficult, very, very difficult. But in the case of Deborah, I mean, she just looks amazing. There's more pictures of her in the paper today. The pizza machine, which leaves the health police choking. I like the idea of a pizza machine. 24 hours a day, you put your money in. It takes 4 minutes to cook the pizza, and it delivers it in a box in front of you. And I think the local councillor's gone, well, you don't like this. You know, these days of obesity, and they're buying pizzas. Why don't you close down all the blooming pizza shops then, for God's sake? It's on Southsea, criticised by a GP and the City Council. But, I mean, I think it's a brilliant idea, because the GP said ultra-processed food is healthy, because they're sort of promoting the idea that it's healthy. So Portsmouth City Council applied for planning permission. And I don't know how it works, actually. Presumably it's got all the pizzas in there frozen, and then it moves them into the cooking area, and then it delivers them. They vary in price up to about £9.95 or something. And they've also got one in Glasgow. The pizza. I mean, you know, if you're out on the streets late at night, you don't mind standing there for 4 minutes, because that's how long it would take you if you went into a shop. You can have a freshly cooked pizza. I think it sounds a brilliant idea. Absolutely brilliant idea. More of those, please. Can we have one outside here? Then if I come in the early hours of the morning, I'm going, I could just go a pepperoni or something like that. Yeah, there'd be none left. I mean, seriously, we could probably drain it completely. Oh, good news. Good news. Do you remember Andy Carroll, the footballer, who's just basically not a very pleasant person at all? He's going to get married to Mucky Billy Mucklow, apparently. But then he goes on a stag do. And he meets up with Taylor Jane Wilkie, double-barreled, but that's about as far as it goes. It doesn't mean anything classy, take my word for it. They'd been on a 17-hour booze bender before she and a pal joined him in his hotel suite in Dubai. Well, the good news is he was so drunk he couldn't sleep with her. Oh, well, there you go. Hallelujah. Let's all go to church and rejoice, shall we? And that fantastic fact that here are these disgusting people, honestly. And Billy Mucklow apparently is now deciding whether or not the wedding should go ahead. Well, you haven't got anything else, have you, love? Might as well. She says, the girl who was in the three in bed, sorry, Billy, I know how it looks, but we didn't have sex. Oh, well, there you go. That's fine then, isn't it? Isn't that marvellous when you sort of look at these bimbos that turn up to all these sort of things, climb into bed with somebody who's about to be married and then go, sorry about that, but don't worry, we never had sex. So grateful. He'd had 40 drinks and he passed out. Yeah, well, that kind of sums him up, actually. In fact, 40 drinks. That's about I'm surprised he's not dead on 40 drinks, to be honest with you. But they all went to Dubai. There's a place I'd be avoiding like the plague. Honestly, if it allows people like that in there, thank you very much indeed. No, thank you. No, thank you. What else we got? Oh, yes, Emmerdale star Andy Devine has died. He was best known for playing Shadrach Dingle. He was over 10 years. He left it in 2010. He was also in Queer as Folk, which I remember him from. He was in Doctor Who, and he served in the Navy, became a classical actor before going into soaps. He was 79, but what was interesting, he died in January. They've only just decided to tell people. He died. The cause has not been confirmed, and fans took to Twitter because people think, oh, he's only just died. No, January, February, March, April, May, June. 5 months ago, they kept it quiet. You think somebody would have known, wouldn't you? And somebody would have gone, oh, by the way, he's died. I mean, he was 79. He didn't look 79 to me. Harry and Meghan. Here we go. Arthur Edwards. Love Arthur Edwards, photographer, Royal Snapper. He says, Dear Harry and Meghan, just a gentle reminder. Oi, wash your ears out. This celebration is not about you. It's about Queen Elizabeth II. So if you want to come over here with your silly little cameras and everything else, think again. Think again. You know, it's not about you. Nobody cares about you. You opted out of the royal family. Why did you? Because you want to have some privacy. Well, there you go. Why don't you stay where you are then? Have as much privacy as you like. Oh, look, a picture of Kim Kardashian. What does this poor creature do? They say she's transformed into a real-life Barbie doll. Because, you know, she had fat injected into her bum to make it look absolutely enormous. And she's wearing this sort of pink outfit, candy pink leggings with a Balenciaga bag and heels. And she dolled up to visit Ripley's Believe It or Not museum in L.A., God knows, your life must be so empty, Sweet Pea, mustn't it? I mean, if you've ever been to Ripley's, it's got all sorts of things there. We've got one in London as well, yeah, they're all over the place. It's sort of, you know, the tallest, the shortest, the smallest, the fattest, the one with the biggest bum. You know, here she is. Look at her, another ridiculous creature. What do? Nothing. Oh, by the way, I might as well tell you this now, because it's 4:10. If you are flying today, I hope you've set off. Now, the reason I say that is because flights are axed with no warning at all at the moment. So, in fact, you might check with your particular airline as to whether or not your flight is going. You might get to the airport in plenty of time, like hours, and then all of a sudden discover it's cancelled at the last minute. We got no staff. So, in other words, there is obviously no chance of flying anybody to Rwanda. You can't even get them to Spain and places like that. There's no chance of going to Rwanda, but I suppose perhaps they'll offer them an incentive. You know, this will give you a bit of extra money. I mean, so, you know, airlines, including BA and EasyJet, have announced a string of flight cancellations shortly before Easter, as the rising coronavirus cases led to high levels of absences. In recent days, EasyJet have cancelled more than 200 flights. 200! To and from Gatwick between 28th of May and 6th of June. TUI made several last-minute cancellations over the weekend from airports, including Gatwick, Birmingham, Bristol, as a result of, wait for this one, operational and supply chain issues. In other words, they've got no bloody staff. That's what it comes down to, because they're buffoons. They couldn't run the proverbial in a brewery. It's ridiculous. But even if you set off early, there was one poor couple, they set off at 3 a.m. Mum, dad, kids, looking forward to their holiday. But they thought if they set off at 3 a.m. in the morning, they'll be there nice and early. They can be front of the queue. 14 hours they waited at the airport, and then the flight was cancelled. I mean, I've never heard anything so ridiculous in all my life. But, you know, I mean, people were sort of sleeping on the floor at Stansted. In Bristol, they queued for hours. Mile-long queues, you know, and then there's a man queuing for documents. He went flying today, 8 p.m, please do something. No chance. Hundreds queued throughout the night. So if you're only just setting off, if you've got just suppose you've got a flight this morning at 10 a.m, you should have set off like last night, leaving it to this time of the morning. By the time you get there and you park the car or you've done whatever it is, there's going to be queues. I mean, why the airports aren't able to plan ahead, I've got no idea. I've really got no idea. Incompetence, I think. It's ridiculous. In the countryside in Ireland, you can buy eggs from a vending machine. Oh, we can get that here. We get that here. Oh, yes, and milk from a vending machine. Actually, fresh farm milk. You take your jug, put it under the thing, put the money in, and out will come fresh milk. Oh, yes. In Japan, says Mary, all sorts of places, fresh milk. You've never seen fresh milk machines? Honestly, you don't get out, do you? In Japan, you can get toasted sandwiches. Oh, yummy, yum, yum. I'd quite like that. Or samosas. That'd be a good one, wouldn't it? Samosas. But, I could go samosas right now. But no, a toasted sandwich. Isn't it funny? We always go for the same ones. Toasted ham and cheese. Toasted cheese. Toasted ham, cheese and pickle. Toasted cheese, ham, tomato, pickle. I had to buy 2 rolls the other day. I just fancied a craving for buttered rolls. So I had buttered rolls, which is lovely. And then felt a bit guilty about it. So I only ate 2 out of the 3 I bought. I should give the other one to the birds. What else we got? Oh, we got a break, because it's 4:15.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, how are you? Are you good? Good. I hope so. They're rehearsing at this precise moment for the Queen's Jubilee Parade on Horse Guards until 5 a.m. this morning. So if you've just bought a luxury apartment down Whitehall, you'll be hearing all that kind of stuff going on, which is good, isn't it? Mr. Neil, he says, wait a minute, I've lost the thing. He says, looking forward to the rip-roaring weekend. He said the bunting is up for the Jubilee celebration in our village. And he said, R.I.P. Lester Piggott. He said, I've got a little story for you, Steve. This is Mr. Neil. He said, around 1979, the year I joined LBC, I was a chef in the Royal Enclosure at Royal Ascot. I'd worked at the track all week, but on the Saturday, a day off, they held the Heath meeting. A friend and I were in the inner track enclosure right next to the track. We could see the runners coming down towards us, heading to the start. As Lester approached at a slow canter, we both shouted out, "Go on, Lester!" He pulled up his horse. We thought he was going to have a moan at us. But, in fact, he just smiled and nodded, then carried on. He won the race. He spent time in prison for tax evasion, avoidance, I can't remember what they call it now. And he said that Dusty and the Pet Shop Boys track was a great one. You know, what have I done? Since you went away, I've been hanging. I mean, it was them that revived her career, because I was a big fan of Dusty Springfield, as you can well imagine. And I thought she was great. But there was one particular track that stood out in my mind. And a former friend of hers, Vicky, wrote a book about Dusty Springfield, and she had the funeral, ironically, in Henley, where my mother used to live, and I was talking to Vicky about the funeral. I said, it's the one track. There was one track of Dusty's that I thought would have been ideal at her funeral. I said, it's called Going Back. And it starts off, I think I'm returning to, and it's very poignant, and it builds, the orchestra builds, and she said, that's what we played to take her out of the church in Henley. That music played, Dusty Springfield, Going Back. If you've never heard it, go onto YouTube and check it out, because it was just very poignant, and it was always the track that I thought symbolised Dusty Springfield. She could do what they call a torch song very, very well indeed. It was really wonderful. And it starts, I think, I can recall a time when I wasn't ashamed to reach out to a friend. And now I think I've got a lot more than skipping rope to lift, and there's more to do than watch my sailboat glide. And she says, and I can play hide and seek with my fears and live my days instead of counting my years. And that was the music that took the coffin out of the church. All the people of Henley ground to a halt, and she says, I'd rather see the world the way it used to be. A little bit of freedom's all we lack, so catch me if you can. I'm going back. But she was resorted to all sorts of gigs. She found it very difficult to get work, and yet she was a huge star. But Mr. Neil says, I knew their minder. This is the Pet Shop Boys. The Bear, a.k.a. Denton, tragically killed in a car crash in Russia whilst on tour with the boys. Wow. Absolutely amazing. Doesn't Neil Tennant tell a story that Dusty was living in a trailer in America when the boys tracked her down for a collaboration? Well, actually, I know that she was in America, and she was literally on her downers, and then she got the cancer. And so what she did, I think she sold the catalogue, so they had some money to kind of leave. And I think Neil Tennant was a big fan. But like in all these situations, you meet somebody who you're a big fan of, and then they turn out to be there was a very famous actress. I can't remember her name at the moment. Somebody will probably tell me. And she'd been big, and then she'd not been big. And so this gay guy had heard that she was on her downers, so offered her a room in his flat. So she turned up with all these floaty dresses. She got a part in either Brookside or Hollyoaks. I think it was Brookside. Anyway, she became an absolute nightmare. In fact, so much so, he had to ask her to leave. He said, and he was the biggest fan ever. He was the biggest fan ever, and it was just awful, really. But you know, it is like that, actually. I loved all the Memorial Day cakes. My friend Ian has sent them over to me in this bakery. He sent me 16 photographs of all their cakes done in blue, white, red, and really lovely. He said, did you like the cookies and cakes? I did. I can't eat stuff like that. It's just got... A friend of mine said the other day, we were going through the market at Marylebone, and there was a stall there that had these delicious cakes. It had macaroons and things like that. He said, go and have a couple. I said, I'm diabetic. I'm being quite good about my diabetes. I don't have the Chinese takeaways, even though I did admit to eating char siu pork the other day for breakfast. But I don't go... I haven't had crispy duck for ages and ages. And I try and be good about things, but sometimes it takes over. I mean, every day I sort of think, I'd love a sausage in batter, and I always peer through the window of the fish and chip shop, looking at them, going, oh dear, I feel like the little match girl. Little bit embarrassed. And Neil says, good morning, Steve. If you haven't had time to keep up with the World Washing Line Championships, I thought you'd like to know it's level pegging. Right, you're barred. You'll never see the light of day. Hey, good news. Shropshire got an earthquake the other day. Yeah! Couldn't have happened to a nicer place. Steve, I need your help in keeping awake this morning. I'm collecting my partner, who's been rehearsing for the Queen's Jubilee Parade on Horse Guards Parade until 5 a.m, waiting around in London before a 2-hour drive back to Colchester. So a shout-out to the First Aid Nursing Yeomanry, also known as the Fannies, providing medical support during the festivities. Yes, they're all out there, all the horse. You imagine all the poor boys have got to be out there. Luckily, they don't have to dress up for it. That'll be, later on in the week. But even so, just when you want to go to bed and you think, I'm so knackered. And it's endless sitting around and standing around and back of horses. And, it's good. And Steve, Lester Piggott went to jail for tax evasion, but was surprised that Ken Dodd was up on the same charge, but got off. Well, yes. I mean, Ken used to make jokes about it in his act. He used to make jokes about it. Lester Piggott, I mean, they did cut down the amount of time that he was in prison. It went down quite. It was 3 years, and it came down to a year or something like that. But it didn't stop him winning races, did it? And but they took away his, was it OBE or CBE, one of the two? Yeah, they took it away from him. But Ken Dodd just sort of kept his money under the bed. He used to tell the most amazingly funny jokes about the tax man and things like that. And of course, people laughed because it used to be a standard thing on television shows. When somebody would do it, they say, what do you do for a living? And they go, I'm a tax inspector. And you boo. Everybody used to boo them. Whereas I always loved the people in the tax office. I used to have somebody in from the tax office years ago who used to do a programme with me, and people would phone up and ask about their tax situations. And I thought she was really interesting. Lester Piggott retired for the first time in 1985, but his burgeoning training career was cut short when he was sensationally jailed for tax fraud. Stripped of his OBE before being released on parole after a year in 1988. Helen says, Steve, I was flying from Gatwick to Inverness after seeing Harry Styles last Wednesday Eve at 7 p.m. Flight delayed by around 3 hours. Finally took off 10 p.m. flying over Glasgow, and they announced Inverness Airport closed at 11 p.m. and we wouldn't make it. So we landed in Glasgow. Saw no EasyJet staff from that moment. Ushered into a hall where they tried to get us coaches. In the end, they ended up getting us, the whole flight, taxis from Glasgow to Inverness, 3.5 hours journey. Finally got home at 5:30 in the morning instead of 9 p.m. Put me off travelling. Also have ended up with COVID, says Helen. God. Oh, you poor lady, you poor lady. That is a bit bad news, actually. And Roger says, I spent a couple of weeks working for the Pet Shop Boys as a runner at the Brixton Academy. Neil Tennant's voice has got better with age. You know, he really has. You know, when you first hear him, you think, are you singing flat? No, that was how it was. But the shows, as you heard Darren say earlier on, he loved it. And a friend of mine, Darren, he loved it as well and said it was fantastic, really good. Thank you for entertaining me when I'm lying awake with kidney stones, says Nikki. Oh, I've never had kidney stones. I don't fancy the idea. Doesn't sound very nice. And Waj says, locked in live to the spike. He said, what would we do without it? Indeed, what would we do without it? Oh, by the way, let me just tell you, relating to the families distraught over the travel chaos, can you get a refund is the biggest question that people are asking if you miss the flight because of airport security queues. Probably not. The reason being, which says queues are the responsibility of the airport. No large UK airport has a policy to compensate travellers missing flights because of long security queues. That's what I've said to you. Get there in plenty of time, so that, you know, at least if you're at the desk, even though the flight not be going, at least you've actually sort of made the effort to get there. And what if you're about to miss a flight because of queues? Let somebody know. Most airports will bring you to the front of the queue if your flight is due to depart. And also, can you claim if queues cause you to miss the flight? Well, it depends on the travel insurance policy. To make a claim, it will be crucial to provide evidence you arrived at the time advised by the airport or airline. It all hinges on that. I was watching some people the other day. It was an old programme. It was the EasyJet programme. And it was honestly, seriously, I loved every minute of it. But there was one young man there, very well spoken, terribly okay, yeah. And he said, my dad is a director of British Airways. He said, I shall never fly EasyJet ever again. And I thought, well, they don't want people like you. You know, go fly with British Airways. But of course, you can't afford it, can you? And then there was another bloke. He'd missed it. And he said, OK, listen, the plane is still sitting there. And they went, yes, but it's closed. The pilot decides when they shut the doors and they don't open them up again because he's then taken on the load. So there might be empty seats on the flight, one of which could be yours or two which could have been yours. But the pilot, once he's closed and they've gone into lockdown, that's it. They will not open up the doors again because the stairs would have been moved away. And this bloke started creating merry hell. Get me somebody important. I want to talk to them now. You lay on another plane. No, you turned up late. You should have been here by 5:20. It is now, 20 to 6. You've missed it. I want my money back. Well, we don't have to give you money back. The only thing I can do is rebook you on another flight. And when's that? Tomorrow morning, 1 p.m. And I tell you, I derived so much pleasure through watching this imbecile. But it was the bloke who went, my dad's a director of British Airways. Well, go and fly with them then. Stupid boy. Honestly, how to make yourself look really stupid. Especially with the camera crew there as well. Dumb as well as thick. 4:30. Let's get the news headline, shall we? With Andy Ivy.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
So if you were thinking of flying, forget it. I'll tell you which airlines are most affected. I think you know which ones it is. Poor old Matthew's flying to London from Sydney next week. I think I'll get travel insurance for the first time. I would think that would be a very good idea. Very good idea. And Rob in Bromley says, currently listening to you with my wife Kat, having just been found out that our flight to Belfast has been cancelled. Off home for a coffee to work out plan B. Gutted. It's really frustrating. Really frustrating. I mean, many people have queued, all the way through the night. Kate Carty said dozens were waiting at Liverpool Passport Office when her daughter joined them at 3 a.m. The queue was so bad, staff opened up an hour early. See, the trouble is, my passport's about to run out in July, but, at the moment it's a bit up in the air, so I'm not going to renew it. I don't need to renew it at the moment. Which airlines have been most affected? I'm not going to dwell on this too much because you know how bad it is. If you're going to the airport now and you're thinking, oh, Steve, is it really that bad? It's really that bad. The airlines most affected, British Airways and EasyJet. In recent days, EasyJet's cancelled more than 200 flights. TUI also made several last-minute cancellations over the weekend from airports including Gatwick, Birmingham and Bristol. And the flight's been cancelled. What are your rights? OK, the good news is you're still protected against many things that might go wrong. If your flight is cancelled, you have the right to choose between being refunded or rerouted. That could be a new flight with the same airline or a different carrier. The airline is supposed to give you the chance to get to your destination on the same day. Good luck with that one. For example, if you're rerouted by the original airline and the replacement flight arrives more than 2 hours later than you'd booked, you're entitled to £220 compensation a passenger for flights of up to 1,500 kilometres. Good luck again. If an airline cancels at the last minute and you're forced to buy a new flight with a rival carrier, you can claim the cost of the replacement ticket. If your original flight was more expensive, however, you'd be better off requesting a full refund. Be aware that airlines often refuse these requests, but you are entitled to the money. Push them. Push them. Okay, don't get violent. You won't get anywhere at all, but you can definitely push them on that. And what was the other one? Oh, yes, the flight's delayed. What will you get? Flight's delayed. Now, the length and distance of your flight, the length of the delay and distance are key. For delays under 2 hours, nothing. Nothing at all. After that, for a short-haul flight under 1,500 kilometres, you get food and drink, which will be vouchers to use at the airport and phone calls paid for. You're also entitled to accommodation and transport. The delay needs to be longer before this kicks in on lengthy of flights. 3 hours between 1,500 kilometres and 3,500 kilometres and 4 hours beyond that. Compensation applies after 3 hours and starts at 220 quid. If the delay goes beyond 5 hours, you can get a full refund if you don't travel, or might be due compensation if you do get the later flight, depending on the reason for delay. Either way, they're not going to be very keen to be paying out left, right and centre. Simple as that. And Tim says, Steve, I tried to sue an airline for losing my baggage. Sadly, I lost my case. Right, you're barred. We'll find out where you live, and if you're not living in the right area, we're going to move you to Shropshire, so you suffer. Yes, in Australia. Steve, talking about airport security lines, says Pierre. I don't believe there's anybody called Pierre in Cheam. God, that's so ridiculous. It reminded me of one time at Stansted. I was a little late at the back of the line and told the people in front of me. Pretty soon, the whole line let me through, and I was feeling like Rocky Balboa and made the flight. So thanks to those people, and of course, as always, many thanks for the shows. Yeah, well, tell us your real name, then we'll believe it. Oh, your name is Pierre. I don't think so. I love it. But listen, take the airport thing seriously. You don't want to be standing there with kids for 14 hours, and it's highly likely you might be, and then they might cancel. So just be aware. Just be aware. What else we got? We've got Boris Johnson slamming the French cops who tear-gassed Liverpool fans. I mean, it is disturbing. It is disturbing. People didn't deserve to be, gassed, I think. There's a woman here. She's in love with a plane. She's another one of these Looney Tunes, really. Her name is Sarah Roddo. She refers to the Boeing 737 as her boyfriend. I mean, I'm sorry, you need to get medical help. There's something the matter with you. It's like, you remember that woman a short while ago? They actually had the audacity to put her on television. She married a ghost. Do you remember that one? Another Looney Tunes. Yeah, she was put on this morning. But this woman, Sarah, flies on the aircraft as often as possible and has 50 replica models. She calls the Boeing Dickie and hopes to wed one day, even though it's illegal in Germany. She comes from Dortmund. And she identifies as objectum sexual. You ever heard of that one? Nope, new one on me as well. Which means she's sexually attracted to inanimate objects. Thank God she's not in this country. Thank God she's not here. She said past romances with men didn't get her flying high. She's also, by the way, been in love with a train before. She said, some people don't understand my love, but my friends took my coming out very well and it encourages me. She says, my plane is called Dickie. I love everything about him, but particularly his face, wings and engine. I merely read it out to you. I merely pass it on so you can realise your own life is not half as bad as you thought it was. There was a bloke, actually, another Looney Tunes, this time at the Mona Lisa, which is protected by bulletproof glass and everything else. And this bloke dresses up as a woman and is in a wheelchair and then sort of throws away the wheelchair and smears the Mona Lisa with cake. He's a climate protester. He's, as I say, sad, should be arrested, thrown into prison and left there forever and a day. And luckily it has this glass over it, you know, so people step over so they can't do it. And he was dressed as an old woman. The gallery explained the culprit had managed to get close to the portrait by simulating a disability, allowing them to take advantage of a policy designed to help people with mobility problems. So they just basically moved him out of the way, and then he just produced this cake and he started strewing flowers all over the place. He's quite clearly somebody who needs sort of locking up for a very long time till he can see the error of his ways. Can't have that. I mean, pretending to be disabled is the ultimate. I couldn't care less, you know, what he dressed up as. That's his problem. But he didn't get anywhere and they escorted him out. But there you go. They were doing a programme on the television the other day. It was about hangmen and the laws that we had in this country regarding executions and things like that, and banning the hanging. And the first time I'd ever seen an interview with Albert Pierpoint, who was Britain's last hangman. He had a pub as well. And he became a personality. Because normally the hangmen were sort of not smuggled into the jail, but they sort of went in quietly with their bag because they had the tools of their job with them. They went in there and they would look at the condemned prisoner. I think they were always hanged at something like 8 a.m, something like that. And there was a very particular routine. You would lay out all your stuff. You would have a look through a little spy hole at the prisoner. They would work out how much he weighed. They would then get a sandbag, and that would be hung on the rope to stretch the rope so that you didn't have a rope that hadn't been stretched properly. And that would be left there overnight. Then in the morning, they'd take the sandbag off and the rope was fully stretched. And they could Pierpoint could apparently get somebody down in 10 seconds. 10 seconds. That was literally, they'd go into the cell, the wall would open up, because it was a false wall and the execution cell was directly behind it. And they'd give them a brandy, drink it down, follow me, straight into the cell. On there, hands had already been behind the back. There was a strap that went round the feet so people didn't struggle. And then a hood, and then the noose, and then you pull the trap. You've got to make sure you're off the trap before it goes down. And then they would leave them there until they were sort of guaranteed that they were dead. And then the executioner, Pierpoint in many of the cases, had to go down, let them down, and then dress them and undress them and do bits and pieces. What was interesting was he didn't want publicity. He got publicity because he was flown over to Germany, I think. Was it Germany for the Nuremberg trials? And he executed a load of Nazis, and the press found out about him. Because up until then, executioners were very much private people. They didn't go around going, oh, guess what I did at the weekend? I executed some people. And he was talking about the rope, and he was quite calm. In the end, he agreed that the death penalty was not the answer to everything at all, because they were. I think he did about 13 or 14 people at Nuremberg, and that's how it'll be again. It will be again. Only died in 1992. Yeah, he had this pub. I can forget what it was called, but in fact he had to hang one of the people in his pub who'd committed a murder. And he knew him because he was a drinker in the pub. Steve says, Dean, all these flight cancellations, like the country's broken. Well, it's going to get worse. Worse over summer. Much worse over summer. I thought it would sort of perhaps get a little bit better, but to be honest with you, I don't think it's likely to get better as more and more people go. They keep saying, oh, we're employing more people. Where are they? Where are they? You know, I mean, it is particularly bad this week for half term. But I've always said, don't go away far. Where are you going to go? Sit on a beach with a bucket and spade, you know, a mivvy in one hand. Well, just get the kids a sand pit. Go and buy the sand, get a blow-up paddling pool, and then go, there you go, that's Spain. Okay, it looks like that, only sort of less crowded in our garden. Makes it so much easier. We had a sand pit at school. Little school I went to, we had a sand pit. We used to love it. We used to do marble runs. Marble runs where you pile up all the sand into the corner, and with your hand you'd make little channels in the sand, and you'd put your fingers in to make a tunnel. You put the marble at the top and it would run all the way. Oh, it was great fun. Great for simpler times. We were happy. Give me a bag of marbles. I could be as happy as Larry. Well, it wasn't called Larry, but, you know, just happy. I don't know, what, happy as Larry? I don't know, it'll be something bizarre. It's like, what was that thing when they said in the war about striking a light? Was it third time unlucky or something? Because they would strike matches in the trenches to light their cigarettes. Everybody smoked. I mean, very unhealthy, very unhealthy. And they would say the first one, the Germans saw the light. They'd wait for the second one so they could line up the sights, and the third strike, they got them. The Happy as Larry originates from a boxer called Larry Foley in the 1890s, before boxing was fully legalised. He won the biggest prize, about $150,000, and a newspaper article in New Zealand had the headline, Happy as Larry, and the phrase struck. Was that courtesy of James O'Brien's book? Really? That was ridiculous. We don't have to start crediting him every time, are we? It's not his story. He's just nicked it from somebody else. So Michael Owen's girl has joined Love Island. As I say, that's a good career move, love. Well done. 5:45.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, Tuesday, 12 minutes to 5, May 31st. Tomorrow we do the pinch and a punch for the first day of the month and no returns. And it means, so you got that day to do, and then you're off for 4 days. Which is very nice, isn't it? Very nice indeed. Bjorn from ABBA says he has no idea why the Swedish group are still popular and how their Avatar show is already being hailed a hit. He thought their music would be forgotten after they split in 1982. He says, I do not understand how we've stayed relevant and we're still being played. He said the Avatar's show in a purpose-built London arena is a risky project with 140 million on the line. I think ABBA Gold came out. They did have Renaissance. I mean, if you listen to it, I mean, I was watching, you know, Dancing Queen, taken from the film, which I thought was great. I mean, people thought they were a bit naff, but my ex-producer, Rob, Uncle Rob, he absolutely loves ABBA. I mean, loves ABBA. I can't tell you how much he loves ABBA, because their music is still relevant today. And still, because somebody said, what do you think about the show? And I said, well, a friend of mine went to see it and thought it was the best thing he'd ever seen. Best thing he'd ever seen. Because it does appear as though they're there, even though they're in hologram form. They're playing, and it's so clever. It's a huge screen, and it works very well. Poor old Johnny Rotten, that well-known old has-been, showed he's still capable of being a bit of a rotter, as he branded the director, Danny Boyle, rude name, on live television. He was on This Morning discussing a new mini-series about the Sex Pistols when he made The Outburst. And then Alison and Dermot had to apologise. I'm so sorry about that. I'm so sorry about that. You know, so you put somebody like him on the television and he swears. I mean, how dumb do you have to be? It reminded fans of the infamous appearance on Bill Grundy's Today Show. Well, they weren't all on there. They weren't all on the Bill Grundy show. There was just a couple of members, actually. But Bill, you heard about the Bill Grundy thing. I was watching it live. And Bill Grundy's sitting there. He thought he just liked classical music. And they'd given him this thing called punk. And he didn't want to be there. He didn't want to do it. He hated it. And they'd been told that they're outrageous. Bill Grundy died. Basically never recovering from the shock of the whole thing. It ruined his career because he encouraged them to say worse and worse things. They'd go on, say something outrageous. So they did, using the F word and all the other words that they could think of. And why they never pulled the plug on it, I've got no idea. We had to sit there and watch this garbage. That was in the days when they didn't know what to do. I don't know what, there's somebody swearing on the telly. What do we do? Does anybody know what do we do now? They don't have the faintest idea. And, you know, Lydon, 66 now, and as I say, well past his sell-by, claimed the production company Disney and the series producer Boyle never consulted him. Why should they bother? They know what you're like. You're a pain. As I say, so they didn't bother consulting you. He branded the new series a pile of nonsense. Well, of course you did, dear, because it didn't involve you. Nobody's interested in you. You go advertise butter or do something silly like that. Try and pretend that you were, oh, that's nice. Oh, I like that. I like a telephone ringing. We get flashing lights going on. Even better. Even better. We have all these sort of different lights on and things like that. And so I've got a blue light and a red light, and then a white light comes on. I was trying to explain that to somebody the other day. They said, how much of the studio do you understand? And I went, well, to be brutally honest with you, nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. I wish I did. And then I think sometimes I wish I didn't. Brilliant film called Pierpoint, The Last Hangman with Timothy Spall. Yes, I told him about it. When I interviewed Timothy, I said, I thought you were great. And he was so nice. He said to me, oh, thank you very much indeed. I said, no, I thought you were brilliant. And, Daniel Mays, who played Pierpoint's friend, who committed a crime, he had to finish him off. Yes. Liz says, my granddad apparently applied for that job. Yes, I think Pierpoint's father was a hangman as well. And do you know why it all finished? He turned up at the prison to carry out an execution. They would send him a letter saying you were requested at whatever prison it happened to be for the execution of, and they would give him all the details. And he got there and the kitchen had closed. And he wanted a hot meal. And that was part of the deal. He got a hot meal, but they gave him a salad, a ham salad. And he went, right, and he quit. He was, a bit of a diva, little bit of a diva. And it was a case of he wanted a hot meal. He wanted ham and eggs, I think, or something like that, and he didn't get it. And that really annoyed him because he was doing they didn't get a huge amount of money for hanging somebody. But he just did it. He was able to detach himself from the job that he was doing. And he explained to this interview on the television how the rope has to go so that when they drop, the knot ends up under their chin and it breaks their vertebrae. That's what you have to do. And if you hadn't stretched the rope on, I think, 2 occasions, the head came off. Because it's quite a long drop. I think it was about 16 feet or something. I mean, it's quite a long job. But it's not the kind of thing you'd want to do, actually. I can't imagine. Yes, family business. It's like funeral directors. You have a great deal of admiration for what they do, but you wouldn't want to do it yourself. Definitely not. Michael says, what do you think of the ABBA show? Brilliant, if you can get a ticket. Jason says, is Saturday and Sunday a bank holiday? No. It's a normal weekend, but you get the Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. But if the Queen says 4-day bank holiday being, I work weekend, surely Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday are all bank holidays. No, they're not. Thursday and Friday are bank holiday. Saturday and Sunday, just the weekend. But, if you don't work if you work the weekend as normal, you ain't going to get it off, as they say. You have to wait. Robin Hatfield says, my wife and I will be hiring a canal boat in Yorkshire for a week in early September. If it's cold and rainy, who cares? Oh, I agree. We went on a canal boat holiday years ago up in the Norfolk Broads, and I thought it was great. I thought it was quite good. I quite liked boating. You just pootle along, and then you sort of park up for the night. I told you that was that story years ago. We went on the Norfolk Broads. We had this long canal boat, which was lovely, and you'd moor up at night time. As it was getting a little bit dusky, near a field. So you could get off the boat and go and play in the field, which we did. And it was all very lovely. Woke up in the morning, no water in the river. The river was tidal and we were stuck on a sandbank. So we had to wait all day for the river to fill up with water so we could float off. Absolute nightmare. But still a good holiday, if you like. The worst thing for us was sort of having to open all the locks. So you've got your lock handle and you have to sort of run ahead of it and sort of wind the handle and do everything. It was really, really good fun, actually. We like things like that. Very nice sort of holiday. And sort of energetic. You actually, when you were younger, you did do things like sort of run about in fields and get your legs covered in thistles and all sorts of things. James says, do you remember Sean Ryder's appearance on TFI Friday? And that's what I call swearing. I don't. Danny Dyer cannot do an interview without swearing. He's totally incapable of commanding the English language. Totally incapable. I mean, I remember doing an interview and he started swearing. I remember thinking, oh, God, this is going to take a nightmare to edit. Thank goodness I don't have to do it, which was quite good. Doctors warned against sex with new partners at music festivals because they say monkeypox, because now we're into triple figures. So be warned. I mean, how many people go to music festivals and have sex? Do they? A lot of people. Do they really? Good Lord. I thought there was just Love Island or X on the Beach or Love on the Beach or Love on the Air and Love in a Multi-Story Car Park and all the other programmes they've managed to think of. which is interesting. So don't have sex. So, because apparently when you go out to a festival and you have drinks, that makes you a little bit more amorous than if you hadn't. There are now 179 confirmed cases across the UK. I mean, it's not spreading as much as COVID, but it's catching up a little bit. What else do we have? Tory MPs claim they're getting closer to a vote of no confidence in Johnson after Sue Gray's damning Partygate report. A number of members upset over the scandal are said to be in the high 40s, creeping nearer to the 54 needed for a ballot which would topple Bozo. I don't believe it. They just put that out there, don't they, really? And scientists say we could soon be having two-way conversation with pets. They're bringing out a Dr. Dolittle machine. They've got two of them. They've successfully used A1 to translate bat noises for the first... Well, who's going to talk to a bat, for God's sake? Have you seen the speed of bats? So you're not going to say, excuse me, Mr. Bat, I'll have a conversation with you. And apparently, one day, the technology could let us know what our cats and dogs want to get off their chest. You. They want to get you off their chest. They don't want to be with you. They hate you. Dr. Yossi Yovel of Israel's Tel Aviv University said it was like a miracle, like who wants to talk to a bat? Or who wants to talk to... People talk to dogs now. You know, roll over or you're not getting a biscuit. Roll over. Give me a paw. You know, sit, stand, attack, kill. They do that with me. I get that now. You know, if you want any sort of breakfast, hash brown, sit, paw, come on. You don't need to talk to the blooming things. I mean, Dr. Dolittle has said, you know, so I could talk to the animals, think of having chimpanzees conversation. Well, we know about chimpanzees. They've got about thousands and thousands of different words. Pigeons, not so much words as actions. They do things, don't they? They go, and they go, I've got the paint. The paint's arrived. Going to get a brush today. And start to, step by step. I'm taking it fairly easy. You know, I don't want to get too excited about sort of, getting rid of pigeons. But to be honest with you, the mess that they create is just disgusting. On your car, it's even worse. On the car, it is absolutely terrible. Oh, look, Christy Brinkley. She's how old? How old do you think Christy Brinkley is, the model? You don't know who she is? She's a model, I've just told you. She's a model. She looks really... In fact, she's same age as me. She's 68. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't want to say this because I feel a bit guilty. She looks better than I do. Mind you, it's bigger bust, but at least I'm working on it. Do you know I'm getting smaller? I'm definitely getting smaller. I put my jeans on today, slim fit, and they're 36-inch waist. I think I can probably go out today and probably get... They don't do 35, they do 34. We seem to jump up in twos, which is a bit of a pain. So I think I might go out and buy another pair of jeans. I'm going to try 34. Might mean that I can't breathe, but I'm willing to give it a go. Oh, and we got a Roman pendant shaped like a willy. It was found by some lady who's 73. It must have been a bit of a shock for her. She was 73, she found it. And it's a significant find, say the British Museum experts. It's apparently, they found two of them. Two willies. Good Lord above. Who'd have believed it?
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Tuesday, May 31st. It's the end of May and we go into flaming June. That'll be a miracle of all miracles, won't it? Especially with the weather this morning. It's a bit drizzling. In London, it was absolutely tipping it down earlier on, which is a pain because I got the car washed the other day. And so today you get thundery showers and a gentle breeze. Oh, I haven't taken my tablet, I've just realised. I've started taking vitamin D tablets because somebody said, I think I've got an iron deficiency. And so I bought these vitamin D tablets, which I'm sure are doing me good. So today, thundery showers and a gentle breeze, only 16 degrees. Tomorrow, cloudy, bit of sunshine, 19. Thursday 21, Friday 22, Saturday 19, Sunday 18. Sunday's got rain, and then Monday we're back to normal again. So it's a bit mizzy. But it's okay. We can listen. It's holiday, for goodness sake. Just enjoy it. Dale says, I grew up loving punk music when I was in my early teens, and all my mates absolutely hated ABBA. Now, age 55, I can appreciate their music and have done so for many years. Just such longevity with their songs and just so catchy. It is amazing that they sound as good today as they ever did. Do you know, I bought those 2 films again. I bought those 2 films. The Man Who Never Was and I Was Monty's Double, because I've got them somewhere, but I can't find the blooming things. And they were so cheap, I thought I'll buy them again. It doesn't really make any difference, does it? Joe in Hastings says, we're looking forward to coming to London for the Jubilee weekend. Going to see The Play That Goes Wrong on Friday night. Supposed to be very funny. I've not seen it. Have a great weekend. Thank you. Well, you have a nice weekend too. London's going to be heaving. London comes into its own. It really does. The Play That Goes Wrong, I think it's at the Duchess Theatre. It's not a big theatre. It's only a little theatre. But I think you'll like it. It's a play, you know, I mean, if you like slapstick, you'll like it. So it's like the classic murder mystery setup. A body's been found in a remote country manor, and a police inspector is set to unmask the culprit. So there you go. 5-star show, gut-busting hit, they say. So I hope you enjoy it. Also, Steve says, Lucy in St Albans, please spare a thought for all of us working Jubilee Thursday, Friday and into the weekend. Yeah, hello, me too. Not into the weekend. Producer's not. He's sort of taken the time off, going down to a health farm. And she says, I'm a bit gutted to be missing all the parties, but people need pretty gardens. Well, I won't be going along. I shall be sort of just watering stuff and everything. Do you remember I told you I'd ordered some delphiniums from Van Muren, which is part of Thompson and something. It's part of the same. I didn't realise till I phoned up. And anyway, when I opened the bags, they've just got earth in. There is no root. So anyway, yesterday I get a thing saying, we found some, so we're going to send you some, and then we're going to send you another load in December. So we're going to get our delphiniums, which I'm very excited about. And all the other things. I like delphiniums. They're so pretty. And they're such a nice, vibrant blue colour. So that'll be my weekend. I was going to come into London and go to Joe Allen's, but I thought it's going to be heaving. Everyone's avoid London like the plague. Avoid London like the plague. I'm the same with the iron thing. I've got a little vitamin D spray. Much easier. I've never heard of such a thing. Vitamin D spray. The producer will now find it for me, and it'll be on Amazon, and we'll find out how much. A vitamin D spray. I had one for heart, a spray. It was like an orange liquid, and you said vitamin D oral spray peppermint. Good Lord above. Wait a minute. Where does it? Wait a minute. It's £8.97. But where does it come from? That's the problem, because it says it's available for a free crick and get it by Saturday the 4th of June. So it's taken a week to get here. So where's it coming from? That's all. It always worries me with these things. Apparently it supports bones, teeth and immunity. Manufactured for Vitamist in the UK. Yeah, but it doesn't take a week to get here. So where's it coming from? It's gluten-free. Oh, whoopee. So that's good. Contributes to the normal bones and teeth and to the normal function of the immune system. Oh, I should get some of that as well. But I need to check where it's coming from. I don't like to sort of, because sometimes you see these things and they go, oh, it'll be here mid-February or something. And you think, where's it coming from? It's called China. China is the same. But I mean, tablets I find very easy. As I told you yesterday, I swallow tablets without water. Although now I've got myself a nice cup of tea, cup of cha. I can have that, which is good. Steve, bloody cold in Sydney, says Shane. In Sydney. Apparently, I take vitamin D as well for exactly the same reason. I use a spray that you squirt to the back of the throat every morning. Got it from Amazon. Phil Schofield takes it daily as well. I bet he does. And good old squirt to the back of Phil's throat. That sees him right, doesn't it? It's obviously very good for you, isn't it? But I don't want to get into that sort of thing where I'm starting to take vitamins and multivits and all the rest of it. Because, I did have some in the bathroom. It shows how long they are. They were about 2 years out of date. I had to have a bit of a clear through. But that was okay. Now, listen, today is your last chance to get hold of our amazing holiday for 2 people to Bali. We're doing this, as you know, to raise money for our charity Make Some Noise. Now, I've explained to you before, and you've been extremely generous. with purchasing the Steve Allen memorabilia, of which there'll be something else this year. In fact, we're waiting for an update on that, aren't we? We should get that very shortly. But the more money we raise, the more little charities we can help. And every year we raise millions of pounds with your help. And we offer you something in return. I think last year we had a car. And this year it's a holiday for 2 to Bali. And there's only a few more hours left because it finishes today. And what you're playing for is a 7-night stay at the 5-star Cross Bali Breakers Resort with flights, transfers and breakfast every morning included. I always go mad on these breakfasts. I'm going to take it all in, eat everything. You'll be staying in a 1-bedroom deluxe pool villa with a private pool, an outdoor patio and dining area, a luxury bathroom and an extra large double bed. The hotel's also got 3 outdoor pools, a restaurant, plenty of bars and a fitness centre. Have a look at the pictures, go on to Google and you'll love it. And when you look at your room, you'll love it even more because it's beautiful. So there's an outdoor area where you can dine. You've got your own private pool. You're not overlooked by anybody. There won't be anybody peekabooing. And you've got an extra large double bed, a lovely bathroom, and it's beautiful. So it's Cross Bali Breakers. And in fact, they've only just updated the website, so you can look at it. It's got loads of bars, looks beautiful, and the service will be fantastic. So for your chance to win, thanks to our friends at Flight Centre, all you have to do is text the word beach, BEACH, and you send it to 84850. Now, a voluntary donation of just a £5 from every text supports our charity Make Some Noise. You know that all the money goes to that, and it can do an awful lot of good for charities that don't get government funding. Some of them are literally existing hand to mouth, and it's our opportunity, together with your help, to raise money to give them, it can be anything from £50,000 to £150,000 to keep them going a little bit longer. And that's why, because some of them are so vitally important, and nearer the time I'll tell you what your money has gone to. So text BEACH, BEACH, and send it to 84850. You've got until 7 p.m. this evening to enter. Standard network rates apply. You've got to be 18 or over. And to see a list of participating global radio stations and full terms and conditions, you just go to makesomenoise.com. So if you want to be in to get this 7 nights, I mean, honestly, it's a dream, isn't it? At the 5-star Cross Bali Breakers Resort, flights, transfers, brekkie every morning, the 1-bedroom deluxe pool villa, private pool, outdoor patio and dining area, luxury bathroom and extra large double bed. And there's loads. I mean, you drink yourself stupid over there, couldn't you, really? It sounds lovely, but I think you'll be too busy swimming and meeting people, and it's going to be fantastic. Well, yes, I'm not sure about the booze. I'm sure you can manage that. So text the word beach, BEACH, and send it to 84850. And all I can do is wish you the very best of luck, because somebody's got to win. Steve, vitamin D spray from Holland & Barrett. We take it all the time. And the B12 tablet, says Christine in Leicester. It's amazing, actually. We're only going to mention something, and immediately hundreds of people come out and go, I'm using this spray. Chrissy on the Weald says, I'm getting it from Holland & Barrett. Love it. And Chris says, things take longer to arrive when there are bank holidays. No, they don't. No, the post office doesn't close down for a bank holiday. They're still delivering. No, it doesn't. It tastes exactly the same time. If anything, it's quicker, because there's hardly anybody out there. I love the idea that you can get a pair of trainers delivered now by Deliveroo within 2 hours of buying them. Isn't that good? 2 hours. Apparently there's a 15 quid delivery charge, and at least your food won't arrive cold. Steve, most of the UK adults are deficient in vitamin D because we don't get enough natural sunshine. Vitamin D3 is what you need to do. That's the one I've got. I've got vitamin D3. That's the one I've got here. Available from supermarkets, cheap as chips and just as good as the expensive ones. Oh, yes, I mean, I have no doubt that, if it says vitamin D3, and this is Super One. This is sort of full strength. This is like, woo, blow your socks off. Deliveroo partners up with JD Sports to deliver trainers to your door in 2 hours. They will drop them off alongside curries and groceries. Yeah, not sure about that. But you get a nice pair. How much are trainers in there? So you pay 15 quid delivery fee to get your Nike, Adidas or Reebok favourites in 120 minutes. I don't possess any of these. I've got none of that sort of... Well, I've got the pair that Jonathan Shallett bought me. which is very smart. I feel very smart in them, and I can walk properly. Trainers are very expensive, aren't they? A lot of money now. £100 for trainers, I think. Yours are £120. Is it because you've got big feet or something, or are they odd? One foot size 3, the other's 12. Something like that. Very classy, he says. That's what he says. That's what he says. Hundreds of criminal trials are being delayed due to a shortage of lawyers and judges. So that's good news, isn't it, for people in the criminal fraternity? And the former Rangers and Scottish goalie Andy Gorham has got terminal cancer. He's been given they say 6 months to live. He was diagnosed with level 4 cancer, which has spread to his liver, right lung, 3 vertebrae and ribs. I mean, it's just horrendous. We have to pump more money in to research for cancer. But the trouble is there's so many different cancers, because once it starts learning how to multiply, I mean, it seems unbelievable, doesn't it, that it's multiplying inside your body. My mother said she knew the cancer had come back. So I can tell. You know, I mean, there is such a backlog in the NHS. They're looking for 13,000 new beds. To go where? To go where? They're that far behind. As I say, I've got to wait 5 months. And that's for something classed as urgent. Anyway, he played for Man United. He's only 58. He said, the specialist says, if I take the chemotherapy, I've got an average of 9 months to go. If I don't take the chemo, I've got an average of 6. He says, take chemotherapy and be in agony for the sake of an extra 3 months and 0 quality of life. No thanks. Chemotherapy is off the menu. I remember a child saying that a short while ago. There was a 14-year-old girl, I think, and she said, I've had enough. I don't want any more chemotherapy. I don't care whether it's going to extend my life by a month. You know, the pain is not worth it. I'll just go for the normal thing. He says he began feeling unwell 7 weeks ago and was struggling to eat. He said, I couldn't get a face-to-face with my GP for 2 weeks, by which time I was in total agony. I lost 4 stone in 4 weeks. Wow. He said when he was taken to hospital, he was told that his next of kin should be with him. He said that's when the alarm bells started ringing and I realised I had cancer. He signed for Rangers for £1 million in 91. He spent 7 years at the club. He won 11 major titles before retiring in 2004. He won 43 Scottish caps and also represented his country at cricket. If I was having to wait 2 weeks for an appointment, I'd have said to them, because if you go in there and you say you've got chest pains, they'll see you. Wait, we'll send somebody to see you now. It's as simple as that. So he was struggling to eat. There'll be people listening going, wait a minute, I struggle to eat sometimes. You know, if in doubt, go to the doctor. Go and get some professional advice, OK? 5:15 is the time.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Personally, says Nurse Kim, I'm personally a wee sceptic regarding over-the-counter vitamins. However, I swear by vitamin D, I most definitely feel the difference. Well, actually, I was taking these other tablets for diabetes, which have now formed part of my prescription. So I do 97 tablets a week now. I mean, it seems ludicrous, nearly 100 tablets a week. And I started taking the vitamin D3 because, you know, if I've got a deficiency, and God knows I probably might have, I want to make sure we can sort it all out. However, I'm glad I'm not a primary school kid. Why? They're going to be fed insects and their larvae, including locusts and mealworms. I don't know why. Apparently youngsters will also be given crickets, grasshoppers and silkworms. Researchers hope to learn how best to educate children about the benefits of eating creepy crawlies. No chance. No chance at all. Primary school children, this is in Welsh Wales. Mealworms and crickets, and they're embracing eco-friendly meat substitutes. So there could be bug protein bolognese, edible crickets and mealworms. No. And the Cardiff University and UWE teams will survey kids, parents and teachers. No. Not eating it. Not eating it at all. So you can have all of this stuff. I mean, at the moment, kids like chicken McNuggets, you know, and stuff like that. So I'm looking at what mealworm looks like. And look, crickets, no chance. No chance. I mean, the bolognese doesn't look too bad, but then when you look at it closer, I'm not eating that. Insect protein, I couldn't care less. Couldn't care less. Make Ant and Dec eat it. Give them live crickets to eat. It's like when you see these huge mealworms or the things, they have these huge bulbous things, which you think, oh, disgusting. I would never want to eat that at all. Apparently, as part of the research, they hope to offer food products with crickets and mealworms to try. It includes a product called Vexo, which combines insect and plant-based proteins, and it is designed to look like conventional mince. Yeah, but it's not. All products offered have received novel food approval by the Food Standard Agency, and parents will have to give consent for the kids to take part. Cancel it immediately. Cancel it immediately. We don't want to eat stuff. You can imagine the kids. I don't want to eat bugs. It's going to be disastrous. Of course, typical Welsh Wales. You know, they must have loads of bugs there. Where they come from, I've got no idea. Do they breed them? Are they specially bred? Oh, I don't like that idea. I'm so glad mind you, I can't remember what we had for school dinners. I really can't remember. I thought I would have remembered these things, but it's the only thing I couldn't remember. The only thing I had no idea about. And somebody's written to the Daily Star today saying, oh my God, stupid Simon Cowell thinks Ant and Dec are so good they should be signed up by ITV forever. What the hell is that idiot thinking? They're the most annoying, childish, unfunny people on television. Well, no, they're not, unfortunately. They proved it. They keep winning awards. Every year they get another award. And Simon Cowell's quite right. ITV have got nobody. They've only got Ant and Dec, which is good. And they say there's a lot of good new talent out there. Time to let them shine. Oz is looking for talent boys. And to be able to, the trouble is there isn't a lot of talent out there. There isn't a lot of talent. I remember somebody wrote to me about 25 years ago saying, anybody can do your job. And I said, well, listen, it's open. It's open to everybody as far as I'm concerned. Who else is there? Well, there's nobody like Ant and Dec. Absolutely nobody like Ant and Dec. I mean, you've got the Bradley Walshes and the people like that, but there's nobody like Ant and Dec. But as I say, somebody said to me, they said, oh, anybody can do your job. You just sit down there and talk. And I go, have a go. I know you couldn't manage it. I know you couldn't make it, you couldn't do it. And Alan says, what bugs did you make me eat on your show? Wasn't one a spider? No, we had, oh, God, what did we have? We had, oh, God, I can't remember. We had Alan Dodgen used to come on and eat different things. I remember going to Fortnum and Mason's and buying, we had a scorpion lollipop. We had chocolate-covered ants. And we had... What was the other thing? We bought quite enough. It's quite expensive. Because I wanted to know why, if you pour hot chocolate over some of these animals, why they didn't sort of all disappear. But the ants were quite large. I couldn't have eaten them. Seriously, I couldn't have eaten them. And somebody says, Steve had a similar experience to your one at the Coinstar. Was nearly refused 60 quid of most of it was in pound coins. The slip prints out, so you're stuck. They have to give you the money. Listen, if ever you go to a Coinstar machine and the girl behind the counter, inexperienced, untrained, of course, says, no, we can't do that. Get the manager. Get the manager now. It's the terms of condition that you have to get that money today from that place. And if they go, you'll have to come back later, you go, I'm not coming back at all. I don't live here. I was just passing. Okay, you push it. You have to do these things. If you don't start holding your own ground, there you go. Chocolate-covered ants, rich dark chocolate-covered giant ants contain energy-giving enzymes, flavoured delicacy of South America. So they just get these ants. I mean, I don't know if they kill them and then pour the chocolate. I really don't know. And cricket. I couldn't put a cricket in my mouth. I really could not. It just would not be happening. I don't like anything like that. I don't like them when they're alive, let alone when they're dead and covered in chocolate. It sounds absolutely disgusting, doesn't it? I mean, it really is. But I suppose, if you go to some of the street markets abroad, in sort of certain, like China and things like that, you will find little birds shredded onto sticks and grilled, and they do all sorts of things. You watch them, carving stuff up while it's still alive. The wet markets are just awful. I remember seeing one which was terrible. It was in an animal market in... I can't remember where it was, actually. But they had everything. Terrapins. And they had a hook that they pushed. The moment the terrapin was picked up, its head would retract. They put the hook in, pulled the head out, cut it off, and then boiled up the terrapin. And people were eating all this. Oh, goodness me, absolutely dreadful. And Sasha says, I can't make my kids eat certain fruit and veg. Imagine making them eat bugs. No way. Well, in fact, even in gardens, we never ate things like... I just can't think... Mind you, our ants are tiny. The ones that you've seen here on the screen are giant. ants. They are, but then, what do you do? Do you sort of catch them and gas them so they die and then cover them in chocolate and then sort of ship them over here? I wasn't even sure about the scorpion. Have you seen the scorpion lollipop? Oh, goodness sake. It's like, look at these ants are huge, aren't they? But they do bite. They do bite. And you've got to be very careful. I mean, God, they look awful. They're actually 29 millimetres. Ooh. And yeah, I saw the film Ants. I quite liked it. It was a cartoon. It was very funny because they appear to have voices and human features. They're much nicer. The idea of eating these things, but Alan Dodgham was very good at eating everything. We had civet coffee as well. The civet cat apparently poos out, and it's made into coffee. We had that one morning. Well, I say we had that. Mind you, we also got him to play Russian roulette with something. I forget what it was, actually. Yes, we wondered why it stopped coming in. Bowels couldn't take it. Yeah, and it was a Russian roulette, and one of the bullets, chocolate bullets, had chili in. And so you could spin the wheel and it would land on it. So, and I think the very first one that he had went, like that. He hated it. Absolutely hated it. But I didn't eat any of it because I was trying to hold the programme together. It wasn't easy, actually. He was the only one that you could give things to. He was very good at eating that thing. Oh, here we go. There's another tasty lineup. It's called Cooking with the Stars. Unfortunately, you've got to put up with Tom Allen again, who's on far too many programmes, and I think the camp thing has kind of, it's taken me to another dimension. But here they are. These are the people cooking with the stars. Ready for your topless celebrities? The Chase quizzer Anne Hegarty, Tony Beak, another irritating person on the television, Olympian Kelly Holmes, completing the lineup, TV doctor Ranj Singh, who's so desperate to be famous, he'll basically say yes to everything. This morning's host Josie Gibson, Love Island's Maura Higgins, and comic Joe Wilkinson. I mean, I suppose you could take three of them out straight away because they're not really stars at all, are they? Ramesh Ranganathan is starring in a new BBC One comedy about a man with severe conflict avoidance issues, but the joke is on him. He is the man the sitcom is actually based on because he has the same annoying trait. So there you go. Alarm bells ringing in in Emmerdale. I do like Emmerdale. It's far exceeding anything that's going on elsewhere. And Top Gear's Freddie Flintoff, Chris Harris and Paddy McGuinness are about to launch their 6th series together. Wow. 6 series together. Because Paddy McGuinness turns up on just about everything, the opening of a fridge door. At least when I know to put it with the wife. He didn't vote for the wife when she was on the games, mainly because it was the biggest pile of rubbish we'd ever seen on the television. What do my stars say? Changes are happening around you and you aren't sure how you feel about it. Oh. I never know what that means, actually, which is quite nice. Oh, they're warning you, incidentally, if you live in a flat or a house, keep the toilet seat down, because apparently rats are coming in from the sewers, and the only water in your toilet is in the U-bend. And they don't need to hold their breath. They just swim straight through it and out into the house, and they'll find food all over the place. So be warned. You imagine? No, not just basement flats, anything. They come in via the sewers. Which is not very good, is it, really? Steve, I remember, says Kevin the Milkman, giving Alan the ants to eat. I'm sure that you wouldn't have given them to John Warrington when he was on the show with you, because the next holiday he'd have booked you on would have been one way to Siberia. I know. Definitely. Steve, you can buy chocolate ants at Fortnum. Surprisingly delicious, says Jet. That's where we got them from. That's where we got them from. We got all of the things there. There you go. Pest experts, swimming rats the size of cats, are sneaking up toilets to invade people's homes. They can tread water for 3 days. They don't need to. It's just a bit of water in the U-bend. They're excellent swimmers with bendy bones. They can hold their breath for 3 minutes. They're getting cunning and bolder and bolder. Basically, if they want to get into the home, they will. Of course they will. Listen, they'll climb up the front of your front door, into your letterbox, in, down. Oh, yes, absolutely. Oh, dear. I mean, I don't like anything like that. A little bit frightened. Although, actually, there is a cooking programme on the television where they went out to this place, could have been Vietnam, and the woman was selling rats to be cooked. Rats. They were catching rats. They were kept in cages in this restaurant, and then she was cooking them. I couldn't eat that. I mean, the moment somebody tells you what it is, I wouldn't be eating it at all. I really wouldn't. I had some KFC the other day, actually. I quite liked it. It's very...
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants. At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Salty. Very, very salty drumsticks, yeah. They only had 5. I ordered 6. They only had 5. He said, "Is 5 all right?" I'm sort of almost apologising. And I said, "Yeah, that's okay." So I was quite grateful. I like that. They're easier to eat, aren't they? Much easier. 5:30 is the time. Should we get the news headlines on LBC with Simon Conway?
Steve Allen on LBC.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because I've never really actually understood TikTok. I've never really understood TikTok. It's apparently little videos and things like that. But this one has had the most amazing effect on a fish and chip shop in Coventry. The people who own Binley Mega Chip Shop have gone viral. People started turning up, and the staff realised something was up when people turned up who'd been driving for miles. Some bloke flew from Australia to sample their fish and chips. There was a minibus from Dundee, families from Essex and Portsmouth. Somebody flew over from Portugal. The shop's owner, Kamal, says Thursday it started to get busy and there were people out the front taking photographs. He said, "We assume somebody local who likes the food has made the song and it's gone viral. And so you can get a Morbius meal, which consists of fish and chips, mushy peas and a root beer for $4.99. So it's very good value. Yesterday morning, there were people queuing outside the shop waiting for it to open, and many others, mainly teenagers, posing for photos underneath its striking red and yellow sign. There's also T-shirts. They've got T-shirts. I mean, it's just trips. One customer who had arrived yesterday said he'd flown over from Sydney, jumped straight into a hire car to come to Binley Mega Chippy. He says, the owner says, I think the novelty will wear off, but you never know, it could continue through the summer. One of my friends who lives in Surrey said she really wanted to come, so I said I'd go and take a photograph for her, said Olivia Taylor, visiting with her stepsister. So the song is everywhere. It's crazy. So it's amazing. So all these people, when we had the T-shirts made, they gave us a free bottle of lemonade and photos. I'm not normally a fish and chip person, says Ryan Tatum, but for Binley Mega Chippy, I had to have them. What's so different about fish and chips? I mean, you can't, it's just fish and chips, isn't it? I mean, it's just, and also $4.99 can't be very big fish. That must be quite small fish. Because, I mean, normally fish and chips in London, average price is about 15 quid. Isn't it? In Maidenhead, how much is it in Maidenhead? £7? Must be a bit substandard, I think, down there, but never mind. I suppose you have to put up with it. No, if you're looking for a big bit of fish, I mean, you're paying about 13 quid. We have a fresh fish shop. Is that shop there? That's $4.99. Oh, the chips look quite nice, don't they? Oh, they've got a sausage and batter. Look, they've got a sausage and batter. Well, they've got quite a number of sausages in batters. And they also look like they've got beef burgers in batter. In fact, they seem very well stocked for everything. Let's go there now. Perhaps they could send some down to it. Look at that. They've got loads. Oh, nice sausages in batter. And they've got something else. I don't know what it could be, a beef burger in batter. I'm not too sure. But it's taken off. And it's ludicrous. They're all obsessed with TikTok. I don't even know what it is. Well, I know what it is, but I've never been on it. And so, of all the things that the kids wanted to do at half-term, they wanted to go to the Coventry Chippy. Ian Dale. So is Ian Dale on TikTok? Oh, what for? What's the reason? I know he's into the media. But am I still number one on his show for podcasting? I think I probably am, actually. Oh, look, he's done little bits and pieces. Oh, there's Ian. Right. Oh, so this is TikTok. How long do they last, these little videos? Are they very long? Short. Oh, right. He's having makeup put on his face. What's going on here? He's not on RuPaul's Drag, is he? Is he doing that? GMB. There's a lot of makeup on the counter there. I love makeup. I think it's fantastic. I don't wear it normally. John Barrowman used to wear it all the time, even out on the street, because he just looked so good with it. It also made him look absolutely perfect. Is that Ben Shepherd? Oh, right. It's quite big, the studio, isn't it? They've got... Blimey, it is quite big, actually. They just sort of shunt people around and the cameras have got the auto cues on. Very clever. Very, very clever. So now we know what TikTok is and we know what the Coventry Chippy is. which sounds absolutely gorgeous. Mind you, when you look at chips at this time, why can't you get chips at this time of the morning? It's so annoying. You can go and get hash browns. Even our Burger King in Twickenham doesn't open till much later. They're obviously bone idle. And then the other day, yesterday, excuse me. So I get the train as per usual, a little bit later than usual, but I still managed to get it on time. Normally about a minute to spare, because on my train, they put 10 carriages on. What a waste. There's nobody at school, so most of the carriages are empty. But anyway, so I get to Twickenham station, I go up the stairs, because I do walk, I like to get a bit of exercise. A bit of a struggler, to be honest. But anyway, we do make it up the stairs, and I go to Marks and Spencer's, and I generally get a bacon roll and a croissant with ham and cheese. And that costs £5. So I go there yesterday, no hot food at all. They're obviously working on the assumption that they can't be bothered to do it when it's half term. Fancy not doing that. And I didn't want to go to Pret because they don't take cash, So I think it's a full-on boycott of that one. I think I'll be out there with a banner. Do not shop at Marks and Spencer. No bacon roll. No, and no bacon roll from Pret. No bacon roll at all. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm thinking of starting my own cafe and only taking cash. All these people who turn up with a stupid credit card. No, it's cash. Okay, what do you mean you don't have? Well, you're not in the food then, are you? You have to tell these people. Yes, that'd be very popular. But fancy stopping the hot food in Marks and Spencer. I'm assuming it's an oversight. Because if it isn't, we're going to be in a lot of trouble. Oh, I've lost this thing, actually, because Noreen went off to... she's always in the theatre. Honestly, I don't think anybody spends as much time in the theatre as Noreen. She goes to all of these... she goes to a load of shows. And I've lost it. Where has it gone to? Is it the bottom? The bottom where? What, Noreen's? Have you just put it back up again? Oh, honestly, I'm up and down with my little mouse on these machines. This is me doing technology. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Because it's a finger workout for me. It's my right hand. I have to work out which it was, actually. And there you go. Noreen says, we went to see Giovanni Panici off Strictly Come Dancing tonight in his show This Is Me. It was absolutely stunning. He's really talented, not only a dancer, a comic, a singer. It was a great night, which is good. Noreen, I mean, she's our barometer for everything now. She's fantastic. Raymond says, Steve, I disagree. Not all fish and chips are the same. Some batter is slimy, some crispy. Well, if it's slimy, it's not cooked properly, is it? Have to make them put it in again. Some add beer. Oh, yes, beer batter is very common. Very common. They just add a bit of beer into the batter. In fact, you go to most of these retro pubs, gastro pubs, I know, something like that, I don't know. And they do beer battered haddock, because in fact you don't get normal batter at all in any of them because it sounds posher. It's the only time I ever drink beer. I don't do beer. Seriously. I know, difficult to believe when you hear this programme. Karen says, just heard you talking about Alan Dodge and brought back memories when you had your friends on certain days with you. The man in Cyprus, Nathan Morley. Yes, absolutely. Because he wrote a book, didn't he, Nathan? In fact, he's written a couple of books, actually. Very clever man, Karen. The Theatre Man and your friend on travel, John Warrington. Mars Bar in Batter, very nice. No, definitely not. No, definitely not. And Eddie says, my local chippy you'll be familiar with does any chocolate bar in batter. Delicious, deep-fried Turkish delight. So I like Turkish. I can't imagine why you'd have that with not in batter, no, really. Helinka says, the snails from my garden climb through the cat flap in the night and eat my cat's food. Oh, no, I'm not sure about that. Oh dear. I suppose it would be edible for them, wouldn't it, really? Heading into the city from Purley, still laughing at yesterday when your producer said that Andy Pandy's view was a bit glazed over. Well, he had funny eyes, Andy Pandy. Andy Pandy's coming to play. La, la. He didn't blink or anything. Icelandic fish and chips in Reykjavik Harbour is world famous. Many choices of... is that it? Oh, that was quite nice, doesn't it? Not sure about the chips. I've seen better chips. But we've got the picture up. Lots of choices of batter, different types of potatoes, chipped in different ways. You choose how you want it all done. All very cheap and super delicious, says Barbara in Pusey. See, it would be cheap, wouldn't it? Would be cheap. Salve in Milton Keynes says, I must say, you make me so hungry talking about battered sausages and bacon rolls. 1 hour and 20 minutes for the end of my shift, and it's going to be a bacon roll for breakfast. Woo! I could eat chips now. If somebody brought in a fryer, I mean, we'd be frying chips up all the time. Triple fried. Not allowed, I know. It's not allowed till 11 o'clock. You can't have it till... Why? Why do they say you can't have it till 11? Who wants hash browns? I don't. Still waiting for Burger King to open at Waterloo Station. I think hell will freeze over first before that one opens, because it's still just a complete empty shell. Although people tell me, don't worry, it's definitely going to open, Steve. But it's taken them God knows how many months so far. Kevin says, terrible all the delays at the airport, Steve, especially with little kids in half-term. But didn't hear Heathrow mentioned. Seems all the other regional airports are suffering. Yes, I haven't heard from Heathrow. I don't know anything about that at the moment. David says, have you ever been to Whitby? Best fish and chips in the UK. It's a bit of a trek for me. Even in the car, it's a little bit of a trek. Oh, by the way, they're going to sort out the petrol companies ripping you off. The Shells and the BPs and all these other people. $1.99 the other day. $1.99. Absolutely. And what are the government doing? Nothing. Nothing at all. Princess Eugenie is looking for a second home in Portugal. Goodbye. See ya. Wouldn't want to be you. Apparently, she and Jack will split their time between England and the Lisbon coast. He's been hired by an entrepreneur. I wonder what he did for a living. Gatwick seems to be the worst hit. Apparently, I know, not the best thing you want to hear. You're all sitting in the car going, did he really say Gatwick is the worst? Yes, apparently. But, I mean, there are problems at most of them, but Gatwick seems to be the worst. Oh, look, Harry playing that silly polo match. Have you ever seen any more ridiculous than polo? How much does each chucker last? Minutes. And then they get off and change into another pony, because he doesn't do any work, Harry. He just basically sort of scraps around, I think. Nikki says, have you ever had scraps? Oh, yes. Yes. I never have. Seems to be a northern thing. No. I've lived in the south of my life and had scraps. You don't really get them as often now. And what they would do is they would fish them out of the thing and put them in a separate bit, and you could go, can I have 6pence worth of chips and some scraps, please, Mr. Man? And they would give you scraps. They were good. They were just bits of batter. Sometimes you'd find a little bit of fish in there. And that was a bonus, I tell you. Yeah, good day there. It's 6:15. So let's get the LBC travel, shall we? With Joanne Webb.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, 11.5 minutes to 6. Look at that for precision. We never do that. I never bother actually giving you it, because I still see people running for buses and trains and things like that. Even as I'm coming out of the station in the morning, there are people running, and you think, why don't you just get up earlier? Makes it so much easier. All the pictures in the papers about the airport delays, they've mentioned everywhere except Heathrow. They said Gatwick, Stansted, Bristol, Manchester, and just basically a lot of... I mean, there's mums with kids in pushchairs. They're going to be standing there for hours. And how many people have applied for a passport? 5 million. 5 million. And one of them, holidaymakers set up camping chairs in a massive queue outside a passport office. They were queuing to get their passports done. I mean, this would be the last time that I'd be thinking about, getting the passport done. That'd be terrible. Apparently, Best Fish and Chips is the Kew Garden Fish Bar. Whilst they wrap it, they keep the chips separate from the fish. Your friend Andy Peters goes there. Talking of which, he was on QVC, a cooking programme last night. Oh, he's very versatile. He's very versatile. He really is. He never stops. Never stops. I was watching him on the television the other day. He was doing something, I can't remember what it was. I remember looking at him thinking, where's the fat? Where's the fat? Anybody else puts on a T-shirt and he's older than... Oh, he's a lot older than you think. I know. He is... I can't remember how old he is, actually. He is a lot... He won't thank me for saying that. But he is old. He's 51. I mean, seriously, it looks like mid-20s. Doesn't he? I mean, it's good, but he keeps very fit. But if he likes fish and chips, I think it's probably a treat. Mind you, I've seen him in sort of, coffee shops and things like that. And he obviously, I think the trouble is, I was always told, if you go to the gymnasium, and as you can well imagine, I don't, it's a case of, if you have sort of blowout on, booze or food or anything like that, the next day it's payback time. So you have to work out twice as hard. And you sort of, listen, even thinking about it makes me weary. No, I can't be bothered, actually. Can't really be bothered. So Harry's due to fly home this week. We don't really care. Because just remember what Arthur Edwards said. It's not about you, mate. OK? Not about you at all. It's about your grandmother. So start doing anything. You've incurred the wrath of the British public. They don't like you. You're way down the list. But mind you, they hate Andrew even more. Nobody wants to see Andrew anywhere. Oh, also, what did I have? It was the Archbishop of Canterbury. I think he's gone down with COVID. So he won't be doing the official thing in the church, which is a bit of a shame. Residents told how their home shook. Apparently a rare earthquake hit Shropshire. Nothing rare about it. It was planned. It was a 3.8 magnitude quake, struck shortly after 3:30, sending worried locals into a panic. I thought it said pub, and I had to read panic. Michael Jupp from Wem said it was a real WTF moment. Sat on my bed and it starts shaking, and I realised the whole house was shaking. It was over fast, and I was like, did we just have an earthquake? Jumped on Facebook, and apparently, yes, I'm in Wem, and saw people saying it was felt in Shrewsbury and Whitchurch. Do you know Britain's hit by hundreds of earthquakes every year? Did you know that? Just lucky it struck Shropshire. But only 20 or 30 are strong enough to be felt by people. I don't even know where they come from. I mean, under the ground. Have you seen them where they have them in, the San Andreas Fault and stuff like that? Where literally China's terrible. Because they build these houses, the next minute you get an earthquake and the place is reduced to rubble. Very, very quickly. Giles Brandreth, absolutely fabulous new celebrity Gogglebox sofa companion, nodded off last time they watched television together, because taking over from Sheila Hancock and Maureen Lipman is the fabulous Dame Joanna Lumley. So she'll be very good. She'll be very, very good. We like Joanna very much indeed. Other pairs, the celeb pair, Strictly's Oti Mabuse and Bill Bailey. Nick and Liv Grimshaw. Spandau Ballet's Martin Kemp and son Roman. Not again. How many series have they done now? They seem to have done loads of these. Also, Happy Mondays, Sean Ryder and Bez, and comedian Mo Gilligan with actor... somebody, I've got no idea, I can't even pronounce it, which is even worse, isn't it? So that's Celebrity Gogglebox. But it's the same people. They haven't really sort of come up with anything new on it. Come up with something a little bit different. What else have we got? Oh, Boris Johnson under fresh pressure to come clean over claims that his wife Carrie hosted a second lockdown party in their Downing Street flat. Without this, James O'Brien wouldn't have a programme. Seriously, I mean, he was talking about this all day yesterday. It was quite interesting, actually. Bless his heart. And what else we got? Veg mince. Meat and veg. Oh, meat. So it's beef mince, but with veg put into it. I don't know why. So you can make meatballs, I suppose. It's sort of half and half, actually, yeah. It's packed with 30% veg. So it's 12% fat beef mince with carrot, butternut squash and onion. I'm not sure about that. They've taken out a whole page to say it's £2. I think what they're basically doing is saying, oh, look, you can get cheap food. Because pasta's gone up in price. And I always thought pasta was the thing that was fairly inexpensive. But obviously not. Obviously not. Richard in Knightsbridge says, to avoid all the travel chaos at London's airports, we're going on holiday to Hyde Park and Kensington Gardens. How lovely. Well, I mean, this weekend, it's all happening in London. Why you'd want to fly away from it, I can't imagine. Surely the idea is to sort of come and stay in London and, or failing that, just sit down in front of the television or the radio and sort of absorb. I think Sheila Fogarty's going to be down there. Yeah, she's going to be doing lots of bits and pieces. Have they not announced that? Oh, I thought it would. They told me about it yesterday. People tell me everything. I know stuff about you don't even know about yet, and you won't hear about it till next year. So there you go. There's a little warning. I like to do that. So they've announced the desperate cast of Love Island, and here they are, from all over the place. They basically try and overhype themselves. There's one here, he's a fishmonger, Luca Bish, covered in tattoos, describes himself as a class clown or an idiot. So there we go. You'll be joining the rest of them on the programme. Paige Thorne. Paige is from Swansea, occupation paramedic, but she really wants to be a bimbo. So she's wearing a very small bra. And she's not only a caring soul, she's a talented cook, and she plays nursemaid. She said, I put their work clothes on the radiators in the morning so they're warm to get into. She bakes cookies, meal preps, and she saves lives. It's just so marvellous, isn't it? I mean, she sounds like a saint, ladies and gentlemen. David Sanclementi from Rome, but he's a business owner. We don't know what business he's got. They just say business owner. It's almost like the people on The Apprentice, isn't it? Where they say, no, it's not an option. He's an entrepreneur, I suppose. There's one called Dammy Hope from Dublin. He's a senior microbiologist. Obviously not fulfilled, dear. You obviously need to sort of, push yourself out there. Liam Llewellyn is doing a master's student in strength and conditioning. Again, not a tattoo in sight. Obviously, his mummy wouldn't be very pleased if he did get them. India, spelt Indiyaah. I mean, really. From London, hotel waitress. And so she wants to get off social media to get to know someone on a one-to-one and build a real connection. Of course you do, dear. We believe every word you say. Ikenna from Nottingham, pharmaceutical sales, works in a chemist. And Gemma Owen, she says she's fun, flirty and fiery. Her father is Michael Owen. You must be thrilled. Better watch your daughter every night flirting with people. Tasha Guri, model and dancer. The first deaf contestant. They made a big deal about this. Like we should say, oh, right, well, she's a deaf... She's got a cochlear implant in. Andrew LePage from Guernsey. He's decided to go on Love Island because he's actually single for once. He's an estate agent. God in heaven. And Amber Beckford from London, occupation nanny. She said, I don't like flashy, showy-off guys. Just have a personality and make me laugh. We think you're on the wrong programme, darling. There's nobody with any laughs coming up here. It's another dreary bunch of people who just basically come up with a load of old garbage to sort of pretend, I'm really looking for love and I'm really looking for this, I'm looking for that. They just want to be famous. They're so shallow. That's the only problem, isn't it, really? You can't do anything about it. A champion chomper is claiming a world record for eating a leg of lamb in 7 minutes, 32 seconds. A leg of lamb. A whole leg. 7 minutes. Leah Shutkiver, she already holds the mark for most chicken nuggets munched in a minute. She can eat chicken... I mean, she's really a class act. She can eat 19 chicken nuggets in a minute. 19. That's not bad. And she barely broke into a meat sweat as she polished off the 6-pound joint. She comes from Redditch. She said, this has been a real bucket list type of thing. I've always known I could eat a whole leg of lamb just because I love it. Not sure about that. I think that's very peculiar. Very odd, isn't it? Yeah, 19 nuggets in a minute. Oh, no, perhaps she doesn't chew. Perhaps she just swallows. I mean, I can't think of, I mean, just why? I mean, because if you're chewing chicken nuggets... You can't do one every 3 seconds. It's not possible, is it? 1, 2, 3, next one. 1, 2, 3, next. There's something the matter with her. She's not normal. 19 nuggets. And also, I mean, I don't want to be rude about it, but who cares? So she scoffs her food. Yeah, what are you telling us for, love? We're not remotely interested. If you don't know how to eat properly, we couldn't take you out to a restaurant, could we? You'd be going, OK, so I'm having do you have a whole leg of lamb? OK, I'll just eat that now. And, while you're sort of, struggling with a roast potato, she's finished. 7 minutes to eat a leg of lamb. I mean, that's quite something. They couldn't even do that in the Flintstones. The Flintstones were sort of definitely not very good at doing things like that. It's odd, isn't it, really? Everything going up in price, and the biggest price increase, pasta. Pasta. The things that have gone down appear to be apples, sausages, chips, pizza, cheese and potatoes. They seem to have gone the other way. Crisps are up, but nowhere near as much as pasta. Beef mince, it's sort of a bit so-so. The producer reckons he knows where everything's gone up. He's noticed it in his shopping basket as he wheels his trolley around the supermarket. I've not noticed anything, actually. It's just petrol I've noticed. And I've got to go to my brother's tomorrow to sign this will. And that's, it's $1.99 a litre. Imagine how many litres I'm going to be using. God, blimey, honestly. I'm depressed already. Let's take the news. I might cheer up a little bit.
This is a passenger announcement. You can now book your train on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on Uber Eats. So you can order your own fries instead of eating everyone else's.
Trains. Now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
I still can't believe somebody could eat 19 chicken nuggets in a minute. They can't barely touch the side, can they? Do you know the average cost of filling a typical 55-litre family diesel car has hit £100 for the first time? They found the average price of a litre, this is obviously for diesel, 182.7. As I say, I paid 199 the other day. Petrol prices, said the RAC, have hit 172. They say worse is to come. How much worse? When is the government going to step in and stop these companies just ripping us off? Because that's exactly what they do. They're making an absolute fortune. I wouldn't mind, but we're still waiting for the discount to be passed on. An Aston Martin DB5, owned by the late Sean Connery, expected to fetch more than $1 million. The actor drove the iconic brand of cars for his role as James Bond, but wanted one that was not laden down with gadgets. So the family are selling the vehicle from his personal collection. A philanthropy fund set up in his name will donate proceeds to charities in Scotland and the Bahamas. Can't imagine they need anything in the Bahamas going on there. We can afford... How much would that get? Well, $1 million, they've said. There's no ejector seat, although that would be preferable, wouldn't it? Imagine the fun you could have. The auction will be held in California in August. So there you go. Also, a couple's dream wedding in Crete turned into a nightmare after a car hit their wedding convoy. So they were going to their wedding... And Leon King and his bride Kirsty were en route to the ceremony as the best man, Dean Fitton, and his wife Gemma were hurt in a head-on crash. Both taken to hospital by air ambulance after the smash on May the 19th. But the wedding went ahead hours later. Gemma's... No, I shouldn't laugh, actually. She's now being treated in hospital for a back injury. When the newlyweds got home, their car caught fire with their cases inside. So just to add to it... It's been a week of hell, says Leon. I bet it has. Oh, goodness me. All those sort of disasters. And what else have we got? What is it? Unreasonable colleagues, big workloads and computer issues are the top 3 things most likely to annoy office workers. We don't have annoyed office workers, do we? I don't think so. A study of 2000 found 3 in 5 have seen red in the workplace. Dirty loos, inappropriate work chats, and colleagues shopping online also made the top 20. Inappropriate chats. I do all 3. Do I do all 3 of those? Well, inappropriate shopping online. Colleagues shopping online. I bought a few things. Bought a few things over the years. You know, mainly if sort of somebody mentions something and I have to quickly go on to Google to see if I can buy it. I do like parcels turning up. Actually, I mean, I have to be honest. It's become a slight addiction. And so I might go out today and sort of... The trouble is, if I sit at home in the morning, I'll sort of sit there with my phone and I sort of check if any parcels were arriving. And then I think, I better order something. So I have to... The only thing I wouldn't order would be trainers. That's the only thing I wouldn't order, because I think they're so expensive. And clothes online either. Although I did order this one. I've just remembered I haven't tried it on yet. I've got a lovely shirt which has got all pictures of dogs on the front of it. And the back of it, and on the sleeves. In fact, it's just pictures of dogs on a short-sleeve shirt. It's a doggy shirt. But I've not tried it on, so I don't know whether or not it's my size, because I tend to find things abroad are different. So in America, I'm not... they don't call it extra large now. They just put ×2 or ×3. And then they go, any further than this, it's a tent. Okay, so because I have bought things. I bought something a short while ago, and somebody put the wrong shirt on the wrong hanger, and so I got home, and it was a shirt that goes to 5XL. Does it really? 5XL. But women actually have proper sizes. If you go out, you know, to buy something, it comes in proper. Ours just goes small, medium, large, 2XL, 3XL, 4XL, 5XL. Shirts have collar sizes sometimes. I've had those for ages. Yeah, they just sort of put down 16.5. Do you know what collar size you are? No. So I don't know what collar size I am. I remember when I used to have a school cap years ago, I was 6 7/8. And, yeah, meters. And I used to have this cap. You used to have to go to school with a cap on. We did when I was at little school. But when you get sort of older school, your mum buys you the cap, and you wear it the first day, and suddenly realize nobody is wearing the school caps. You quickly take it off and put it in your case. And I had a briefcase, which I tucked under my arm. It looked a little bit less ostentatious. It was a little bit embarrassed. And shorts. I had shorts, yes. When I was 15, I got long trousers. I was very lucky. Very, very lucky. 72 seats stand empty at a Jubilee Street party near Grenfell Tower in memory of those who died in the blaze. And they've laid them out with all the name tags and everything else. Survivors spoke of their respect for the Queen's quick response shortly after the blaze. I pass it almost every day, actually. Well, every day over the weekend when I come into town, because you can see it and it's silly clad. It's nearly 5 years now. Nearly 5 years. I remember I was on air in this studio when Grenfell was burning, and we sat here watching the images on the screen without realising just how bad it really was. And LBC covered it from the offset. They said there's an incident going down, and then we could see it on the cameras because one of the TV stations had taken their cameras down there, and people were phoning in and saying it's near us. I can see it from here and from there, and it just stands there as a monument to those people who lost their lives. What they're going to do with it, I've got no idea. I mean, I don't know whether or not it stays there for all eternity. They haven't decided, have they? They were thinking of knocking it down and putting a memorial garden in, but I think some people would be anti knocking it down because that will be taking it away. Because there'll be people who won't know in years to come that that's where Grenfell stood. So I don't know whether or not there's going to be a huge monument that goes there, and who's going to pay for it. I've got no idea. No doubt we will find out eventually. Eventually. It takes a long time. Do you know violence and abuse against shop staff more than tripled during the pandemic? Why would that be? Attacks soared despite fewer stores being open. Workers were targeted as they enforced social distancing and mask rules. In America, they're even more stupid about it than you can ever imagine. There's people arguing on YouTube, you know, I do not have to wear a mask. I have a medical condition. Well, have you got any documentation for this? Because we're not serving you. You have to serve me. No, I'm not serving you. You're not wearing a mask. That's how they are in America. You go onto YouTube, you see people standing there going, it is not a law, and them going, we're not serving you. We're not serving you. It's as simple. There was one woman in a bank. She said, my money's in this bank. I want to take it out. And the security guard said, you'll wear a mask then. And she went, no, I won't. So he wrestles her to the ground. In the end, she was arrested, taken out and arrested because they don't have to serve you. They don't have to serve you. They don't have to. And somebody was going, this is a public bank. They went, no, this is private. This is private. They were so stupid in America. You get people standing there making themselves look like complete dipsticks. It's unbelievable. Steve, all good at Newcastle Airport, destination Mallorca. Lovely. Have a good week. I don't know what the weather's like in Mallorca. I don't know whether or not it's good, bad or indifferent. And I've already told you the weather for this country over the bank holiday weekend. I mean, it's not too bad. Today you get a bit of rain and maybe a bit of lightning and thunder and stuff like that, which is very exciting. Is it still spitting? Oh, is it really? Oh, God, honestly. And when I went out into the square yesterday morning, I thought they'd washed it down. I thought, oh, that's nice, it's all wet. It turned out it'd been raining. Steve, we have 12 houseplants and most are over 1 metre in height, but we're attracting small flies. How do we get rid of the flies without harming the plants? Shooting? I don't know. Small flies. But you have to ask yourself the question, why have you got small flies? They're obviously being attracted to something else. You can get sprays, you know, for plants and things like that. But I'm curious to know as to why you're getting, you know, small flies on your plants. That could be. It doesn't sound like anything that's coming from the plant. And they're only 1 metre in height, which is not huge, but I mean, are they black fly? Are they actual proper flies, or are they just are they fruit flies? There could be all sorts of things. There could be all sorts of things. Blue bottles? We had that in the studio once. Remember I told you? We were sitting there in the studio, and all of a sudden there's this blue bottle flying around, and I looked at it, and the next thing, they were all coming in the air vent, the air conditioning. It turned out a pigeon had died, and we get all these blue bottles. We had to vacate the studio. I felt a lot safer. So houseplant, but you can get sprays. Stella says, would you put any more photos of you on Twitter? We did do one the other day, but we didn't put it up, did we? We'll do one tomorrow, actually, in celebration of the fact that tomorrow is your last day, and then you're going to be on holiday. You get 2 days holiday at the weekend. You'll be celebrating, the Queen will be celebrating, and it'll be fantastic. It'll be fantastic. So here's the tributes to the Emmerdale star Andy Devine, who played boozed-up hellraiser Shadrach Dingle, has died at the age of 79. He was in the show. To be honest with you, you wouldn't have known he was 79, but then you watch people on the television, you have no idea of their age. He was born in 1942. He was in May Gray, Z-Cars, Softly Softly, Doctor Who, and then he was in Emmerdale. He was in Emmerdale twice, actually. He was in, first of all, as Baz Bradstone, before landing the part of Hazel's lodger Bernard, in the Channel 4 classic Queer as Folk, which if you've seen Queer as Folk, you will know him. And you know that he died in January. which was really bizarre. He died in January. They've only just released it. I mean, he made his last appearance in 2010. And yet such was his impact that you still thought he was in it. He was one of the most memorable shows. He was killed off in an emotional alcohol abuse storyline. But he said his career had exceeded his expectations. He said, I never wanted to be an actor. I always wanted to be a pirate. He said, in fact, I still live on a boat now moored up in Yorkshire. Bless his heart. That's what you want to do. It's good. And do you know 1 in 5 people are too busy to eat throughout the day? Oh, that's ridiculous. You've always got time to eat. A quarter of parents say their diet is worse since the baby was born. A lot of people are complaining about it's too expensive to buy takeaway food now. In fact, it's very expensive. It's cheaper to go and buy your food in the supermarket and cook it yourself or make something than it is to do any takeaways, as you will discover once your bills start coming in. Chucking it down in Mallorca, Steve. I'm on the beach. Oh, right. The flies are fungus gnats. Get some neem oil, says Mark on Anglesey. Look at that. Somebody on Anglesey listening. See? Always got the answers for you on LBC, including the latest news headlines with Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning. Nice to have your company. 19 minutes past 6. Everybody getting ready for the weekend. It doesn't matter whether you're working. You know, you can have as much fun if you're working as, you know, there's televisions all over the place. And, you know, we're working over it. This will be television will carry on working. LBC will have full coverage. There'll be pictures. You can get the sound. You can get all sorts of things. So everybody gets it. I mean, you know, I don't like the idea that people are complaining about the fact that, oh, you know, because, you know, we have to work and do all the rest of it. You know, people have known about it long enough to take the time off. You know, it's not like it's sort of crept up on us. Mark in Anglesey says these fungus gnats, although somebody says, Daniel, he says the best way is to allow the soil to dry out. It will kill them off. You can also get sticky cards. Yes, you can. They also work for moths and things like that. You put the sticky card down, you make it makes into a little triangle and it's permanently sticky. I've just thought about it for the pigeons, actually. I've just thought about it, just remembered. And then you can, the little things are attracted. There's a smell on it. You can't smell it. And they get attracted and then they die, which is good. Paul says, I believe that Grenfell is to be demolished and a housing scheme with a memorial garden is to be built so all the souls can be remembered by their families. See, I don't think they're going to go for that. I don't think they're going to go for it. I really don't, actually. I think it's going to be something completely different. I think it's going to be a huge monument. A huge monument. I don't think it's going to be a housing scheme with a memorial garden. Because for future generations, they won't know anything about it. You know, we've talked about this in the past. Halinka says, your listener with the fly problem should invest in a Venus flytrap. And what were we talking about the other day on the programme? Venus flytraps. It links in everywhere. It's fantastic. Brighton J says, just wanted to share. I'm in Cornwall visiting my parents, Helen and Doug, still holding hands when they totter around Wadebridge. 70 years married today and eagerly awaiting a telegram from the Queen. Do you get one for 70 years? I don't know. I don't know how that works, actually. But listen to your podcast with Ian Dale. Very inspiring. Oh, Lord. Inspiring. I've never been called inspiring before. Definitely not. I'm just a working presenter. That's all you can do now. Mind you, of course, there's far more pressure on presenters nowadays. You know, to sort of, because you're only as good as your last set of figures, and you know that our last set of figures was very good. So we're very pleased. The Queen sends congratulations for Diamond 60th, 65th and Platinum 70th wedding anniversaries and every year thereafter. She also arranges messages for 100th, 105th birthdays and every year thereafter. Well, who's going for that age? No, it's amazing, isn't it? So, in fact, so you get Diamond 60th, 65th and 70th. So, but I don't know whether or not you have to write to Buckingham Palace, because, I mean, she doesn't have a list on the computer of who's going to be there. So perhaps you have to write in and say our parents. Then they have to check it, don't they? That's how I think it works. Artie says, how would your mother have marked the Queen's Jubilee? Would she have baked a cake? Oh, well, she baked cakes all the time, my mother. She made cakes. That's what people did. People baked. There you go, birthday messages. In order to receive a congratulatory message from the Queen for 100th, 105th birthdays and every year thereafter, it is necessary to complete the form and return it to the Anniversaries Office in Buckingham Palace. They've actually got an office for it. Please do not return this form until 3 weeks before the celebration date. It is possible to receive a belated message up to 6 months And so what you need is a photocopy of your birth certificate and things like that. And then you sort of fill it in. And there's obviously a complete department there. Not surprised she's exhausted. You have to fill in these things. And you can apply for all sorts of things. But no sooner than 3 weeks before the celebration. A 2-week extension can be allowed for holiday periods like Christmas and Easter, which is good, isn't it? Steve, the small flies and houseplants come from the compost. I have them. Looking for a way to get rid of them. I was told to put grit on top of the compost. That's supposed to stop them laying their eggs on the top, which is how they flourish. I think, Joe in Huntingdon, I think you should just get some of those sticky little bits and pieces which work for... They're not moths. What are they called? I can't remember. For, you know when you get clothing thing, are they moths? They're moths, but tiny little things. And these sticky pads, you just put it out there and they're attracted to the smell, and then you'd be surprised how many you've got, actually. A friend of mine had an infestation, so he bought this spray which kills on contact flying insects. You literally spray, they're dead. What's in it? I've got no idea, but it's very difficult to get hold of. So the best place would be Robert Dias to get all of this sort of stuff. And the Venus flytraps, a good garden centre. Not every garden centre would have Venus flytraps, but there's quite a number of them out. And we saw the advert in the paper the other day, didn't we? I think they were $12.99 or something for 2 or 3. I can't remember what it was. Can't remember what it was. So Love Island. Why do people watch Love Island? It is the saddest programme on television. People sitting there having to wander about in their bikini all the time. You know, there's one of them from London says she's a wild child. I think you're out your depth, love. It's not a programme for you. You need to stay away from it. And a hotel waitress. I love the salesman who works for a drugs firm, AstraZeneca. He's just a salesman. They have to make it out that it's their job is a bit bigger. Because we're not sure about the business owner. This is David, who lives in Manchester, is known as the Italian Stallion. We don't know what he does for a living. You know, they just say he's a business owner. Well, it could be anything, couldn't it? Could own a sweet shop. I think unlikely. And Love Island's first deaf contestant, well, she's not because she's got the implanted cochlea. The fishmonger has been told to lower his standards when it comes to dating. God, honestly. He's got pictures of fish all over his body and roses and stuff like that, tattoos. Slightly disturbing. Actually, strangely enough, he's the only one who's got tattoos. A little bit out on a limb there, dear. Perhaps that's why. Yeah, I mean, he's got pictures of fish, lobsters and stuff like that on his body. Yeah. I don't know if no, they're not battered. No, he's got a snake and all sorts of things. Perhaps he's insecure. I've got no idea. So, will we be able to keep the lights on this winter? They say that there's going to be power cuts and everything else this winter, which doesn't sound very good, does it? Doesn't sound very good. And here we go. How fuel tax is filling up the Treasury. The average cost of a tank of diesel this time last year, £72.40. The total tax, £43.91. Rip off. Here you go. Average cost of a tank of diesel now, £100.42. Total tax, £45.84. I mean, it is absolutely outrageous. It really is. I mean, I can't begin to tell you the number of litres sold in 2022 in the first quarter, 6.57 billion litres. That's how much money they're making. They are ripping you off. Steve, the sticky pad traps are only specific for moths because they use a pheromone that attracts the male moth, thinking he's in for a good time, says Jimmy. Unfortunately, we all know he comes to a sticky end. Barry says, thank you for all your advice about houseplant flies. There will be more on the way as the weather turns more tropical. Oh, well, we live in hope of it turning tropical. Tropical. I tell you what, come and sit where I'm sitting. It's like I'm sitting in a freezer in a butcher's shop at the moment, which is lovely. When Harry and Meghan arrive in the UK... Oh, I'm really bored with them. I really couldn't care less. We don't want to talk about them anymore. It's driving me mad. Boris Johnson has issued a warning to Killjoy councils as the final preparations took place. They were rehearsing the other day down Oxford Street. We had them here the other day. We've had horses going up the road at the back here. And the other day, we had sirens on the police motorcycles and then this convoy of vehicles, like Range Rovers, going through with all blue flashing lights over them. I've no idea who was in it. We thought it was James O'Brien because he started coming in, under heavy armed guard. But we didn't know who this was. There was about 4 different vehicles and police motorcycles outriding and stopping the traffic. Stop! And they have to let them go. Why? I didn't know. Yeah, they had whistles, all that kind of stuff. But anyway, they want people to be, have a bit of fun, and put some bunting up and celebrate. And let's face it, you won't be celebrating it again. So you might as well do it. Along Regent Street, uniformed riders they had a line of cavalry horses, because what you don't want, you want the horses just to be placid, and it's quite a difficult thing to do. Mind you, I always think on Horse Guards Parade, you get some of the soldiers there. If it's a hot day, there's always going to be one who's just going to drop to the ground. There's always one who passes out. Always one. And they just leave them. They're not allowed to touch them until afterwards. I think very embarrassing. Very embarrassing. Don't do this thing for us. But there's always one who gets carried, mainly because they're standing there in the heat when it has been hot with these bearskins on, and it really is quite dreadful. So here's people asleep on the floor, looking at their thing, just basically they've had enough. But my advice is, don't go away at half-term. Stay here. Don't go away at half-term. You can guarantee that the airports are going to be packed solid. There's no staff, so you're not flying anywhere. You could stand there for 10, 12, 14 hours. British Airways customers have now been told they face a summer of chaos as hundreds of staff threaten to strike. Just to add to the interest. That's exciting, isn't it? So basically, there's nobody working for British Airways, and the ones that are there are going to go on strike. 2 unions are balloting members in a row over pay. Can you believe? Well, aren't they marvellous, the unions? The GMB and Unite. Staff at Heathrow took a 10% pay cut during the pandemic and are demanding their full salaries. And without check-in staff, the flights will be grounded. Fantastic. Go on strike. You do what you want to do. Do what you want to do, bring the country to its knees. Fantastic. Because the good news is, when you're on strike, they don't have to pay you. So we can save a small fortune. Very easy. We're just going to get a balloon out, aren't we now? I saw some water balloons the other day. I've never seen them. They're on sale in Costco. A packet of water balloons. And they were saying, I don't know what you're supposed to do with them. I should have bought them, actually, because they're all different colours, and you fill them up with water and think you throw them at people. I don't know why, actually. I couldn't quite work out what they are, but they are water balloons. Let's get the latest news headlines at 6:30 with Simon Conway.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your Universal Credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. Stuart Manning is up and awake. Well, I say up and awake. Yeah, he says, I've been up for a while and loving the show. Have a fab day. The weather's a bit mist today. It's not our best day. Not our best day. Tomorrow gets better. Tomorrow gets a little bit better. And I was looking at my producer Joe sent me a. Oh, sorry. Got to turn the blooming sound down. And it was these. It lasts about 2 seconds. Very short film of the outriders, the police, and this sort of convoy of cars going down the road. But we didn't know what it was for. 1, 2. Yeah, just two. Just two, and then a police car at the back. But what it was for, I mean, it could have been the Prime Minister. But this was quite early in the morning. Who gets police ride? Oh, all sorts of people. All sorts of people. I mean, it could have been a member of the royal family. Could have been. But I don't know. I don't know. Who knows? Steve, in my local pub, I see them at the end of the night putting cling film around the beer pumps. Apparently they stop beer flies going into the pump and contaminating the beer. You also get them on the gun that shoots the orange and the tonic and the ginger beer and all that sort of stuff. You know, when they've got the gun with different buttons on it, that attracts fruit flies. The orange in particular attracts fruit flies. We used to get them. We used to have a fruit fly incident. Yeah. Some friends of mine had a bar, which I used to help out in. And you'd go in and you'd find these flies flying around. So we really should have put cling film over it. But I thought, no, customers get charged extra for them. So that's what they do. Your listener with the fungus gnats needs fungus gnat nematodes, which you get on Amazon, says Bryn. They eat the eggs in the sun. Good God, it's even worse than I thought. Even worse than I thought. And Jane says the fly could be sceriad. who plant eggs on top of the soil. She said nematodes you get on Amazon are the best. You have to add water to the nematode's pouch and drench the top of... This is terribly complicated. I didn't realise this was such a big problem. And never water onto soil. Put sauces under the plant and always water from the bottom. When we went on holiday, my mother used to put water in the washing up bowl and put her plants in there. And sometimes she'd put them on stones and everything else so they would draw up the water. You know, plants in the sink. Quite normal when we went on holiday. Otherwise, what do you do about it? What do you do about it? Nothing. Steve, with regards to the police motorbikes using whistles, they're the special envoy group who race around blocking the roads. Humans react better to a whistle, says Kevin, rather than a blast of any electronic horn. So they're police motorbikes, so they're the special envoy group. Because we couldn't work out who it would be. I mean, it could have been anybody of the royal family, it could have been government, minister, it could have been somebody from an embassy, it could have been anything like that. So many different people, aren't there? Steve is a tea specialist, says Ashley. Can you recommend the best thing to clean a glass kettle? No, throw it away and buy another one. Don't waste your time cleaning these things. You can get glass cleaner. You put the stuff in there and then you let it soak through. I've never heard of a glass kettle before, actually. I suppose I don't know. I don't know how dirty. I used to have these water filters. You know, you'd put them in the fridge. And for the first time you use it, it's lovely. The water looks clear, a Brita filter. And then after a while it went all manky. And I thought, no, so I never had one since. Yeah, you've got to change. I did change the filter. I bought filters and everything. Last chance on the programme that I'll mention because I can't do it tomorrow because it finishes at 7 p.m. this evening. Your last chance to have a go at winning our amazing holiday for 2 people to Bali. And you've only literally got... It finishes at 7 p.m. this evening, but as I finish in about 20 minutes' time, we're not going to mention it again. So this is the last time that I will be telling you. You get a 7-night stay at the 5-star Cross Bali Breakers Resort. All flights, transfers and breakfast every morning included. You'll be in a 1-bedroom deluxe pool villa with your own private pool, an outdoor patio and dining area, a luxury bathroom and an extra large double bed. I mean, you can literally slide out of bed into your pool. You're not overlooked. It's fantastic. The hotel's got 3 outdoor pools, a restaurant, plenty of bars and a fitness centre. For your chance to win, thanks to our friends at Flight Centre, all you have to do is text the word BEACH, B-E-A-C-H, and send it to 84850. BEACH, B-E-A-C-H, to 84850. A voluntary donation of just £5 from every text supports our charity Make Some Noise. And we're looking to raise millions this year. I know times are tight, but you don't see the money going. It just comes up. There's no credit cards or anything like that. You've got until 7 p.m. this evening to enter. Standard network rate supply. You've got to be 18 or over. And if you want to see the list of participating global radio stations and full terms and conditions, go to makesomenoise.com. So please, for the final time, text the word BEACH, B-E-A-C-H, and send it to 84850, because somebody's got to win that 7-night stay, all flights, a deluxe pool villa. Check it out on the internet. You can see what a beautiful place it is. And you get your own swimming pool and an extra large double bed. Know what I'm saying? And you'll love it. You'll love it. And it could be you. I'm hoping it's somebody who listens to this programme who's going to drop me a line and say, just won a fantastic holiday to Bali. And all it did was cost me a £5. And all the money goes to our charity Make Some Noise, which you know every year, because you're very supportive, has helped an awful lot of charities that otherwise could have gone under. They need the money. I remember going to one charity and they were hoping to get £25,000 to buy a piece of equipment, and in the end we gave them £75,000. So they were very pleased. I went down there. Steve, special escort group, not special envoy, says Mark the plumber. My God. So that's special escort group. What's that mean? Is that what they do? Oh, wait a minute. Somebody says they used to provide the armed security for the bullion transfers from the Bank of England printing works in Loughton. Oh, right. So it's SEG, Special Escort Group, not Envoy. I'm only repeating what somebody said. I don't know. Special Escort Group. I think they were formed. Oh, these were the ones. Wait a minute. They were formed in 50s, wasn't it? Something like that, anyway. And what they do is they provide armed protection to members of the royal family and government ministers. They also carry out armed vehicle escorts of high-risk prisoners and high-value loads. I think this will either be a member of a royal family or a government minister. That's what I think. The Special Escort Group. It's part of the Met Police. Part of the Met Police. Must be quite nice. I could never drive a motorbike. I've seen them at traffic lights, though, sort of halt, halt. They do that halt butch thing. And can I ride a bike? No. Well, a bicycle I could probably ride. I've not ridden one for years. I did have they've frightened the life out of me. I did have a scooter. I had a very nice scooter. It cost me £3,500. It was a very nice scooter. It frightened the life out of me, though. Seriously, I drove it into work when we were in the Gray's Inn Road, and I tell you, I feared for my life. Feared for my life. Actually, when I went to Waterloo Station the other day, the boys down there, I love them. All the ticket inspectors. There's loads of them now, and they're basically, you know, charging people who sort of come and say, oh, I couldn't buy a ticket. There was nobody on the... Yeah, right. Where have you come from? Oh, just one stop. Yeah, right. Never believe them. But all the guys down there, and the girls as well, they've given them all sort of new uniforms, which are very nice. Apparently, Chris says Steradent tablets will clean a glass kettle. Oh, right. Steradent tablets. They're generally for teeth, aren't they, I think? Best thing to clean kettles and teapots is bicarb of soda, says David in Guildford. There you go. And Sarah says, Steve, it could be Kim Kardashian and her boyfriend, Pete Davidson, who are currently in London. I'm joking. But they are here for the Jubilee celebration. Oh, how ghastly. How ghastly. We don't want them. Thank you very much indeed. That Eurovision trophy, do you remember I told you the other day, the Eurovision winners have sold it. And they want to buy military drones. They've sold it for nearly £1 million. Nearly £1 million. And, which is lovely. So their trophy, and the singer's pink hat went for more than £1 million, and they're going to buy drones. And it'll buy 3 PD-2 drones, which can conduct reconnaissance missions and attack Russian supply lines. Do we know? No, they haven't said. They haven't said who it was. I mean, I should imagine somebody would want to keep quiet. I've never heard of people selling those anyway. But they do keep things like that fairly quiet. Fairly quiet. If your daughter is one of 4 Emmas in her class at school, there's a very good reason for it. Much like the economy, children's names go through boom and bust cycle. Girls' names tend to be the most weird and wonderful, as Gwyneth Paltrow's daughter, Apple, and Jamie Oliver's girl, Petal Blossom. I've forgotten about Petal Blossom. But he had Buddy Bear as well. He's got Buddy Bear, I think, too. But for both sexes, rare names become fashionable, then they get too popular, and then they fade away. So for girls, in 1990, names like Sharon, Linda, Nancy, Susan, Pamela. In 1955, it was Deborah and Deborah. Cynthia was very popular in 1957. Brittany in 1990. Melissa in 1979. Heather, Amy and Jennifer in 75. And for boys, 1941, the most popular name was Ronald. I mean, you can tell people's age from their names. You don't get many young Susans nowadays, or Nancys. You get there are quite a number of Nancys, but you can tell somebody comes on and they go, oh, my name's Doris. You know that's going to be a person of a certain age. 1952, Gary was the most popular name. 1974, Jason, who then popped up again in 2000. Jason became a very good name. Cody. Tyler. I think these sound a bit American, don't they? 2012, Mason. Mason was a sort of a popular name. And also people do it with the pop star of the day, don't they? So they'll say, oh, look, there's lots of Kylies, you know, and Jasons, of course, because of Jason Donovan. 7:15, let's get those news headlines for you this morning. Simon Conway.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. A lot of people recommending all sorts of things for cleaning kettle. David in Guildford was one who came up with the bicarb of soda. Stella reckons vinegar is a good kettle. But it's a glass kettle. Does that make a difference? I don't know. Steradent tablets we think is about the best one we've ever heard. And try citric acid in boiling water to clean the glass tea kettle. Better than any chemicals. Yeah, I'd quite like to do it without chemicals. It's not mine. Maria says citric acid, there you go, excellent for descaling kettles. It's natural too. Love your show. Thank you. And Steve, I was one of 6 Kellys in my primary school class, 1978 babies. 6 Kellys. It's interesting, isn't it? I mean, I don't remember how many there were. Perdita says, do you think that Perdita will ever come into fashion, or is the name just too far out there? Well, I've certainly never heard of any others. Never heard of any others. But it makes you very special then, doesn't it, really? I don't think Steve has really gone out of fashion. No, you still get kids called Stephen, do you? I don't think as many as they do. I think I must be a generational thing, because even though I'm christened Stephen, I don't, it just doesn't sound the same, does it really? Steve Allen sounded a little bit better, I thought. A little bit outdated. Oh, right, thanks. Small wonder I feel depressed. Sarah in Welling says, the best for lime scale in the kettle, cut 1 lemon into 4, about 1/3 of a bottle of white vinegar and some water. Boil a few times, we'll remove the scale. Rinse well afterwards. That'll be the thing. And Catherine says, I live in Rusper. And there are planes from Gatwick coming over our house what feels like every other minute. I don't usually notice, but for some reason I keep losing the signal on my LBC app when they're approaching. Lots of EasyJet planes. Well, you're lucky, because that's where they're cancelling them round your neck of the woods. But, I mean, I'm in the Heathrow flight path as well, being in Twickenham. I don't really notice the planes after a while. People say, oh, how do you cope with that? And you go, didn't even notice it. You just get used to it. Guess who took a break from the trial, wandering over to Sheffield? Johnny Depp. He was playing guitar with Jeff Beck. Is that Jeff Beck as in, hi-ho, silver lining, everywhere you go? He went to Sheffield, yes. He flew 3,700 miles to Sheffield City Hall to play guitar. Beck fans were stunned when Depp turned up at the concert to join the 77-year-old guitar legend who had it was 1967 with Hi-Ho Silver Lining. Every DJ used to play it, and then when it came to the Hi-Ho, they used to pull the fader down and hear the crowd singing Hi-Ho Silver Lining. Did I have a signature song? Yes. Chiquita, Hawaii 5-0. Chiquita, Hawaii 5-0. It was the instrumental version of da-da-da-dun-dun-dun, and it's where you demonstrate all the lights that you had at your fingertips. We had, like, piano keys and things like that, and so it would sort of da-da-da-dun-dun-dun, and then it would finish with a dun-dun-dun-dun, and then you go straight into your first record. That was how it would. In the early days, it was so much simpler. So, loads of EasyJet planes, but who knows? Anyway, Depp is now waiting, because I think he doesn't have to be there for the verdict, the judges said. And so they'll wait and see. The actor was reported to be joining Beck at more dates on the UK tour, including the Royal Albert Hall in London last night. I didn't even know he played guitar. I had no idea. Well, why would I know? I just thought he was in Pirates of the Caribbean and he appears in court. And it'll be interesting to see what happens for that one, won't it? The same as we're still waiting on old Wagatha Christie. We don't know what's happening there. We know old Vardy's trolled off abroad to Portugal or something. And Colleen, I think, went to Dubai. Welcome to it. It's budget-friendly styles, including a £1 bikini. £1 bikini? How do you make something for £1? Saw the firm become one of the UK's largest online fast fashion retailers. But yesterday, Misguided called in administrators after failing to agree a rescue deal. It was issued with a winding up petition by some of its suppliers who are due payments worth millions. And the online retailer has collaborated with several celebrities, including Nicole Scherzinger, and model Sophia Ritchie, been in talks with Boohoo, JD Sports and ASOS, but none ended in a takeover. It was founded by Nitin Passi, who set up the firm in 2009 with a £50,000 loan from his father, and now it's going under. So, I mean, it seems highly likely people, unless there's going to be a buyout by somebody, which looks, unfortunately, a little bit unlikely at the moment. To you, he's adorable. We did this story the other day, but the Mail have gone big on it now. But to you, he's the adorable Mr. Tibbles. But unfortunately, to the small animals savaged each year by cats, 270 million lose their lives. Somebody is saying they should be muzzled. Cats should be muzzled. Can't see that one going down particularly well with anybody, could you? But you do tend to forget they do kill lots of wildlife. You know, from mice to squirrels, very popular. But muzzles, a bit much. I've seen a lot of dogs with muzzles on. So, well, how else are you going to stop them doing it? You know, and they do go... I mean, do you know what your cat does when it goes out at night? Do you know what it does? You probably don't want to know. Didn't they do that some time ago? It was a television programme, and they put a camera on the cat's collar so they could see everywhere it went. It was quite fascinating for about an hour. Steve, I have an old lady name. I don't know anybody my generation or younger called Judith. I used to get teased, but now I like that it's unusual. I think that's unusual. Well, I don't think it's unusual, Judith. See, every time I think of Judith, I think Judith Durham of the Seekers. That's what I mean, I think it's a nice name. Have you noticed, Steve, you've got a lot of Sarahs writing into you. We're very common, says Sevenoaks Sarah. Great show. Thank you. And Marilyn says, I've always been the only Marilyn in school or at work. Yes. And Kerry in Almira says, my 9-year-old, 10 in August, is called Jack Stephen, born 2012. Just letting you know. Thank you. And Catherine says, I'm on the Gatwick flight path. In lockdown, it was silent. That's when we bought the house. They always say you should, if you go to buy a house, you have to see it at different times of the day and night, just so you know what goes on in your particular area. I mean, it's amazing how quickly you have to make these decisions, isn't it? I mean, it really is, especially now, you know, because they say house prices have dropped a little bit. I'm thinking, not around our area, they've not. Not around our area, but it doesn't really matter. Oh, birthdays we're celebrating today. I knew we were celebrating some birthdays, and I think you'll find that one is Robert Rinder. The London-born barrister and host of Judge Rinder gave up his dream of acting after seeing Benedict Cumberbatch perform at an audition. He's 44. Isn't he 40? I thought he was older than 44. That'll be an insult to somebody, won't it? But so he's now best friends with Benedict Cumberbatch. And also John Prescott, former Deputy Prime Minister, failed his 11+. Listen, don't worry, we all did. I failed mine too. Left school at 15. I left school at 15. He joined the Royal Navy. I didn't. He was nicknamed Two Jabs after punching a protester who threw an egg at him. Oh, we always remember that. And Two Jags, because he owned one Jag and used his second as his ministerial car. How old do you think old Prescott is now? 84 is absolutely correct. Absolutely. Caroline from Little Italy in Soho. I was born in 1959. My middle name is Avis. As you can well imagine, lots of jokes about car rental at school. I hope you are well. I'm very well, actually. See, my middle name is William. But then so is my brother and so is my father. We weren't very imaginative with middle names. It was just the way it went. And Hugh in Battersea says, my 17-year-old daughter, Steve, is called Celia. We don't know another Celia. Really? Celia Imrie, a very famous actress. I love Celia Imrie, one of my favourite people. I think she just is so adaptable and served. Oh, by the way, just in case you'd forgotten about it, the first 100 migrants to be sent off to Rwanda, the notices will be going out this week. No mention of the plane at the moment. They've decided to leave that to one side because we don't think it's going to happen. And Derek says, my name is Derek, a lifelong burden. He lives in Edinburgh, so at least he's in a pretty place, which is great. Listen, morning, nice day company. Welcome to Wednesday. Welcome to Pinch and a Punch for the first day of the month and no returns. And don't please ask where you come from. You need to contact BBC Radio Shropshire for that. That'll fill a whole day for them, I should imagine. Don't delete scam texts. I've got a number you can text them on to. They deal with things like that. The Sussexes vow to keep their visit simple. Well, shouldn't be too difficult for them, should it? And petrol prices hit the record high, up another 3p. Owen's daughter, already we're bored with her, says her parents aren't 100% supportive. She's a naive 19-year-old who has no idea what the press are going to do to her. No idea. She's going on. She's got a famous father. She obviously can't find a job, so she's going to go on Love Island. Oh, I nearly fell asleep telling you. Also, Bradford, set to earn £700 million. It's been named European City of Culture. Isn't that good? It's so exciting. I've never been there, but I'm sure it's absolutely delightful. And the Queen's Gold Coach, seen on the streets of London yesterday, made in 1760. And our newsreader Andy was going home yesterday and saw them rehearsing for all the celebrations, because when they rehearse in London, they do it in the early hours of the morning. Don't do it in daytime, quite clearly. And he saw the gold coach, apparently the most uncomfortable coach in the... I mean, it looks beautiful. It does look beautiful. It's beautifully restored. The painting is fantastic. But it's the most uncomfortable ride that you will ever have. Seriously, it's that bad, because it doesn't have springs. So every bump you go over, and it's big old wooden wheels, you feel everything. Wooden wheels. See, I mean, at least with rubber tyres, you bounce over. I've got huge wheels. I mean, God knows they're enormous, honestly. You can make a funfair of tractor or something like that out of them. And first time it's been seen on the streets of the capital for 20 years. I mean, it is beautiful when you think it's from 1760, and we still keep these things. We still keep these things. It's absolutely, it's gorgeous. I love it. The lotto faker's son admits to a theft splurge. This was the old woman. She's not with us anymore. She passed away, who lied about having a winning lottery ticket. The reason she couldn't produce it is because it was in the washing machine and it washed all the numbers off. I mean, she was that thick. And now her son is a thief and says ever since his mother died, he's sort of fallen off the wagon. It's just an excuse. My mother died. I didn't start going out thieving. You know, that's just an excuse. The Archbishop of Canterbury said we should forgive Andrew. Yes, I didn't get it either. Forgive him for what? Forgive him for hanging around with a convicted paedophile. Forgive him what? He doesn't know this woman that everybody's talking about, but he gave her 12 million. Well, he doesn't know me either. Perhaps he'd like to give me 12 million. You know, and it's okay. Forgive him for what? I don't understand. Perhaps the Archbishop of Canterbury, who, if you're not religious, he means nothing to you at all. Just a bloke in a frock. OK, that's all he is. He's apparently supposed to know all these things. Perhaps he's had words with Andrew. Perhaps Andrew's asked for forgiveness. Can't see why he'd interfere otherwise. Can you? I couldn't. Seagulls have closed a new aqua park. It was due to open this weekend, but they've made a nest in one of the water features, so, of course, apparently seagulls are protected. Can't imagine why. Thieving little things. Take them out. Take them out. Get rid of the nest. Just lift it up, throw it away. Simple as that. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's only for kids so they can go and play around in the water. And that's all it is. The nest is on a bucket of water. I mean, but they take ages to build these nests. Who are the idiots who aren't watching this on a daily basis? I can tell you when pigeons are making a nest because they pick up little twigs and you'll see them all on the ground. That's how you know. And these things, you know, the council said it was already quite full with rainwater, you know, but nobody noticed. The nest is on a bucket. So what it is, you've seen them in the garden centres. The bucket fills up with water. When it gets to a certain level, it tips over and then it goes back up. And it's like that. Yeah, I mean, it's very nice. And so they've made a nest on it and nobody noticed them building it. Oh, God, honestly. More men to boldly go for transplants. Apparently more men are having hair transplants. And they seem to like them. I don't know why. I mean... Have I ever thought about it? No, I looked at Michael Fabricants and I thought, honestly, if you're going to put a dead rug on your head, you might as well do it that way. I've never seen anything more stupid in my entire life. I know, he says it's not a wig. What does he think it is? You've grown that, have you, love? I don't think you have. I don't think you have. Definitely. And what was the other one? Oh, the... quite like that. Petrol price, that was quite good. Seagulls. More than a third of men put their pets' good health before their own. No, they don't. No, they don't. That's just rubbish. Police called into Manchester Airport to deal with annoyed passengers. You know, I'd be pretty annoyed if I was in Manchester and I went to the airport. The police say, step away from the desk. Step away from the desk. You're not flying, all right? Why don't you mind your own business? Why don't you bog off? Go and do one. Ridiculous. So yesterday, having said, because it always happens in the reverse for us on this programme, that Heathrow wasn't affected, it was the worst affected airport yesterday. Flights cancelled, left, right and centre. People really... fed up with the way that they've dealt with it. Or, sorry, the way they've not dealt with it. Also, Sooty, Sweep and Sue have opened a theme park within another theme park, which is fantastic, because Sooty is ever endearing. As you know, if you've been to any of my shows at the Magic Circle, Sooty exists in the Magic Circle. He's there in the museum. The original Sooty, not any of these fakes. And the Corbetts sold him on years ago. Yeah, Matthew Corbett sold him on to, I can't remember the name of the bloke who's got him at the moment, but no, not Ronnie Corbett. But he sold him for $1 million. All the rights to the Sooty show, and it's a bloke called, it'll come to me. He's Richard Cadell. Richard Cadell owns Sooty, And I told you the story that Matthew Wright was talking to his kids, and they went, oh, it's a glove puppet. And he went, listen, that glove puppet paid for that swimming pool, this house, your education. Shut it. So they shut it very quickly. But it was Matthew Corbett's dad who first bought Sooty, and he bought him, I think, on Blackpool Pier. And then he turned into... He never spoke. And Sweep just went... Sweep didn't do a lot either, but he was always the rogue in the group, and Sue's voice changed quite a number of times. And there you go, Richard Cadell, 1998. So he's bought the rights and he's focused on new stage show, television programme, because people want to see Sooty. You wouldn't have thought that Sooty could do pantomime, but he does pantomime. He used to do it at the Mayfair Theatre in London, but he does squirt people with water. And he squirted me with water. I thought, very unwise in a studio full of electronics. You know, any water, we could all be blown to smithereens. But no, they still show you the Sooty show, and Richard Cadell keeps it going, and it's very good. Very, very good. Molly May is now the richest of the former contestants, because apparently she's down to earth and a star. Have you ever heard her talk? Don't bother. And the latest celebrity Gogglebox news signing is a bloke who shows you to your table. You want to go to sit? Okay, sit here? Thank you. That apparently is a star in this day and age, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, boring old Fred Sirieix is now going to be on Gogglebox with his fiancée. Yawn. I mean, God in heaven. And also, all the papers are running the story we did yesterday about, you remember the fish and chip shop that people were coming from all over the world to? They're only running with it today. Duh. Need to listen to LBC a bit more closely. You might find the stories out, because we're getting them loads of time before everybody else does it. Seriously, I mean, fancy running with a story that we did more than 24 hours ago. Very shoddy. The man who was nicking cockles, and he was nicking them to... In fact, you remember all the Cockle Bay pickers. I forget where they were in the coast, but many of them, was it Morecambe Bay? They drowned because the tides come in very fast, and... they're up to their knees in sand and mud and everything. So there's so much money in it. This bloke, has just been fined 4,000 quid for nicking cockles. That'll teach you, won't it, love? Won't be doing that one again. And Steps have got a new album out called The Platinum Collection. Well, seeing as I haven't had a hit in God knows how long, I'm assuming it's a rehash of any of their last albums. What can it... It's greatest hit, but they've had greatest hits out. So... Oh, even greater hits now, yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, if I never hear from Steps ever again, it'll be the best day of my life. I know you like them. Not everybody has to like them. You know, it's only because I remember them when they first launched on Five's Company. Doing 5, 6, 7, 8. My roots scooting, baby, you're driving me crazy. So it's their last 3 albums have got to number 2, and you nearly typed number 22, didn't you? I know, which was probably a little bit more accurate than putting number 2 in the charts. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, if you say I've got them at Wembley, I think, where they come on in brides' dresses, and H, the very, very camp one, he's called H because he's H for some reason. Hyperactive, yeah, he was hyperactive. Oh God, did he flirt? He was with Lionel Blair. And Lionel Blair was on the show, and everybody was dancing, and they taught us the 5, 6, 7, 8. So there was about 30 of us all doing it, but I was recording another piece in the studio, so I had to join the dance just as they started, so I hadn't had a chance to rehearse it, which was a bit of a pain. But I still managed to do my roots scooting, baby. Yeah, I mean, I showed the kids what to do. I was there. It was good fun. And then people go and see them. I mean, they didn't write anything, so they didn't make any money. So presumably they need this Platinum Collection, which they've got to plug so that they might get a bit of money out of it, because otherwise there's no money coming in. They do big arena. They're not huge arena shows. There's just a few people turn up, 20 people turn up, and they just sort of go through their tragedy, and the feeling comes, oh, right, tragedy. Yep, certainly was. I quite liked it. Each song had a different dance. Oh, here we go. Cardiff, and luckily that's not sold out. Also Bournemouth, the International Centre. Perth. Oh, they've all been cancelled. Why have they all been cancelled? That's a bit funny, isn't it? How odd. There you go. That's something for loose women. You better drag on somebody from Steps to find out why all their shows have been cancelled. Are you sure they were cancelled? I know it said... Perhaps that was last year's, dear. and they were sort of cancelled because of the pandemic. Maybe they're sort of hoping. Here we are. They're doing Mighty Hoopla at Herne Hill. I think that's a pub, isn't it, or something like that. And Sunderland, Campbell Park, Milton Keynes, the Oval, Hastings, Yorkshire Wildlife Park. They're doing Carfest. Chelmsford City Racecourse. Do you know they're very popular groups at racecourse evenings? People go there and they have a few bets and everything else. They're doing Apps Court Farm, Walton-on-Thames. How much are tickets to go and see them? How much are they to go and see them? Because I've never bought a ticket in my life for anything, so perhaps I should. We're having a little bit of trouble finding the availability and how much tickets cost. I should imagine they'd be in the 40 quid mark, something like that. I don't know. About £40. Just a couple of problems with finding them on the computer, but we will. No, we won't go to the break just yet. Steve, have you seen there's a Siegfried and Roy auction in early June at Bonham, said Sophie. I certainly have. I heard about it a month ago. They're selling loads of stuff. All the tigers and lions have been moved on to other places because, they never trained them. Siegfried and Roy never trained any lions or tigers in their life. They were done by a group of people for them, and then they were given the animals afterwards. They bought them from different places where you buy animals. And there was a group of people. You should read their biography, not written by them, I hasten to add, and when you read it, you'll realise why. And then they're selling lots of stuff from the house. They've got so many different things to buy, so many different things, but they're not selling the house, which is interesting. And Dawn Neeson says definitely still freezing. It's really cold this morning. It is really cold out there. I wish I'd put vest and pants on, but I didn't. And she says just the 3 hours sleep, probably not helping because she's got the woman's own deadline to do. And then she's got Jeremy Vine as well. I don't know where this woman gets her energy from. I really do. I mean, she seems to survive on absolutely nothing at all. No sleep whatsoever. I mean, at least I'm sort of getting a reasonable amount. But good luck to her. She's got her column out today. We'll have a look. She says pinch and a punch, first day of the month. But it's still bloody freezing. It is. It's noted. You want to come and sit in here, Dawn? Terrible. She says, Steve Allen show helping ease me into another brilliantly busy day. You see, I think it's good to be busy. I like being busy. If only we could find out how much Steps tickets were, we'd be all right, I'm taking a break. You're very fussy this morning, honestly. It's coming up 17 minutes.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Interestingly, here's another story you'll get in advance. If they remade A Low, Low now, it would be cancelled because of the, some of the language in it. And what was I watching? Heidi High. And there's all sorts of bits in that where you go, we couldn't get away with that nowadays. You need to scrutinise things because we've now become so woke. So woke. It's ridiculous. Steve, down here in Brightlingsea on the Essex Sunshine Coast, we had a load of people last year taking oysters illegally by the bucket load from the promenade. It's quite a widespread problem. Well, this bloke's just been fined £4,000. £4,000. Won't do that again, will he? He probably will. We found the largest living plant, which is older than Stonehenge. Not this actual particular plant, but it goes back 4,500 years. The metal detectorist who found ancient weapons. They think buried as a gift to the gods. They buried a lot of things. Mainly their relatives. They were very popular at doing things like that. Elvis impersonators have been rocked by moves to oust them from Vegas weddings. I can't believe after all this time they still have Elvis impersonators. I mean, he's been dead for God knows how many years, and yet nobody else has any other impersonator apart from Elvis impersonators. On the streets of Vegas, you will find an Elvis impersonator. There'll be somebody like that. Mind you, find all sorts of bizarre people in Vegas. It seems to attract the weird and the wonderful and the downright peculiar. And the strip shows, when I say strip shows, like takey off, clothy, and things like that. And it's still the city that was built on basically gambling and corruption and the mob and everything else. But it's great to go to if you're an adult. But just remember, if you're 18 or 19 or 20, you can't go in the gambling rooms. They throw you out. They're so strict on it over there. I didn't realise. Luckily, nobody ever checked my age. But they do check. So you can't even go and watch your friends playing. They don't want you anywhere near the tables or anything like that. And some people go over there and you've got to take ID. You can't buy a drink till you're 21. So, you know, I mean, they're hotter on it than we are. Over here, we'll serve anybody. We couldn't care less. So you want to how old are you? 12? Yeah, you have a drink. That's fine. You know, because parents, you know, on caravan sites, they give their kids booze. But in America, they're really strict. So when the kids graduate, they still can't drink. So they go to motel. We stayed at a motel. It was a Days Inn, which was actually very inexpensive years ago, directly over the road from Disney. We were doing a feature on Disney. I was doing a documentary on it. And we just turned up, little tape machine, little microphone and all the rest of it. But we stayed in the Days Inn, and there was some students who were having about 50 students who'd booked in. And, of course, they couldn't have alcohol. They weren't allowed alcohol at all. They're not allowed to drink it. They get themselves into the most terrible trouble if they do. And so if you go to Vegas, you can't go in the casinos, which is a bit of a pointless exercise. If you're 19 or 20 over here, we think that's fairly ancient, don't we? But over there, no. You cannot go. I've seen people removed from casinos. Excuse me, how old are you? Where's your ID? Out. They escort you off the premises. They don't want you in there because they can lose their licence. In the same way, over here at the Hippodrome, I had a birthday party for my 60th. They gave me a room and a bar, and we had food, and it was fabulous. But one of the guests got so drunk they fell over and looked as though they were asleep. The management were over in seconds. You've got to sit them up. Okay, go outside, get some air. You're not allowed to have people who pass out in casinos. They're very funny about it. When I say funny, they're probably being very wise. And we do like the Hippodrome. It's one of my favourite places, especially as I won money there, which was very nice. If you sell knives to an underage person, there is a chance you could pick up £1 million fine. I mean, you know, your little corner shop. I don't know where you buy these knives from. Places like Robert Dyas, I suppose, but they're all in the cabinets, locked up. You can't even get a pair of scissors off because they've got security locks on. And kitchen knives, you know, supermarkets. Really, you could. Oh wow. I never bought knives. I bought scissors before now, but I don't use knives. I use scissors all the time. Cut up meat, cut up all sorts of things with a pair of scissors. What about what? Bread? I buy ready sliced. Do you buy bread and then slice it? Oh, for goodness sake, honestly, so protect sourdough, he says. Sourdough, I ask you. Steve, hard to believe that Basil Brush, says Dale, was primetime Saturday night viewing at one point. Another puppet. Do you know, that's almost blasphemy. Basil Brush was not a puppet, all right? No matter what people might have said to you. Basil Brush. The funny thing was, of course, he was primetime Saturday night because he was very funny, he was very witty, he had all his different people that worked with him. They weren't the puppeteers, whereas I think you'll find that Richard Cadell does actually operate Sooty on many an occasion. And but you've got to be of a mindset to get into it. You can't just, you know, when he says, what's that, Sooty? And he leans and you think, are you for real? Because you have to get into it. It's very difficult being, you know, a puppeteer. And I speak as somebody whose father built him a puppet theatre. My dad built me a puppet theatre for one Christmas. Beautiful. My dad was really good. And I had my string puppets from Pelham's, and I would sort of drag this thing down the road on a trolley to go and do shows in people's houses, which, when I look back on it, it sounded really peculiar, but I loved it. Where it went to, I've got no idea. I think I left home to come to live in London, and I should imagine it probably got thrown out. My mother made the curtains. We put lighting in it and everything else, and it was really, really lovely. Did my mother keep stuff? No, not like that. I had an organ at home, surprisingly, and which I'd bought in a music shop in Newbury, and I don't know why I did. It was just one of those sort of things. In my day, we had stylophones, the Rolf Harris stylophones, which are very collectible now, but you can still buy the blooming things. And it was a little electronic keyboard. It was only small. It was about the size of a DVD player, even smaller, stylophones. And they're still there. You get one here now on eBay, $11.99. You can buy one on Amazon for $24.99. And they're cheap. A pocket synthesizer it was. A pocket synthesizer. It became, I don't even know who invented the bloody thing. Well, you listen to it. You'll hear it on there. Just to put on stylophone sound. But you touch the keypad with that pen. It was all sort of electronic. It was lovely, actually. Very nice. Very nice. You heard it? No. Just, you'll find it on YouTube. Yeah, you'll find it on YouTube. It's very good. Animal rights campaigners make the news again. Actually, we had some campaigners in Holborn the other day. They sort of superglued themselves to the floor. I'd have left the buggers there. I wouldn't be bothering. And then they let off smoke flares. They're really a bit out to lunch, aren't they? But the animal rights campaigners want corgis cancelled because apparently sales have risen because it's Her Majesty's Jubilee and people want a corgi. I don't know why. Short, scrubby little dogs, honestly, I can't bear them. Not my sort of thing at all. Also, ministers accused of fueling anger after the rise in violence at GP surgeries. And pollution is making London unsafe for sport. I don't know where the pollution's coming from. It's only not from my car. You could sleep with my car in your bedroom. That's why I don't pay the pollution charge, because there is no pollution from my car. It's so minimal. It's, you know, other things that sort of belch it all out than I can imagine, you know, would be fairly dangerous. But no, nothing for me, so I don't have to pay for the extra. I just pay the normal if I come into town, and I've got an account anyway, so it doesn't make any difference. Lots of sex offenders, having been freed on licence, have vanished. 64, including convicted paedophiles. They can't find them. That's how incompetent we are as a country. Oh, by the way, the good news is a few people are being sent to Rwanda, but they haven't told us how many. We've shown us a picture of the hotel over there. It looks very nice indeed. What they're going to do, I've got no idea, because there's nothing to do in Rwanda, is there? Is there anything to do there? Do you think the people of Rwanda are going to go, oh, we're so delighted to welcome you here? I don't think so. I really don't think so. I don't know what they're going to be doing. They say it's an opportunity to rebuild your life if you're escaping tyranny. Well, of course, most of them aren't escaping tyranny. They just want to be here. 24,000 in 1 year came on the ferries. You know, the little boats and all the rest of it that they've got. And so they haven't told us how many we're going to send to Rwanda. They don't want to go to Rwanda. That's the last place they want. Who the hell wants to go to Rwanda? I wouldn't even want to go there on holiday. I really wouldn't. Why would I want to go there? There's nothing about Rwanda that appeals to me, but they're going to send these people over there. You can imagine the trouble. They're going to have to be handcuffed. It's the only way you're going to get them. Apparently, the stylophone was used on David Bowie's Space Odyssey. Are you living in a tin can? You've heard it now, yeah. Now you know. Thank you, George, very much indeed. And another one. A lot of people talk about Basil Brush. He was very popular. I don't know where he is. Because after his owner died, he was taken on by somebody else, but I don't know where Basil Brush is now. In the same way, I don't know what happened to Emu. I don't know where Emu has gone to, whether these things pop up in museums or somebody's got them sitting in the loft. I've got no idea. The trans activist who grilled the minister is the son of Ed Balls and Yvette Cooper. So there you go. So it doesn't take them long, does it, the papers, to find people out. And that's why I worry about the poor saps on Love Island. You know, especially Michael Owen's daughter, 19, thinks she knows everything, as they all do. But, of course, she knows nothing. She's not prepared for the sort of publicity she can get. I'm hoping to make it classy, she said. Well, you'll be spoiling with tradition then. It's basically one of the naffest programmes on television. Can't imagine why anybody want to go on it unless you're really, really desperate. Basil Brush is still in pantos. Is he really? You'd have to have him sitting on the top of a box. I don't know who actually does his voice now. Because it was Ivor, wasn't it? Was it Ivor? Ivan Owen. Michael Windsor does it. Oh, right. I don't know who he is. But I can imagine that must be very good. So yesterday, trouble at the airports. You're going to have trouble. They said it's going to get worse. The escalation of this is just going to get worse and worse and worse and worse because they don't have anybody. But they don't tell you that until you get to the airport sometimes. I thought this was sort of long ago, you know, but no, not really. It's nowadays. Heathrow was terrible the other day. Basically, it's not going to be long before somebody starts a fight at the check-in desk, but they don't have many check-in desks. Yeah, that's why the police went in there, to try and calm everybody down. But they must be really thick people, because we've been telling you, don't go to the airport. There is a very good chance your flight will be cancelled. Yeah, but check. Don't just turn up at the airport. You can be sitting there for 16, 14 hours, 20 hours. Why would you want to do that? Definitely not. Can't think of anything blooming worse. 4:30. Let's get those news headlines with Andy Ivy.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your Universal Credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. Hot news. Well, this is almost the most exciting news of the decade. Not really. I went to Pret a Manger yesterday. Don't tell me. Don't tell me they had the bacon rolls. Blooming well did. 6 of them, so I bought 2. £6.90. At the one in Twickenham. And all their rolls with bacon in, because I looked at them thinking, have they hidden that ghastly egg in there? Because who wants egg? You know, bacon and egg. No, I'm sorry, dear. We don't bother with things like that anymore. You know, if it's going to be an egg, put a proper egg in it. Don't do this reconstituted, whatever it is. I don't like it. And I'm allergic to it anyway. So I just wanted so I bought 2. Of course, the only problem, and it's only taken like 6 months, is that you can't pay with cash. You can only put it on a card, which is a pain. So £6.90 for 2, so whatever that is each, I can't remember. They're quite expensive, but it's a Canadian back bacon, I think. Very exciting. Very exciting. And so I sat there on the step at Lloyds Bank eating them in the morning thinking, this is just about as good as it gets. Yeah, it's all I hoped for. So today I might, because they seem to open quite early, so I might nip in there again today before I nip down to my brother's. Yeah, you watch. They won't have any today. It'll all be those blasted things with egg in, which I don't really want. So here is the Netflix crew will be moved on if they try to film the publicity-shy couple during the Platinum Jubilee celebrations. They've not been given accreditation. So basically, go away. We don't want you here. We don't want you here. We really don't. And the Archbishop of Canterbury, this is the odd one of the day, isn't it? Everybody was talking about this. Even Tom Swarbrick was talking about it the other day. The Archbishop of Canterbury says the Queen's disgraced favourite son is seeking to make amends. Well, to who, love? Who is he seeking to make? Because I've not heard him say anything. In fact, if anything, he's just totally blanked everybody. You know why? Because we've kicked him out of the royal family. He has nothing to do with them anymore. He doesn't work. He doesn't have a job. He doesn't do anything at all. So who is he seeking to make amends with? Has he had a private conversation with you? Are you telling us something that we're supposed to know about? Or has he issued a statement? The answer to those is no, he hasn't issued a statement. No, he hasn't apologised. Apparently, Justin Welby said, I think we've become a very unforgiving society. With Prince Andrew, he's seeking to make amends. What do you mean make amends, dear? What, is he going to ask for his 12 million back? What do you mean seeking to make amends? What garbage are you coming up with? What does that mean? He's seeking to make amends. What, hanging around with a convicted paedophile after the man had been convicted of being a paedophile, seen walking through Central Park with him, staying at his houses, being flown over to his island and all the time, knowing he was a convicted paedophile? Is this the seeking amends? Because if it is, why don't you just sort of say what it is? Don't start playing silly games, OK? Because nobody likes him. Nobody likes him. We know he doesn't know this Virginia woman. We know that because he's told us on numerous occasions. But yet he paid £12 million to her. You work it out for yourself. But when the Archbishop of Canterbury gets involved, you sometimes think, best to keep your mouth shut. Best to keep it shut, because it doesn't mean anything. You know, you might be the Archbishop of Canterbury, but to people who aren't religious, you're nobody. In the same way that there are people who like the royal family and there are people who don't like the royal family, you know, which doesn't make it, you didn't have to vote for them. Although you will enjoy seeing that coach, I don't care who you are, because it's from 1760. Looking at this lovely picture of Steps, the shiny, happy pop quintet. You watch, they're going to be on Zimmer frames before long, so coming on to tragedy with the feet. You can imagine what it's like. But Steps are proud of their pop legacy. Of course they are. Somebody wrote all the hits for you, and it was Pete Waterman, wasn't it? Ah, come on, tell it like it is. They try and make out they're in the business. Oh, yeah, we're all, like, you know, international. Oh, do us a favour. They said it's almost as big as it was. We don't try and compete with anybody. Well, you certainly can't, love. How many groups do you know have got a little dance that goes along with every song, apart from the Temptations and the Four Tops? They say, so what is it that makes a good step song? Well, one that somebody else has written, I'm assuming. Essentially, it just needs to be a really good pop song you can dance to, and also a song with substance, lyrics. So Steps are on tour throughout the summer. They've sold 22 million... They haven't sold nothing at all. Stock Aitken Waterman have sold all the records. Steps were just the ones that they had to have sort of fronting it. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. You're bored with Gemma Owen already. I'm going to sneeze again. Here we go. Spend my life sneezing, which is very exciting. New security measures after last year's Love Island villa breach. This year's batch, that's what they call them now, a batch, will be the first islanders at this new Majorcan villa. A YouTuber got in, apparently. Got in. What, to see some people in bikinis and swimming costumes? Hilarious. But Love Island Babe, see, already it started and she's too dim to realise that this is how it's going to start and it's going to finish badly. It always does. It always does. And Waitress India, spelled INDIYAH, I mean, seriously, where did they get them from? Is ready to serve up some sexy action. She's not ruled out getting steamy under the sheets. Oh, good, another classy person. How exciting, dear. So you can have sex on television, are you? Wonderful. Bet your parents must be delighted with the way you've turned out. God in heaven, what's going on? Dawn Neeson says, if you've ever been to a football match in the UK, you'll know that fans are treated as the lowest of the low. It's just standard. If you've ever been to a football match in Europe, you'll know it's even worse. Especially if you're a Brit. The treatment of Liverpool fans at this week's Champions League final in France was appalling. Tear-gassing an 11-year-old boy and an 82-year-old man. Pregnant women pepper sprayed. Not all football fans are angels, but that doesn't mean the majority of us are scum. Being filmed the minute you get off a train for an away match, kettled and snarled at by aggressive police is par for the course in the UK. Most of us shrug and just get on with it. Also, the travel chaos she talks about, with families desperate to get away on their first holiday for 2 years. It was entirely predictable by everybody aside from the airline companies and airports. Staff were treated appallingly during the pandemic, many airlines using it as an excuse to get rid of staff and cut wages. Now the few staff lucky enough to keep their jobs are at the sharp end of exhausted, frustrated and angry holidaymakers. Staycation looking more and more appealing. It really is terrible, isn't it? I mean, it just, what they did was get rid of loads of people and then went, I wonder, how's this happened? Because they're so thick. But she does talk about fully paid up members of the Fun Police can stop reading right now. This is lovely Dawn's column. She says, you know who you are. The curtain-twitching, permanently offended, form-filling, nosy gits who think lockdown should be a way of life and masks mandatory if somebody sneezes within 5 miles of you. Because this weekend is not time for doom, gloom, preaching or screeching. It actually doesn't matter what you think of the Queen. If ever there was a nation that needed a right royal knees up, it's us. Eat cake, get drunk, hang bunting and hug anybody and everybody. It's called letting your hair down. And not so long ago, it was actually illegal to apply when it comes to politicians. Obviously, that's completely separate. To do that. There is the cost of living crisis, and we're a bit skint, but having fun with families, friends and neighbours doesn't have to cost a fortune. If they manage to celebrate the end of the Second World War, then I'm damn sure we can have a go too. She's right. We need something to be happy about. We need something to make us feel a bit, we just want to feel, it's, oh, God knows, honestly, it's terrible. But she also talks about, Love Island, back with the usual cast of stunning young folk, who all look gorgeous, if not a little overinflated in swimwear. Cue the usual suspects hissing, it's not diverse enough when it comes to the ideals of beauty. It's fat-shaming and ageist. And there are a couple in there who fit into both of those categories. She says, look, just watch it as a bit of sunny, fun escapism, or don't watch it at all. Your choice. Personally, though, don't give a monkeys. There aren't any saggy, haggy old birds in there. Can I see that any day I like? It's called A Mirror. Thank you very much indeed. And there's more stories in Dawn Neeson's column today in the Daily Star. But it is just people who are so desperate to be famous. I don't quite get the fame thing, especially when some of them sort of go, I'm really doing this to find somebody. And you think, what, you look the way you do and you can't find somebody? Listen, even I can find somebody, and I ain't the best looking thing in the world. It's called personality. That's what it is. It's personality. If you don't have a personality, you need to go on Love Island. It's like the only time they have a personality is when they've had a few drinks. And you can imagine, I can't wait. So far, we haven't heard their voices. And that is the giveaway. That's the giveaway. Oh, are you? So I said to her, what are you doing with him? Well, I thought he loved me. I'm willing to get jiggy under the sheets. Do you think I'll get better coverage on the... Oh, God, Father. I can see the way it's going to... Seeing it's panning out now, the way it is. So the TikTok chippy, I mean, it's an old story. We did it yesterday. So even the Daily Star falls prey to it. A whole page on the chippy that's now got people queuing up round the block to get a portion of chips. I mean, after we mentioned it, people have now gone, we need to go there, Steve. We need to go and get our fish and chips. I mean, to be honest with you, look how many staff they've got. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6 staff in the Binley Mega Chippy in Coventry. And so they put a map so you can find it. They've showed people queuing. People are parking outside it. I mean, seriously, you know you can make a lot of money in chip shops. There was that jockey, wasn't there? I can't remember his name now. He's the, I don't know, I can't remember his name. He's Frankie Dettori. He used to work in a chip shop. He said he owned chip shops. He said you make a lot of money, but you never get rid of the smell. It permeates your skin. You could walk into a bar and somebody go, "Oh, you work in a chip shop," because it just oozes out of every pore. You know, you basically need to cover yourself in expensive aftershave. And I'd love it. I'd love to work in a chip shop. That must be the greatest fun ever. So, what do you want? Sausage and batter. Do I look like I've got sausage and batter? We got haddock. Okay, haddock, and we got some pucker pies. What do you want? What do you want? I used to love a pie or a pasty with chips. Or a sausage, anything really. Mind you, tonight's the night you're all going to be off your faces because you're now on holiday. When you get to the end of today, the producer, I mean, he's going to spend most of his time face down in the gutter. You know that he's going to go out drinking tonight because today is going to be like Friday for him. So he's like, whoopee! But in fact, he's got a few days off. So he'll have 4 days. The pubs are open till 1 a.m. You won't be able to get him off that stool for love nor money. He will be super glued, and but he's got to come in on Monday. So to come in on Monday. Is it Tuesday? You're coming in on Monday, you told me. I thought you said you were for the meeting. Oh, now you're not coming in for the meeting. Oh, you are coming in for the meeting. We should make up your mind. 1 minute you're not coming in for the meeting, next minute you are coming in for the meeting. Because we have a meeting, it's where they run through the figures. It's called a RAJAR meeting. And most people dread it. Not us. Not us at LBC. We basically, I'm bringing my own bunting in. Because having added 60,000 people in 3 months and having got a new record share across the country, I mean, it's phenomenal. You know, for a programme that starts at 4 a.m, you know, it's the way it's working. And it's working very well. 4:45.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Oh, goodness me. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Wednesday. It's holiday after today, and it means today, look at today as if it's Friday. Once you've finished work, then you're off for 4 days. Might as well enjoy it. My advice would be don't come into London. Don't come into London. I know that's probably not very PC, but to be honest with you, it's going to be horrendous. There's going to be lots of people who will take advantage of people. Wherever there's crowds, there's trouble. Okay, so my advice would be watch it on television, listen to it on the radio. You know, you get roughly the same effect. You can have a look at the pictures in the newspapers and stuff like that. But coming into town, really not good. And also the trains are operating, and the buses, a Saturday service. So from tomorrow, they'll be offering the Saturday service, which actually doesn't bother me because I finish at 7. So it actually suits me absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. Couldn't be better. I shall watch a little bit on the television. I'll just go about my normal day-to-day business. Might go and get the car wash will be open. Marks and Spencer's will be open. All the supermarkets will be open. They're not closing. They're just that, you know, they're probably operating it's a bank holiday service, isn't it, really? I'm a Celebrity winner. Vicky Patterson has come up with what you call one of the crassest lines of all. Here she is. She's revealed she spent years battling to keep her boobs under control. Oh, my God. And that's a news story, is it, Vicky? I must hold the front page. Goodness sake, honestly. They're so big that they don't fit into most bikinis. But after working with a swimwear brand, she's now able to go on holiday without worrying. Oh, have you not been able to go on holiday, Sweet Pea? Of course you have, you lying old baggage. I've spent years, she says, with my boobs falling out of the top and my cheeks falling out the bottom of my bikini. Oh, you're just buying the wrong size, love. I don't have to break it to you. But anyway, she's got a summer collection of bikinis and things so your boobs don't fall out. Lovely, honestly. How tragic, honestly. That's the best she can manage. My boobs were so big. So big. I saw somebody the other day wearing a pair of shorts walking down the high street. It was a cut-off pair of Levi's. I mean, to be honest with you, it was just indecent. You know, parents should never allow kids to go out. And also, who are these people who go out with their midriff showing? When really you shouldn't. You really shouldn't unless you're wafer thin. You know, don't go out with your midriff showing. It's not a pleasant look. It just looks a bit naff. Stop it. I've told you before, Joe. I mean, I've told him now. I've done it on air. So we've sort of sorted it all out. Britain is unlikely to have any baldies by 2138 because so many men are getting hair transplants. Oh, right. There's one here. An electrical engineer from Maidstone in Kent is saving up for an operation. He said, I'm not one of those guys who actually suits a bald head. No, you're right, you don't. You don't. So transplants these days, you can get it done between 3 and 7 grand, which I think is worth it. Actually, I was talking to one of the blokes from my car wash. He's the one who you go and give your money to. And he's just come back from Romania, because he's Romanian. And what did he go there for? Got his teeth done. Over here, £45,000 he was quoted. Over in Romania, £4,000. He's had implants and a bridge and everything else, and they look perfect. So cheaper to go abroad. The only place you don't go to, and they used to send them to there for cosmetic surgery, Russia. Don't go there. Don't go there. In fact, I don't think you can fly to Russia anymore anyway. Nobody wants to go there. It's a dump. It really is. But in fact, there's somebody here from a Harley Street clinic and says that ops have shot up. So between £3,000 to £7,000. So they've all had them. Wayne Rooney, Jimmy Carr's had one. I don't know why Jimmy Carr bothered. It just looks a bit fake now. It just looks a bit peculiar. But Wayne Rooney changed the industry when he had his operation. He was open about his hair loss, which broke down barriers. I mean, some people they just get over themselves. You know, if you want to go and waste your money on a hair transplant, you know, that's why I couldn't understand why Michael Fabricant had this dead animal on his head, whereas, in fact, no, it never bothered me in the slightest. In fact, the best thing I ever did was keep my hair cut short, you know, because luckily I've got the bone structure. I'm very lucky. When did I decide to do what? Shave it all? It's not. This is a number 1. I haven't shaved it all off at all. So I've still got hair there and round the back. Oh, God, about 5 years ago, 6 years ago, something like that. I just thought it was a bit silly. You know, so it was easy. I had it cut short. I thought, oh, this is amazing. As I say, because I've got good bone structure and I'm lucky that, you know, the shape of my face. Some people don't suit bald. They look a bit as though they're sort of, you know, a bit peculiar. But in fact, no, I was quite happy with it. So I have it cut about every 2 weeks now. Cost me 11 quid a time. And although one of the places in Twickenham, you've got to shop around for your haircuts, boys. Seriously, you shouldn't be paying any. And there was one place, 15 quid they would charge at Rip-Off. 15 quid. You can get it. You can go to Hounslow and probably get it done for about a £5. You paid 45 quid once. What, for your haircut? Was that extras? Was that extras as well? They used to have consultations. You go in there and they go, oh, right, so how should we do this? And you think, just cut the bloody thing. It's not complicated. And you have an hour slot. Yeah. I mean, I just walk in off the street. They know me now. And we always have a chat. She always goes, nice aftershave and all this kind of stuff. And I want to be in and out as quick as possible. I don't want to sit there discussing my hair. I really don't. I just want it one all over, which is very nice, very short conversation. In fact, the quickest I've been in and out is 6 minutes. 6 minutes. And that's all you want. That's all you want. I should probably get it cut next week, I think. I'll probably get it, but yeah. I can always tell when it needs cutting. It goes a bit frizzy on the top. But at the moment it's okay. But I banged my head on this thing, and it's only just started scabbing and coming up. I picked it off the other day. But it'll be better, actually. Steve says Scott, who is a proud baldy. He said, I'll be driving an open topper to Epsom Derby on Friday with the usual buffet luncheon served and a few nice bets over the weekend. Is it a busman's holiday? Yes, I think it could be a busman. I don't do race meetings, but I know that Epsom Derby is very busy. Very, very busy. He says, I cannot fault product placement. He said, thank you, Wash and Go. I used to buy Wash and Go, which was, honestly, gannets. They just eat. It's no wonder they're all fat next door. Honestly, give them a packet of Haribo. They're a bit good, aren't they? I know. It's that sugar rush you need in the morning to kind of sort of, you know, boost your... I get them in big bags like that, huge bags, with all the cola bottles. I like Jelly Babies. Unfortunately, they're not. My diabetes doesn't like Jelly Babies at all. It's quite ghastly. So, yes, you can have a busman's holiday as baldy, proud. Why not? Goodness sake. I don't think it makes any difference. I wouldn't want, you know, somebody to, you know, like Wayne Rooney, you know, who's ballooned, but he's still got this sort of... I think they take... Do they do implants from the back of your head or something? I don't know where they take it from. I've got no idea. It looks okay. It's settled down. But it's the people who wear the toupees that you don't really need to worry about. Just take it off. When Brucey had one, and Paul Daniels ditched his toupee. It made front page headlines. Seriously. I couldn't believe it. Front page headlines that he sort of ditched it because it was an insecure thing. People thought you needed hair. to sort of get on in the world, whereas it never bothered me in the slightest. I always had, because I was blonde, some of the time, and it was just sort of a bit finer. People with dark hair last quite well, and I think ginger people last well, except Harry, who's ginger. What colour is my hair now? I don't know. I think I've got little bits of grey, little bits of white, I think. But because it's cut short, nobody notices. I was going to put a rinse through it. I used to buy these rinse things. It was a shampoo. It was purple shampoo, and it sort of gave it a nice sheen to a blue rinse. The blue rinse. Fantastic. Colin says, re-baldness, why not buy a trimmer and DIY? I can't be bothered to do it myself because I can't do the back of it. I need somebody to do it, and I don't mind paying for it. Luckily, I can afford to have it done professionally, because that's the best way to do it. I mean, if you want to do it yourself, it's fine. But somebody was talking the other day. Yeah, it's round the ears and the back of your neck and things like that. You need it doing properly. So I don't mind paying for that, but I wouldn't be paying 14 quid anytime soon. Thank you very much indeed. Definitely not. Petrol prices gone up by nearly 3 pence per litre over the past week. Figures showing campaigners say drivers face paying 100 quid to fill up. Yeah, mine's about 160 quid to fill up now. 160. Filling a diesel car now costs a record £100. Yeah, where? Because now it's gone up to 182. Don't buy fuel on the motorway services. Do not. On pain of you're going to run out of money very quickly. I would, listen, all you have to do, drive onto the motorway service station, get out, look at the price of the pump, get in your car, drive off. Come off at the next junction and find a filling station there. Guaranteed it'll be at least 15, 20p cheaper. At least. The motorway services rip you off. The reason being, we're open 24 hours a day. Well, that's your problem, isn't it? That's your problem. Everything is more expensive on the motorway. I mean, even in the shops, it's more expensive. The food is expensive, everything. So don't ever, ever, ever fill up on the motorways. Kick them where it hurts. Steve, my hair is all grey now, says Shane in Sydney. I don't like it. Well, you can have a colour put through it, but don't do it yourself. Get it done professionally, because if you do it yourself, sometimes it can look a bit as if it's coloured. You've got to, and also the stain goes on your neck and all the rest of it, and people can see that it's a colour. Also, when people see it in the daylight, it can go, if you're doing it sort of blonde, it can go yellowy. If you take it off too soon, you go, oh, I can't believe it. Because it basically goes to white, and then it will go to the colour that you're looking for. That's why most women get their hair coloured professionally, because it's too much of a risk. And also, bearing in mind, if it's got bleach in it, it's going to dry your hair out. Your hair will become very brittle. So there you go. So Molly May Haig's got a fortune of £6 million. Who cares? Who cares, dear? What a horrid show-off. Apparently, during the pandemic, she added £2 million... and 848,000 from her self-tanning brand Filter. Good for you, love. Good for you. But are you happy? Probably not. Probably not. It's the way it goes, isn't it, really, nowadays? I don't like it when people ram their money down your throat. Steve, is Mr. Toppers still around Tottenham Court Road? Yes, it is. Yes. It's about a tenner, isn't it? This is for the spray. The spray. It's just round the back. You go up Tottenham Court Road, turn left, I think, down Grafton Way, and it's just down there. Not that I know. We'll take a short break. Back in a few minutes.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Morning, nice to be company. Welcome to Wednesday, June the 1st, and let's call it holiday. Let's call it Friday today. And let's forget about the idea it's Wednesday, and let's call it Friday, and it means you can drink in the pub till 1 a.m. Today, tomorrow, the next day, and the next day, which is good. Summer holiday plans for millions of Brits up in the air. There'll be many of you setting off on the journey now thinking, perhaps we get there, perhaps we'll get a flight, perhaps we won't get a flight. But what you do need is to make sure that you've got everything with you that you need. And please take out travel insurance. Please take out travel insurance. Because some people, I mean, I think that TUI, which is Europe's biggest tourism firm, is cancelling 6 flights a day for the rest of June. And one of them could be yours. That's going to affect around 34,000 travellers in all. Other airlines have cancelled flights. 2 million people prepared to fly over the next few days. One family whose flight was cancelled with less than 2 days' notice said the children were devastated. Well, that's nothing. Some of the flights were cancelled 10 minutes' notice. 10 minutes' notice. People thought they were flying, and then 10 minutes they went, no, the flight's cancelled. Yeah, they must know. They must know. I mean, there's going to be compensation, you know, and you can get all sorts of little bits and pieces, but you've got to make sure that you've got travel insurance. One mother described waiting conditions at Gatwick as inhumane. They were stranded at the airport for 22 hours. 22 hours sitting on the floor because there's nowhere to sit. Food was running out at the airports because they weren't used to so many people. Charlie Day, with her husband Lewis and son Ernie, found their first flight to Barcelona last Friday on Vueling was overbooked, which is what happens on a lot of flights. Flights out of Heathrow, because I can only talk about Heathrow, I don't know enough about the other ones. You will get businessmen who will book themselves on every single flight throughout the day so that they, you know, if their meetings run over, they've got a flight to go to. And on this particular family, for Charlie and Lewis, the next flight due to leave at 9:45 was first delayed and then cancelled at 1:30 in the morning. Charlie, who comes from Chelmsford, says there was no access to food, water, or even a toilet. We'd all be, well, I mean, that would have done me in straight away. What do you mean, no access to a toilet? When we first arrived, there was a bit of queuing, but nothing too crazy. When the flight started getting cancelled, it became packed. After staying at a nearby hotel, the family flew out at 9 a.m. on Saturday after another 45-minute delay. That's chipped, that cup.
Is it?
It's chipped. I can see it from here.
Just sip it the other side.
That's the side I drink from. You put it in another cup.
I can put it in another cup.
Look, that's the side I drink. It's chipped, half the cup missing. I could cut my mouth open. I could be out of action. You watch yourself, pal. Sorry. Sorting out the staffing levels. Honestly. Dreadful. Why's he giving me a cup that was chipped? Trying to kill me, isn't it? That's what it is. He's trying to kill me. Luckily, we got it on record, so I'm okay. I'm okay. So I wonder why Bradford is the city of culture. I wonder why. What is it about Bradford that... because they think it will create 3,000 jobs and £700 million. But I don't know why. It was announced on The One Show. So none of you would have seen it. I just thought I'd tell you that now because The One Show's got, you know, audience is pitiful. West Yorkshire's Mayor, Tracy Brabin. Wait a minute. Tracy Brabin, she was an actress, wasn't she? She was in Corrie. I thought so. I thought I recognised the name. I'm very good at things like that. And another one here. This is from... Oh, this is Dawn again. Dawn. Sorry. She says, icy, she's taken a photograph. She says, icy pink and blue sunrise for the start of June.
Spick and span.
Oh, there's nearly a court case on that one. No.
That was fine.
Yeah, all right. What's that bit of string hanging over the side?
That's your tea bag that you like having it in.
All right. Very aggressive, I've noticed. Don't need talk like that. I'm an elderly person. So she says, taken while the lovely Steve Allen reads my Daily Star column out live on LBC. She likes hearing it read out. It sort of gets a bit more importance to it. So that's good. We love Dawn Neeson. We really do. What else we got? So Bradford, city of culture. And as one of the youngest and most diverse places in the UK, Bradford will benefit so much from this platform. Other places in the running, County Durham, Southampton and Wrexham. Fourth time. I've never even heard of this before. So Bradford gets City of Culture 2025, taking over from Coventry. See, I've never been to Coventry either. Perhaps I need to get out a bit more. Yeah. Of course, had I sort of eaten or drunk from the broken mug, you know, I might be sitting here now with blood streaming from my face all over the desk. Yeah, boo-hoo you. Yeah, get your violin out, pal. I'll show you where to put it. We've survived a lot. Can we survive the Jubilee? These are the warnings. OK, I'm just telling you now because, you know, we've sorted out the airlines. Flags must not be strung from lampposts. OK, not strung from lampposts. Bunting must be 18 feet off the ground. There is a high risk of a bunting incident. This is what the councils are telling us. Also, £60 potential fine for boozers in Glasgow. Reckless flag hanging disrupts bin collections. And also, can you put your tables at the side of the road, not in the middle? OK, what's the point of that? It wants to be at the... You might as well sit in your garden, mightn't you, if you get tables at the side of the road. Put them in the middle, makes it more entertaining for the cars as they try and get down the street. That's what I'd be looking at. So we're gearing up to celebrate. People will celebrate. I don't care whether people are working. I'm working over it. Doesn't make any difference to me. It really doesn't. Rumour has it William and Harry have been speaking once a week on a video call. Don't believe a word of it. Do not believe a word of it. I don't believe Harry speaks to anybody because he thinks he's right all the time. Well, of course, he's not. Bit of a shame. And a lovely picture of Dame Deborah James, cheered by family at a surprise sleepover. She's hit 6.6 million, which is good, isn't it? And they had a sleeper. Boys don't do sleepovers. Oh, do they? Oh, right. I didn't think boys do I didn't do sleepovers. Little boys do sleepovers, do they really? I know the girls do. In our family, all the girls used to go on sleepovers and, they'd say, I'm spending the night at Beverly's place today, and think, whoever Beverly was, no idea. And it's up to a certain age. Well, I don't know. My oldest was doing it at 15, 16. They do sleepovers. Do you do sleepovers? I never did that. Strangers, thank you very much indeed. Definitely not. Well, they would be strangers, wouldn't they? Yeah, but they might be friends, but you don't invite them back to your house. That would be... It's like Nick Abbott, turning up on your doorstep and, hello, I've come for lunch. Yeah, right. The police would be there so blooming fast. So fast. Kevin in Brisbane says, I've just crossed the Tropic of Capricorn on my way to Cairns in North Queensland. Do you do a ceremony if you cross the Tropic of Capricorn? I think when you do cross some of these things, there is a ceremony with Neptune, isn't there? I mean, how many more blooming times, honestly? So, if you cross the Tropic of Capricorn, I'm sure that there is a... Oh, there's the equator, is it? Oh, right, OK. The line crossing ceremony commemorates a person's first crossing of the equator. There you go, features King Neptune. So, partly right. They're very common in the Navy. Most things are common in the Navy, aren't they? And they also carry out for passengers' entertainment on civilian ocean liners and cruise ship. Also performed in the merchant navy and aboard sail training ships. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? Apparently throughout history, line-crossing ceremonies have sometimes become dangerous hazing rituals. I don't even know what that is. Most modern navies have instituted regulations that prohibit physical attacks on sailors. Well, people attack sailors now. It's very dark, isn't it, really? But no, I knew it was to do with Neptune. Neptune turns up, or somebody dressed as Neptune. And, yeah, I say, I'm sorry, this is the cross-channel ferry. We don't really bother with things like that. Here we go, another one here. A statue of Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher was officially unveiled in her hometown yesterday. So is this different from the other one? There's two of them now, two statues. Despite protests, before the ceremony, a woman threw coffee and a man walking past shouted, "Take it down." These are peasants. These are people of limited intelligence. It's not their fault. They don't have a brain cell. Last night, Jeremy Webster, there's a nasty little piece of work, was egging the statue. He was fined only £90. Same statue. This is the official unveiling. Oh, right, OK. So officially unveiled. And also red paint was put on it. But it's interesting because this particular memorial was paid for by public donations. So who are these stupid people? Who's the woman who threw coffee and a man said, "Take it down, take it down"? Peasants, honestly. There's something the matter with these people. What else have we got here? What else have we got? Oh, this is Kim Kardashian. Oh, God, she really is in this country. How ghastly. And the reality star and her comedian boyfriend, called Pete Davidson, ate out in London. Luckily, they don't tell you where. Otherwise, we'd be avoiding it like the plague. And I don't know where they'd go to, actually. I don't think she's classy enough to eat in proper places. She's probably used to polystyrene boxes and plastic cutlery, I should imagine. There's a lion's new hairstyle has left him looking like Garth from the film Wayne's World. Hang's long blonde locks had zoo visitors wondering if his hair had been trimmed. And this is in Guangzhou Zoo in China. They said, we wouldn't dare cut the lion's mane. It's just the way it's gone. But it does look as though he's had a haircut. Does look a bit peculiar, doesn't it? But there you go. And an actress has adopted a fox which wanders freely around her house despite objections from her boyfriend. Louise Connolly Burnham, who apparently was in Call the Midwife, calls her pet Phil. Highly dangerous. They're wild animals, foxes. It sleeps in a dog bed on the patio and eats bacon, chicken and cat treats. She said she just wandered in when I wasn't looking. Highly dangerous. She wanders now in all the time. She's our tangerine baby. Yeah, I think you need to go and get medically checked out. There's something the matter with you, dear. These are wild animals. They will kill anything else in the vicinity. Goodness sake, honestly. And model Hella Hadid shows off her toned midriff. This obsession with showing off people's midriff at the moment. As I say, I've told the producer off loads of times. It's just unnecessary. I don't want to see a belly button. It's just, you know, it doesn't look right, does it? Be like sort of Doc Cotton coming back and sort of, you know, having sort of bare midriff or something. Or the Queen or something like that. Bit of a shock, isn't it? What do you think kids think about the royal family? You know, you ask kids, they don't really have any idea at all. There's one here, it says, the Queen keeps her jewels in the fridge and eats McDonald's for her breakfast. Wrong on both occasions. Wrong. Do you know the Queen doesn't own any of her jewels? They're all owned by the Crown. She doesn't own them. So when she dies, they, you know, we get to keep them. We get to keep them, or Charles gets to keep them. Leo, who is 4 from St Neots, when asked what do you like about the Queen, he says, I like her crown. It's a rainbow on her head. A young lady here from Bromley called Duraden Nadim, when asked what's the Queen's favourite TV show, says she likes to watch Peppa Pig because I saw her giving a medal to Mrs Rabbit in Peppa Pig. I love it. What do you think the Queen does all day is always a popular one. Amelia Hallett said she likes to play then watch Paw Patrol. They are only little children here. Mind you, the producer buys into all of this at the same time. 5:15. Let's get the latest LBC travel for you this morning with Joanne Webb.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Wednesday, June the 1st. We've already done the pinch and a punch. You've missed it. Okay. So, as I said to you before, don't bother coming into London over the next few days. And if you do, don't bring the car, for God's sake. There's going to be gridlock. The RAC estimate 19.5 million road trips between Wednesday and Sunday with queues on main routes. Long queues at the port of Dover, London St Pancras Station as well, home to the Eurostar girls. Morning, ladies. RAF traffic spokesman Rod Dennis says the fact the bank holidays coincide with the end of half-term in many places, it has the potential to put some extra pressure on the road network. So, you know, drivers' plans, hotspots, Maple Cross interchange, M25 anti-clockwise from junction 17, also junction 12 with the Thorpe interchange in Surrey, Stonehenge in Wiltshire, the A303, popular route for holidaymakers travelling towards the southwest, and in a separate RAC poll, apparently the 37% of people said they will not be driving long distances, and that was because of high fuel prices. Yeah. Also, UK airports busy, more than 10,000 flights departing between Thursday and Sunday. And already, as I've told you, EasyJet and TUI have cancelled dozens of half-term flights over issues including air traffic restrictions and runway costs. In other words, they've basically got rid of all their staff, and so you're going nowhere. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, stay in this country. Go and sit on the beach at Southend. Go down to Brighton. No, don't go to Brighton. Go anywhere but Brighton. It's got the worst beach, Brighton. It's all stones and everything else. And there's nudists. Nudists. People with... they're nude. There's a whole nude beach at Brighton. No, they're not. No, they're not blocked out of view. The Little Volks Railway going along the back of Brighton seafront slows down so you can look at nudies. I used to stand up and wave. Not with my hands. Just to make it entertaining for them. I used to think from that distance they can't see anything, and then somebody told me about binoculars, so I kind of gave up on that. Only once did I sit on the nude beach in Brighton. So I thought it was, a little crowd of us. Well, there was by the time I'd stripped off. I just thought it's something to do, isn't it? Why not? Goodness sake, honestly. Be brazen, be brave, be bold, be teeny tiny. And, yeah, of course I did. Yeah, absolutely. Good God, and I tell you, if I wrote my proper book, you wouldn't believe half the stuff that's in it. I mean, my God, honestly, I was reckless. Reckless. That was terrible. The Village People did a song called Just a Gigolo. I inspired it. I think I was there. How long did I stay? Oh, a couple of hours. Because it's all stones. It's really not the best beach to go onto. It's really uncomfortable. But the Little Volks Railway, the electric railway running on the back, slows down when it gets to the nude bit. It's so funny. So funny. And then you can go to the marina at the end, and then you can get something to eat, and then you can sort of, get the little train back again. It's all good fun. It's all good fun. Do something like that, but don't head into London. Don't head into London, please don't. How big is the Queen's Palace? This is what they asked a little girl here. Theo Smith, who's 6 from Gravesend, said she's not only got 1, in fact she has 20, because they need to fit in the Queen and her 30 dogs. So it must be as wide as the street and as big as 30 double-decker buses. I love the way kids are so adventurous with these things. Another one says, where do you think the Queen's corgis sleep? Mason, who's 10, lives in Leicester with his mum Sarah, and says, because the Queen is rich, I think they have their own room with a slide and a ball pit, which is lovely. And Piero says, I think she sleeps on the sunbed. Sleeps on the sunbed. We've never seen the Queen with a tan, have we? She didn't do tanning. I think she obviously realised at an early age that you don't tan yourself, much as though we all want to go away on holiday and come back looking, this sort of lovely colour. And what do you like about the Queen? Theo, who lives in Romford with Mum Sarah and Dad Michael, says she can do whatever she wants when she wants, and her picture is on our money. You see, they've noticed, which is good. And where do you think the Queen keeps the crown jewels? Alfie, 9, from Farnham, says probably in glass cases like they do in the Minions film when they try to steal the crown. Madison, from Wokingham, says in the fridge because maybe her workers like her jewels and won't find them in the fridge. That's what kids, you ask them. It's, they used to do a programme on the television where they used to ask little kids about certain things. And I can't remember what it was called, but they had a voiceover. Was it? No, it wasn't Barrymore. But they used to ask kids, was it Kids Say the Funniest Things? Was that Barrymore? Oh, was it? Oh, clever old you. Nothing worse than a clever dick, isn't there? Especially on a Wednesday morning when it's the first of the month. Or do we celebrate anything today? I mean, apart from the fact that most of you will be enjoying yourself and going, yeah, can't wait to get down the pub. The pubs are delighted. They can't wait. They really can't. Do you think they're ever going to go back on the smoking thing? And they're going to let people smoke in bars and stuff like that. Because I'm assuming the landlord, if he smokes, when the pub isn't open, uses it as his sitting room, so they smoke. That's what I'm assuming, I would think. But, Michael Barrymore was sort of kids. 1999, that was. Do you know there's still a couple of Michael Barrymore series on the shelves after his slight problem, and that was a slight problem, after he went out and took people back. Somebody died in his swimming pool. I wasn't sure whatever happened to the house or anything like that, but his career literally collapsed overnight. Terrible. Steve, apparently, Dave in Plymouth says the Navy's Equator crossing the line ceremony includes police, bears and Neptunes. Oh, bears. How interesting. And Steve, do you remember the programme where they would ask young schoolchildren what they thought certain things were? They'd sit at their desk in front of the camera and describe their interpretations. Yes, that was... I think Ronnie Corbett did one, didn't he? I think. I don't remember but kids always say the funniest things because they don't know what they're saying, do they? They've got no idea. They just sort of say, why is the moon this colour? And they go, because it is made of cheese. And they'd sit there, and sometimes the kids would have an argument with each other, which always entertained me no end. I love it when you ask kids the stupidest things, which is very funny. So Peter Andre left devastated. He wasn't starring in the musical Grease. He's got a very, very, very small part, in Grease. And he's not starring in it at all. And, to say that is just making a mockery of the rest of the cast. But anyway, Crook struck. He drives a Mercedes, and the back window was smashed in. And they left only a child's car seat. God in heaven. Who in his family uses a child car seat? Well, yeah, but they're all far too old to be in car seats, aren't they now? But anyway, the theft meant that he wasn't able to stop and talk to his devoted fans at the stage door. He said, somebody smashed it, got all the stuff. Thankfully, I left my child's seat there, but they've taken quite a few things. Well, what have you got on show, love? What did you have in the car? What could be there? Pictures of yourself? CDs of yourself? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what you'd keep in a car. My car's spotless. I mean, not the boot, admittedly. But I mean, what's in my car at the moment? There's a new pair of shoes, which are called Skechers. because they were on special offer in Costco, 25 quid. So I bought those I bought them too small last time, so I've sort of gone a bit bigger. And I've got the pot of paint, anti-climb paint, which I'm going to really screw those pigeons up with. I can't wait to do it. It's really going to screw them up. Yeah, really going to screw them up. And what else is in there? Oh, and my plants from Van Meuwen's, which is great. I was waiting for the delphiniums, and I thought I was waiting till Christmas, but they've been very generous. They've sent me a pack of them, which arrived yesterday from Yodel, and then there's more arriving Christmas time, which is lovely. So I was very pleased. Very good service. Very good service. What else we got? Why the celebrities' fast fashion food place folded. This is misguided. It fell apart cheaper than a cheap dress. It's a Manchester-based company set up with a £50,000 loan, and there was they bought the company a bit more time, a £53 million buyout, but it's not been enough. Apparently, Kim Kardashian won 2.1 million after Misguided copied a gold outfit she wore, because you can't do that, it's plagiarism. Also, there was a pound bikini backlash. And that was a bit disappointing, a little bit disappointing. Somebody from last year's Love Island, well, you can get them to wear anything. They'll bend over backwards for you for a quid. Definitely kill. Nicole Scherzinger, her collaboration range made 5.5 million, but it wasn't enough to save the company. And that's the trouble. All these things get too big. It's like every time I read about Victoria Beckham and her fashion empire, I think, which one would this be? Which one would this be? We're still trying to find out if anybody's going in the shops. Way too expensive. Way too expensive. Steph McGovern was given a lively taste of what lies ahead after her showbiz friends gatecrashed her programme. Former BBC Breakfast colleague Louise Minchin took over because her career's disappeared completely. She leaves the breakfast time, and that was the last we've heard of her. She turned up to chart the life. It was like a This Is Your Life with Louise Minchin, which actually should have been an audition piece. She didn't gatecrash, it was all organised. Dawn French, and Kerry Katona says, you're an amazing inspiration. You're a bit like me, really awesome. Obviously delusional as ever, I'm afraid. Fred Sirieix, swapping swanky red. He just shows you to your table. He doesn't cook any food. He can't cook anything. The maitre d' turned telly favourite. I don't know why. No idea why. Paddy McGuinness turned the air blue when Freddie Flintoff forced him out of a race in the BBC One Car Shows News series. Nadia Hussein has revealed her pressure might be perfect, keeping her up at night. She became a huge role model after winning Bake Off, but still wears heavy. Apparently in an interview for Good Housekeeping, she said, I'm not going to say I take it in my stride, and it's really easy because it's tough. Everybody wants to be the perfect version. I think she's great. We've interviewed her a few times for In Conversation, and I thought she was very good. Very good. She did a lovely programme where she went back to see her family, and they live quite simply. I mean, really quite simply. And she was helping cooking and everything else. And also, Love Island Lovelies aren't known for their vocals, so it's no surprise Laura Anderson needed a little help with her next venture. Apparently, the former air hostess, I've never even heard of her, who is she? Has tapped up Pop Boy. Oh, she's going out with Dane Bowers. She's another one. To prepare for her turn at ITV's Celebrity Karaoke Club, which returns. What a ghastly piece of television that was. You ever see it? What a pile of rubbish. God in heaven. That really was scraping the barrel. Almost as bad as that Kristen what's-her-name Ramsey programme. Rosie Ramsey. As I say, he is so irritating. I didn't think it was possible to be that irritating. He thinks he's uproariously hilarious and laughs and then checks. You can see he's constantly looking for the camera. What's the show about? They put some third-rate people on there and they talk to them about basically nothing. But this bloke laughs all the time and falls backwards. He does the whole cod acting bit you've ever seen in your life. Really embarrassing, honestly. That's got to go. Who commissioned that? I've got no idea. Perhaps he told them he was funny. Now it's turned out he's not. 5:30. Let's get the news headlines, shall we, with Simon Conway.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, 26 minutes to 6. So having told us she wants to be classy, front page of the Mirror, Dad's not totally happy about me appearing in Love Island, but I'll try to keep it classy. What do you mean, try to keep it classy, dear? You will, or you'll be annihilated. The papers will absolutely destroy you. That's what they do. You're 19, you think you know it all. Just because you look grown up doesn't mean you are grown up. You have to be very Fleet Street savvy, dear, and you don't look Fleet Street savvy to me. And then, you know, once they finish with you, they'll start on him. You know, it's not good, is it? Not good. The Archbishop of Canterbury, everywhere, suggesting Prince Andrew should be forgiven over his sex abuse scandal. I don't think so, dear. I really don't think so. It's very sweet of you to make a contribution. But unless you know something that we don't, it ain't going to be happening anytime soon. The public hate him. Hate him. OK? Simple as that. So Bradford named as the next UK city of culture, bringing millions of... who are famous people from Bradford? There's quite a number, actually. There's quite a number. David Hockney, the artist. Do you know David Hockney? Famous for a piece of art called A Bigger Splash, which featured his then boyfriend. Zayn Malik comes from Bradford. J.B. Priestley. Have you heard of J.B. Priestley? Oh, good. Oh, well, there's a start. And Kiki D. Don't go breaking my heart. I couldn't. That one, Kiki D. Timothy West, the actor. Married to Prunella Scales. OK. From Fawlty Towers, yes. Timothy West, great actor. Richard Whiteley. Remember him from Countdown? Richard Whiteley. He's dead now. He got bitten, famously got bitten. He was on a programme called Calendar, and they had some ferrets on. And you've got to watch ferrets. They've got teeth razor sharp. And this thing bites his finger and hangs on for grim death. And you go, Mind you, I saw a great YouTube video in America. This bloke gets pulled over by the police. And they say, would you like to get out of the car, sir? When an American cop says to you, would you like to get out of the car? That's not really an invitation. It's an order. Get out the car. If you got for some reason they wanted his national insurance number or some social security number or whatever it was. He wasn't getting out of the car. So he locked the doors. And they went, listen. And they stood there discussing with him, sort of discussing, for quite some time about getting out of the car. I am ordering you now to get out the car. Otherwise, and they then bring a dog into it. And the dog sits by the side of the car. And the copper, there's about 6 coppers around this car now. And they said to the bloke in the car, this is your last opportunity, because what's going to happen is we're going to smash the windows of the car and the dog will come in and it will bite you and we will drag you out. So this bloke's still not playing ball. He's not twigged to this. And the dog is sitting there going, ooh. You know, dogs are like that, aren't they? Because they don't know the words. Ooh. And so they went, this is your last opportunity. And I thought, how many more last opportunities? Anyway, the next thing, they smash both the windows. The dog jumps into the car and clamps its jaws onto his arm. This bloke is screaming blue hell. You've never heard anything like it. Ow, ow. And even when they drag him out the car the other side, the dog goes with him and it's still clamped onto his arm. And the copper says to him, he says, I did tell you. You know, like if you were too stupid to realise. You know, very embarrassing. Steve, lovely time with mother in Corfu, says Sidcup Julie. And we both listened to you whilst the sun was rising each morning. We couldn't stop laughing. Well, I don't think it was that funny, the show, but it was fairly good. Who else? Oh, Gareth Gates, the pop star, is from Bradford. When I die and they lay me to rest. Did you ever see him doing that, Spirit in the Sky? Was that with the Kumars? That was so good. Unfortunately, Gareth Gates did admit to me he couldn't dance for toffee. He really had 2 left feet, whereas me, I'm an expert dancer. I'm like a gazelle on the dance floor. I really am. And, oh, God, I've got to take my passport down now as well, and driving licence. Honestly, why might my brother leave these things? Now I've got to go up there, come downstairs again. So I shall have to do that. So they might need them to prove who I say I am. It's like Jesus Christ Superstar, isn't it, all over again? Fabian Delph. Heard of Fabian Delph? Footballer, apparently. I didn't know who he was. And Johnny Bairstow. Kimberly Walsh. So quite a lot of famous people in Bradford. Not as many as in Bolton. Bolton's got loads of people. Loads of people come from Bolton. Vernon Kay and his missus. And who else? Must be... No, what's it? Peter Kay comes from Bolton. He's very famous, isn't he? Here they are. 4 protesters sprayed red paint and let off green flares in a demo. They glued themselves together and a security guard got daubed in dye. Palestine Action activists. Well, what it's got to do with us, I've got no idea. We're there at a building in Holborn. Apparently it's where the Israeli weapons company Elbit Systems has an office, the Can Group. They chanted, "Shut Elbit down." And all they did, they just got arrested because they're buffoons. Complete buffoons. The Met Police says a member of staff at the building was attacked. I'd have left them there. You want to super glue your hands together, stay there. Bye-bye. Stay there all week. Stay there all weekend. Nobody really cares about you. Prime Minister facing pressure over an alleged second lockdown busting party his wife Carrie hosted. It really is getting worse, isn't it? And Prince Harry has received cast iron assurances his family will be protected by specialist police. What for, love? You're not in the royal family anymore. Who are you? Go and get a job in a shop. Do something interesting. Do something worthwhile. But they've been told that they will be given security. Well, as long as you pay for it, couldn't care less what happens. I'm not really interested at all in that. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think we need them over here. I really don't. Justin Welby says, with Prince Andrew, we have to step back. We're now very unforgiving. I'm sorry, dear, you don't just wipe the slate clean like that. It doesn't happen like that. You need to come into the real world, which then would make it a lot better. But everything. Child's Play was with Michael Aspel. Loved Michael Aspel. When he was on Capital Radio. Michael Aspel makes your morning. Michael Aspel makes your day. And, yes, I remember that very, very well. Did you get your jeans? No, far too busy. Far too busy. Don't forget the Bad Boy Chiller crew from Bradford. Oh, I don't know that, actually. And David says, moved over to rappers. Of course, they'd have to. I couldn't think they'd be anything else, actually. Hardly going to be maypole dancers, are they? BMW is their latest. Latest what? Song? What, called BMW? What, like, as in the car? Oh, right. I don't understand rapping. I really don't. I mean, I've watched it and listened to it. I don't. Are the lyrics rude? Oh, you're not watching them then, definitely not. Can't wait to be back in London this weekend and see some people my ages, says David. He said, I've moved over to Lichfield for a new job, eventually. Are you on air tomorrow? Well, I might pop in. I don't know. That's how I feel, actually. You know, they've asked me to take part in the parade, and, you know, and I've said to them, listen, I wanted to go on the balcony, and they said, well, it's only really working members of the royal family. I said, well, so there'll be nobody up there then, will there? Not that I think they actually work, ha, 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 apart from... I think the Queen might make it to the balcony, but I think she'll be seated. I've become quite common on this programme, I've realised, actually. I now can't even speak English, which is getting embarrassing. But there's enough stuff going on, isn't there, to sort of keep people busy. But, you know, and especially in front of Buckingham Palace, I was going to take the car down there, because everybody always thinks I'm a member of the royal family when they see me out driving in the car. And I generally wave a little. But the carriage is beautiful. Look at this. This was the rehearsals yesterday morning. Made in 1760, that carriage. And all the troops were out and everything. I bet they were thrilled. We're out here. We're very tired. We want to go home. It's going to look fabulous. We do ceremony very good. We do it very, very well. Really do. So they'll be going down the Mall. It's lovely. I love stuff like that. But I will watch it on the television. You get a much better view, because otherwise, if you go, you're only going to see what's in front of you. You're not going to see all the rest of the action taking place, and there will be action. The son of an infamous lotto-faking gran has admitted a string of thefts. This is Brandon Scott, who spiralled into a life of drugs and crime after finding his mum's body at their home in 2017. She died of a heart attack 18 months after trying to claim, you remember this story, £33 million National Lottery jackpot by lying that her ticket had been ruined in the wash. I mean, she was that stupid. She didn't realise that they can tell the moment the winning ticket is announced. They know where it was bought, what time it was bought, and they'll have a photo of you. And if you've done it online, they can see all the tickets that you've bought up there. It's as simple as that. There's no way you can get around it, even by changing some of the numbers. Because all the lottery machines have got little cameras in there, so they can see you buying the ticket. You say, oh, I don't know where I bought it. And they'll tell you, well, we'll tell you exactly where this ticket was bought. Nowhere near where you live. Anyway, Scott this week admitted shoplifting, stealing a bike and failing to comply with the community order. Apparently he'd struggled with his mum's death and became addicted to Class A drugs. Is that cocaine? Is Class A cocaine? Oh, right, OK. Scott of Powick got a community and rehab order. Curfew was told to pay £562 compensation. I can't believe your mother seriously thought she could cheat the national lottery. I mean, why are people so dumb? You know, the dog... Sorry? No, she didn't get paid. No, of course they would. I mean, it was so simple to suss her out, the old bag. She was lying through I couldn't believe that she even thought that you could get away with something like that. There was another one who said the dog ate half the ticket. But there's about 4 different things, isn't there, on a ticket to prove where it was bought and everything else. I mean, I'd love to tell you what they all are. It's like people who sort of, you give them a a £50 note and they hold it up to the light. I don't know what they hold it up to the light for. All you've got to do is run your fingers over a £50 note. You can feel it's raised, which is unusual. Oh, you didn't know that either. Yeah, it's raised. No good holding it up to the light. You don't have a £50 note. No, of course you wouldn't have. Oh, dear, it's just me again. I haven't had a £50 note for ages. I must get some. I think I might treat myself to some, because I always buy them before Christmas, so that I don't have to take money out of the bank. So if I take them out 3 months before Christmas, a little bit each month, then I've got my Christmas pot, to sort of hand out to people, people I like, and people I don't like don't get to look in. I'm trying to find a new wallet at the moment. I've got my wallet. It's a John Rocher wallet. And it's so busy in there, so many cards and everything else, but not cards for money. I've only got a credit card and a debit card. That's all I've got. It's got, I've got my card for on the buses and stuff like that, and my Freedom Pass. Yes, no, it's in a separate wallet for those. And what else has it got? Oh, historic royal palaces and stuff like that. My Magic Circle, inner Magic Circle card, just to prove that I'm particularly talented with my hands. It's just one of those sort of things. But it is a bit of a bulgy wallet. It is a bit of a bulge. And I did put some money in it this morning. Not as much as Matt Goss, who apparently carries £1,000 in cash around with him. Why? I can't imagine. Why? And telling people, even more daft. 14 minutes to 6. Let's get the LBC travel with Joanne Webb.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Trust we find you well. Trust you're looking forward to the weekend. I've got a guide for you, because I like to be helpful, to this 4 days and what's taking place. So the Queen's birthday parade is taking place tomorrow, Thursday, at 10 a.m. Oh, God, 10 a.m. God, blimey, we'll have to move out of here really quickly. The festivities begin with a special Trooping the Colour parade that will include military personnel and members of the royal family on horseback and in carriages. The finest of British pomp and pageantry on display as the colour, a regimental flag, is trooped by the Irish Guards, which have Prince William as their colonel. And then there's a fly-past, this is all tomorrow, fly-past 70 aircraft from the Royal Air Force, Army and Royal Navy will follow the parade, which has marked the official birthday of the British sovereign for more than 260 years. The Red Arrows will be in June 2012. That was the last time for the Diamond Jubilee. The fly-past will follow the parade. And the display features 3 times the number of aircraft in the Queen's last birthday fly-past, including an aerobatic performance by the Red Arrows, alongside helicopters and other aircraft that have been used to respond to recent events in the Ukraine. So I told you, do you remember when Obama came over here and he was staying at the American embassy residence, which is in Regent's Park? It was owned by the Woolworths heiress, and she gave it to the embassy, and we would, every Sunday morning, we would go for a walk with Darren's dog in Regent's Park. And as we as we crossed the road, there's all these concrete roadblocks around the inner circle, and there's all these soldiers and police and everything else, and we didn't know what it was, actually. And then because they were going into Winfield House, you knew that it was going to be something fairly big. And then these 2 enormous helicopters, like things that you would have seen in Vietnam. Seriously, huge. And the noise was incredible. And they landed on the lawn of Winfield House. And we were looking at it going, these things are enormous. And one was carrying the president and the other was the decoy aircraft. So you never knew which one he was in. And it was just fantastic. Well, there aren't any buildings around Regent's Park. There's only certain houses in there. I think there's a member of the Saudi royal family's got a place. I don't think he's ever been to it. But Winfield House was, it's lovely. And as you walk round the park, you can see through. Mind you, the other thing you notice in Regent's Park in London, as you walk round, you can hear the monkeys from the other side of the park and the lions when they roar. You can look, seriously, as if they were actually on top of you. Thank God they weren't. You can imagine. The Queen is joined by working members of the royal family who will watch from the balcony of Buckingham Palace. So, this is the fly path. That could take 25 minutes easily, I should imagine. And the beacons, as the sun sets on the first day of celebration tomorrow, thousands of platinum jubilee beacons will be lit throughout Britain and across the Commonwealth. At 9:25 p.m, it can be a long day. 9:25, members of the royal family will gather to watch as this 21-metre tree of trees sculpture is lit outside Buckingham Palace. On the Friday, June the 3rd, the service at St Paul's Cathedral, Great Paul, which is the country's largest church bell, will peal to signify a service of thanksgiving at St Paul's. Plans are in place to take into account the Queen's comfort. She's likely to enter from a side door. Members of the family expected to attend include the Duke of York, boo, and the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, boo again. The Queen's service starts at 11:30 and will include a new anthem by Judith Weir, who's master of the Queen's music, words from the 3rd chapter of the Book of Proverbs, and afterwards the Lord Mayor will host a reception at the Guildhall with the royals arriving from 12:25. Queen will be having an old bevy, won't she, with that? Come on, they're all chucking it down there. They'll still be stuck with Prince Andrew. I wonder if all the other members of the royal family are so desperate to distance themselves away from him that they won't want to get anywhere near him, lest the photographers get a picture of sort of Andrew chatting away to William or something. That would be just terrible publicity. Saturday, June the 4th, Derby. Now, the Queen, I don't think, is going to be going to this one. And 40 royals will be attending from 4:30pm. 40 of the Queen's past and present jockeys will form a guard of honour, but she's not going to be there. And she never misses the Derby. She loves it. And then it's Party of the Palace. Party on down, dude. Yep. A spectacular lineup of stars performing at a concert near the Victoria Memorial. What do you mean near it? It's on top of it. Near it. Outside Buckingham Palace, there are 22,000 tickets, but 100,000 people are expected to be available on the Mall itself. Millions will watch from 8 to 10 p.m. when the concert is broadcast live. Sunday, I don't know what that spectacular lineup of stars is. Is this the one where Rod Stewart or are they on I think they're on a different one, unless there's two. Sunday, June the 5th, the big Jubilee lunch, whee, which is very exciting, isn't it? Also, 16,000 street parties planned. More than 60,000 people have registered to host community lunches across the country. You have to register to host a party. I don't think so. There will also be 600 big Jubilee lunches across the Commonwealth and beyond. Diana Ross and Rod Stewart are among the headline acts at the Platinum Party in the Park. Queen and Adam Lambert, Jax Jones, Mabel, Stefflon Don, Elbow, Stefflon Don, all right, as in Teflon Don. Very funny, little play on words there. Lord Andrew Lloyd Webber, George Ezra, I'll be riding shotgun. That's the only song he's had, isn't it? Has he had anything else? So Andrew Lloyd Webber, Mimi Webb, Lin-Manuel Miranda, again, not a clue, I'm afraid. Sir Elton John, Diversity. They've done a special dance for the Queen, she'll be thrilled. And Sam Ryder. Was that our entry for Eurovision? Came second. Loser. Also, Sir Rod Stewart will be singing. I wonder what he'll be singing, actually. I am sailing across... Because his voice is a bit shot through, isn't it, now? He said, yeah, if you want my body and you think I'm sexy. He sounds a bit like Bonnie Tyler. In fact, we used to think Bonnie Tyler was Rod Stewart. Andrea Bocelli. He'll be very good. How he fits in with Sir Rod Stewart and Duran Duran, I've got no idea. The Reflex. Nile Rodgers, he's very good. Alicia Keys, Hans Zimmer. I have bought his frame on many an occasion. Celeste, Segala and Ella Eyre and Misha Paris. Oh, and Diana Ross as an afterthought. The woman who claimed she was groped at Heathrow Airport and said she'd never come back to the country, but she'll come back for this, which is good. Anyway, there's the Jubilee pageant. An ambitious 3-hour pageant, this is on Sunday, transforming the streets of London with a vibrant display of colour and dance, the like of which we haven't seen since the New Year's Day parade. The show will culminate in a grand finale with a performance by Ed Sheeran before a gospel choir and a military band lead the nation in singing the national anthem. So where are they going to be? Where is this grand finale going to be? Is it back on this stage in front of Buckingham Palace? So Ed Sheeran will be there and a gospel choir and a military band. Couldn't be better. Couldn't be better. But it's a very nice weekend set out. So now you know what it is. Now you can start planning things. And but, you know, if you don't need to come into town, don't come into town. I only say that because, you know, the public transport will be running, but it'll be a like Saturday, Sunday service. You won't be able to get to lots of places. There's a lot of walking. Your feet will be aching. You know, the kids will want to go home. You know, one hot dog and something like that. I mean, central London will be a no-no. especially all the way round here. This is the area where it's going to congregate. There'll be all sorts of things because we are Trafalgar Square, and then it'll go down the Mall and to Parliament Square at the bottom. So anyway, Tom says, don't keep your wallet in your back pocket. You get a bad back when you drive. I've never in my life kept a wallet in the back pocket. My godson has kept his phone in his back pocket. He's broken more screens than anything. Broken more screens. Ridiculous. Dangerous. But also, wallet in the back pocket. Anybody can nick it. Anybody can nick. I never understand why people want to keep either their phone or their wallet. I mean, if I couldn't get my wallet in my back pocket, it's too busy. Too busy. Steve, try, if you need a new wallet, says Stella, try TK Maxx, which is my second home. And Eddie says TK Maxx in Kew have a fantastic selection of wallets at all prices. It's got to be a gatefold wallet. Do you know what I mean? It's a bit. I mean, I can get loads in my wallet. I mean, seriously, it was a very good buy, but I've not seen the thing since. Steve, it's my son's birthday on the 18th of June, and we would like to take him on a boat ride on the River Thames from the beginning to the end. I don't know from which pier. I'll go from Charing Cross Pier. Charing Cross Pier, much easier actually, and it'll take you all the way down to Greenwich. Yeah. And you can get a cup of tea on the boat or a soft drink or something like that. And so you go all the way down. I mean, I would think, actually, Charing Cross Pier is the best. So, in other words, it's just behind Charing Cross Station on the embankment. There's about 3 or 4 different companies that operate from there. And they tell me... Because, in fact, you know, when you say from the beginning, what do you mean? The source of the River Thames. In which case you won't get a boat up there at all. So, Connie, that would be the thing to do. So, and also, if you've got... certain cards, you can get discounts. You can get discounts on some of the boat rides. If you've got a Freedom Pass and stuff like that, you can get discounts. And it's well worth it. You use Oyster Card, you get a discount as well, I think. Pretty certain on some of them. But you can get the Thames Clippers down there. And it's nice. It's nice. You can see the Thames, and then you get to that certain area which spreads way out. And you go down to Greenwich, then you can have a pizza or something like that down at Greenwich. You'll love it. Absolutely love it. Stuart Manning says, a friend of mine makes wallets. Why am I not surprised? Why am I not surprised? He'd make anything you want. Oh, right. I do need a new wallet, actually. Bit extreme having a wallet made. I mean, honestly, how flash does that make me sound? Steve, me and Jean are off to Philadelphia for a month. Nightmare trying to book with BA. I bet. And I believe Winfield House was also owned by Woolworths, originally Winfields. Yes, it was. I've just said that. I can't bear it when people can't hear.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to, well, it's borderline holiday. I look, and this is a bit like Christmas. Tomorrow, you can go out to the pubs today, and they'll be open till 1 o'clock in the morning. They're delighted. It's an opportunity, isn't it? And do you remember we were talking about the Sex Pistols the other day? There are still a few aging punks out there. And ex-Pistols frontman John Lydon, otherwise known as Johnny Rotten, interestingly enough, hated this film. But you know what the film's based on? This film about the Sex Pistols. They haven't just sort of made it up. It's taken from Steve Jones's book. And so that's what's been adapted. And he now says that he's left his punk lifestyle behind him and is living a much quieter life these days. He said he once claimed the Pistols were not into music, were into chaos. I don't remember on the Bill Grundy interview whether or not John Lydon was there. I don't think he was. I don't seem to remember him at all. Because somebody said, oh, you said, he said, no, I never said anything about that at all. Oh, was he there? Oh, right. Interesting. But anyway, ex-Pistols frontman John Lydon has slammed this six-parter, directed by Danny Boyle. But Steve Jones, has hit back and told his former bandmate, grow up. Which is what I said. Grow up and move on, love. Get over yourself. It's finished, okay? So there's Bill Grundy, so I'm watching it now. There's Steve Cook. Now, where is Johnny Rotten? Where is it? There's Steve, yeah. See, I don't see John Lydon. Oh, there he is. Honestly, poor old fake, isn't he? Sex Pistols, the Grundy show. It was. They were trying to be sort of terribly clever. They just looked a bit stupid, really. It was a bit dated. You know, you do the same thing. Winfield House, Steve, was given to the US government by Barbara Hutton. Yes, I know. I've been there. Well, not been inside the house. I'd love to go inside the house. That'd be very nice, wouldn't it? But, no, she had it, and it's in Regent's Park. There's only about 2 or 3 houses in Regent's Park. One of them is a huge monstrosity, but it looks beautiful. I mean, it really does look very nice indeed. And then there's Winfield House, but that's where the Americans stay when they were looking. I actually was invited, the American ambassador to London, because they were all here for short terms. Because, you know, wherever they go, the American embassy becomes America. That piece of land in Grosvenor Square, where the American embassy was, became America. But I think there was one of them, I can't remember which one it was, that wasn't. But anyway, the American ambassador to London listened to my programme every day, driving in, and he said, he phoned us up and spoke to my producer, and he said, we'd love you to come for dinner. So, it was bizarre. It was the most surreal thing that's ever happened. So, dutifully, we got invited to the American offices over the road from the embassy, and it was Eisenhower's office. And it was all laid out. There was a dining table there, and there was Eisenhower's desk and everything. And this was, oh God, donkey's years ago. Because shortly after, we got invited to dinner there, and I took along a friend of mine, because I said, listen, it's too good an opportunity. We're being dined and wined by the American ambassador to London. And we were able to sit at Eisenhower's desk. And it was fantastic. It really was very good. And it turned out he listened to the programme every morning as he was driving in. I remember thinking, good story. So there's a house for sale in Regent's Park at the moment. Oh, there's loads. Round the other side, where Dale used to live, he was just inside Regent's Park. This isn't the Charles Dickens house, is it? No, because that was a lot cheaper. Oh, that's right. This is Cambridge Gate. Okay, 25.5 million. It's a penthouse, 5 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms. I mean, it's quite nice. I need parking. You see, some of these rooms here are lovely, aren't they? Kitchen's okay, but of course you wouldn't be cooking in it because you'd have it's a bit small for 25 million. I've seen better, but look how many rooms they've got there. Also so you've got that nice roof terrace. I mean, you know, to have a roof terrace I could be happy with a roof terrace like that. In fact, that's actually quite a good size roof terrace. But 25.5 million. See, if I was gonna buy a place in Regent's Park, I'd probably go up to about 10 million. I could probably get something quite nice. 25.5 is too much, and I don't like Cambridge Gate anyway, so I wouldn't be there. Yeah, I need to check the lottery tickets because I got 3 winners last night. Woo! I mean, if I've actually, oh look at that. See, I love the idea. That's a walk-in closet. I love the idea, wardrobe, closet, and I like walk-in showers, and their television is wall-mounted, and it's quite nice. So you're inside the park here. That's your view, looking out over the park. It's not the most spectacular view I've ever seen. It's not. It's just trees. I've seen trees before. I've been to Sherwood Forest and Epping Forest, and I've seen cars and cyclists and all the rest of it. The good news is Regent's Park is closed at night. They close off the gates. So the only way you can get in, there is an entrance that you can get into Regent's Park. But the police there are very hot. If they don't know your car, they're going to stop you in Regent's Park. You can't drive around it at night. It's as simple as that. But it was lovely. Steve, Lin-Manuel Miranda is the actor who starred in and wrote the Broadway shows In the Heights and Hamilton. Oh, right. Oh, how lovely. I was in the green room at Thames when Bill Grundy came off set. He was so angry, says Geraldine. He was fuming. He thought he was going to be doing an interview on classical music, and he was confronted by basically a bunch of silly little children playing yobbos, to be controversial. I mean, he made a rod for his own back when one of the girls said something. He said, go on, say something outrageous. So they did. Every 4-letter word emanated from their mouths. I mean, they were pretty thick. But that was what, I remember seeing, you could buy postcards still of punks in the King's Road, with the huge Mohicans. It's a bit dated, isn't it, really, the trouble is you can't really put any of these punk bands on with the touring bands of the 60s and 70s. I mean, there's just nobody's interested. And also, if he's spitting at you, oh, horrid. Oh, ghastly. Honestly, the sort of thing you don't want. You have to be hosed down after you sort of come back. But yeah, I knew all about Bill Grundy, but that basically sealed his fate. He was just sort of oiked off air because he basically asked them to say something outrageous. So they obliged. And Johnny Rotten was sort of playing, oh, I'm such an anarchist and all the rest of it. He just looked like naffo. Really naffo. Oh, this is nice. An Elizabeth sponge. Food and drink fit for some queens. It's an Elizabeth sponge, which is very nice. Only £4, which looks lovely. And because they're all encouraging you to do, for some reason, when we have a Jubilee celebration, we think barbecues. I don't. I'm not really a big fan of barbecues. I've had them, but I'm not particularly bothered about them. I don't think it's the idea of sitting outside with all the wasps and everything else. I mean, communal eating. You have to wait for it to be cooked. Okay, anybody? The chicken's ready. Anybody want a piece of chicken? No. What else have you got? Have you got chicken tikka masala? No, haven't got any of that either. So Johnny Depp was playing guitar on stage for a second night as he joined Jeff Beck at the Royal Albert Hall. Apparently it was brilliant. Everybody was saying how marvellous it was. Look at this, a whole chicken, a British oven fresh chicken from Morrison's, $3.99. $3.99. I mean, how do they do these things for these prices? Absolutely amazing. $3.99. And then people are complaining about food price. They just brought it down. They brought it down from £5.50. If you want some, what is this, Italian rosé, is it Frixnet or something like that? I can't pronounce it. Anyway, it's from 24 quid to 15 quid. So the manufacturers are they're trying to do their best to get you there. And if you want to buy 18 pieces of Jubilee British barbecue meat pack, 6 sausages, 4 burgers, 4 sandwich steaks and 4 pork loins, $9.99. 18 pieces. Because to be honest with you, the only thing I ever want to eat if I'm going to a barbecue is going to be a burger and a roll with some onions. That's all. There's nothing else to eat, is there? I don't want to sit there in a chicken leg, the blood streaming down your chin because they haven't cooked it properly. But I do like bananas. And you cook bananas in tin foil. You wrap the banana in tin foil. You put a little bit of lemon juice in to stop it discolouring on the barbecue. Wrap it, put it on the barbecue. While you're eating, that will cook beautifully. Oh! And then what you do is chocolate on there. Yeah, you can either do chocolate spread or you can just do thick. I bought some thick double cream the other day. Thick. You turn the pot upside down, nothing comes out. Really thick. And I bought some British strawberries, which is very nice. I love dipping. I'm a bit of a dipper, like that. I love stuff like that. Makes it very exciting. Hanks and Elvis star Austin on the red carpet at the London screening. Looks fantastic. We like Tom Hanks. And so Andy Murray's hit out at US gun laws following the Texas school massacre. They're never going to change. No matter what balderdash they give you for the television programmes and the television cameras, they are not going to change. There will be more gun shootings and more things like that. Here we go. Michael Owen cringing, looking at his daughter. I've seen pictures of her. She's a little bit of an exhibitionist, which, 19, they're not the brightest pennies in the box. Homeware, dressing gowns, greeting cards and even coffee this year. Believe it or not, there is a Love Island shop. I mean, who in their right mind? Seriously. It looks like John Lewis with neon scrawl. The programme has partnered with even more sponsors, so you can buy garden furniture seen in a villa, as well as case... I mean, really, honestly, it makes such a mockery of it, doesn't it, really? Not even at all exciting. And model and waitress Ingia Pollock insists she's not concerned about criticisms of the show's diversity, with black contestants repeatedly picked last in the opening episode. Love Island taking steps to be representative, the 23-year-old says. It's very hard to represent the whole of Britain in one TV show. Yeah, absolutely. It's a bit like David Beckham's excuse, isn't it, really? He's taken the money from Qatar because it's 10 million quid and old Dave will sign up for just about anything. The fact that they ban homosexuality, Dave couldn't care less about. He's just taken it. Give us the money. Give us the money. We can prop up the shop again, can't we, really? Retailers who sell knives to underage customers now could be fined up to £1 million. Yeah, like to see that one happening. That's about as likely as people being flown to Rwanda, ladies and gentlemen. And Steve, thank you for the itinerary for this weekend. Watch the documentary about the Queen's life. Highly recommended, says Dean. Ate some hash browns and onion rings. Do you know, I nearly had onion rings the other day. I really did. Yeah, nearly had. I didn't actually have them. The interview with Bill Grundy was arranged by Eric Hall, who was a plugger with the record company, says Howard. Oh, right. Yeah, he did die. What, Eric Hall? Oh, God, yes. Died a while ago. He had a show on LBC. It was Boobala and all this kind of stuff. But I can tell you stories make your hair curl. But I won't, because it's 6:15 and we have the LBC News headlines with Simon Conway.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
It's amazing how many banana recipes we can find. So we've now looked at pictures of bananas in batter in the Chinese restaurants. Delicious. Linda in Beverley says bananas wrapped in streaky bacon on the barbecue. I've never heard of that one before. That sounds a bit... Oh, you've heard of that? Oh, right, OK. And Sidcup Julie says, I'm not keen on barbecues either. If I do go to one, I want to sit down and eat in peace. I'm like that at weddings and parties. I just can't stand and eat. No. John in Weybridge said, it's my mother's birthday today. Anne in Esher. She's going to Selfridges and other West End shops. Wish her a happy birthday. God, she's going to be spending your inheritance, John. That's gone straight away. Straight away. And Stephen and Jackie in Beaconsfield say, slit a whole banana, fill with chunks of chocolate, wrap in foil and cook on the barbecue. That's what Dan said. He said chocolate on the banana, but I think he means Nutella or something like that. But you can if you slice the banana in half or, a little bit, then you can put bits of chocolate in it and then wrap it all up and it all melts, which sounds much nicer, doesn't it? We like the sound of that, but not for me, I'm afraid. Still plenty of us old punks around, Steve. Every August there's the Rebellion Punk Festival in Blackpool Winter Gardens, spread over 4 days, and around 200 bands playing. Usually get about 10,000 people attending. My band, Anti-Establishment, played there in 2013. It was a great gig, plenty of the audience knowing all the songs, and luckily nobody spits anymore. No campsites, though. Old punks need the comfort of a B&B after all that time in the mosh pit. I love the idea. None of this sort of spitting or all the rest of it. But there they all are. So the Winter Gardens, Blackpool. Oh, it's loads of bands. Loads of bands. It always amazed me that people have still got, are these current pictures? 2019, I suppose they could be. But, you see, it's a lot of tattoos. A lot of tattoos. And a lot of It must take you forever to do a Mohican, mustn't it? Can't wear a baseball cap with that. You really couldn't, and I live for my baseball cap. Steve, I read an article this morning that we're being urged not to kill flies and wasps as the insect population has declined. No, you're joking, Brendan. In fact, wasps, 120 million this year, they estimate. There's an epidemic of them. And the nation in the garden having barbecues, try not killing the critters, poor little things. No, they die. They die, absolutely, especially wasps. And you can buy this thing, which we told you about, which is called the Waspinator. And you get a twin pack, and what it does, wasps are territorial. So if they see this thing hanging up in your garage or wherever else, they will go elsewhere because they think there's no cleaning, no maintenance, no effort, just hang it up. It's got no chemicals. They just hang it up, or you hang it up, and they think it's a wasp's nest, so they go somewhere else because they don't know. You could take it on caravanning holidays, everything like that. Because if you've ever seen wasps' nests, they can grow to be big, but they won't go anywhere near this because they think it's another wasp outfit, which is good, isn't it? So there you go. You have been told. I still can't believe that the police turned up, to tell TUI passengers, by the way, your flight's not going. All right, now, go away. Dreadful, isn't it, really? Mind you, it gets worse. Because once you get to Spain, if you were going to Spain, there's another 3-hour wait there because they got problems with the coaches. So, in fact, if you remember, I haven't done this for many years, so I'm doing it from memory. You get to Spain, and then they go, your coach park number 3 and your coach 78. So you have to look for the numbers. And you get Benidorm? Thank you. And you get on the thing, and then the person goes, hello, welcome to Benidorm, blah, blah, blah. And that's how it is. But they're 3-hour waits just to get to your hotel. I think that would drive you mad if you'd waited hours and hours. Apparently... yesterday, reports in Spain said around 180 passengers on a Ryanair flight from Manchester to Alicante were squashed like sardines in a corridor for nearly 3 hours. They had to wait for a shuttle bus to take them to their plane after going through the boarding gate. The flight is said to have finally left just after 10 p.m, more than 3.5 hours late. Nothing worse. Nothing worse. You sit there and you sit there because you don't know You don't know how long you're going to be sitting there for. At least if somebody says to you, listen, there's a 2-hour delay. At least in the theme parks, they tell you, if you're queuing for this particular ride, it's going to be 2 hours from here, 3 hours from here, 4 hours. So you know. Unfortunately, at the airport, you've got no idea. I mean, the uncertainty is most annoying. You don't know if it's 2 hours or 10 hours. In some cases, 14 hours. You can imagine, can't you? Ridiculous. Windsor welcomed back the Queen the other day, and the Gold Coach, seen for the first time in the capital as the final rehearsal. It's an 8-horse-drawn vehicle commissioned by George III in 1760. And yesterday's rehearsal was only for the armed forces. A defence source said they're key because they will dictate the pace of the procession. So they march from 4:30 a.m. for the rehearsal and will continue preparation in barracks. So lovely, isn't it? Many people, there's one woman, she's travelled all the way from the United States to watch this. Would have been easier to watch it on the television, but there you go. As I say, you have to be there. It's interesting. So 8 in 10 say God save the Queen. Has the Queen done a good job? 60% say a very good job. Only 6% say a bad job. How can you say she's done a bad job? You must be as thick as a brick. Will William do a good job as king? 44% say very good. 33% say fairly good. Are William and Harry good or bad role models for the young? William, 72% say good. Harry, 31% say good, so not over keen. What do you think of Harry and Meghan? Harry, 32% approve, 58% disapprove. And Meghan, 63% disapprove. What do you think of the Queen? 81% overall approve and 12% disapprove. So do you like the idea of Charles and William? Well, they didn't ask that one about Charles and William. I'm not sure, actually. I don't have any problem with sort of Charles. I was watching the first coronation the other day. My God, it goes on for ages. Ages and ages. I mean, you could grow a beard. Seriously waiting. And the Queen was there and she got this crown and they have to hold it here. And then they sing Regina, Regina. And so then they do this bit and then bow and then somebody says, I'm a Lord Lieutenant. I mean, it's all beautiful ceremony and the costumes are beautiful. The costumes, I mean, she was only 26 when she came back, and she had to learn it fairly quickly. But there again, that's what she's done in her life. She's learnt it. I love the idea that, you know, when sort of somebody says, you know, has the Queen done a good job, and 6% say a bad job. Stupid people they must be. Real thickos. What else we got? England's missing GPs. Loads of places. I mean, there are literally, I think, Portsmouth, Brighton, parts of Essex and Hull are the worst hit. Fewer than 50 per 100,000 patients. 50 doctors per 100,000 patients. Slightly worrying, isn't it? Slightly worrying. And if you look at the actual thing, Brighton and Hove, it's 44. Medway and Kent, 45.2. Is this per 100,000 patients in clinical groups? It's terrible, isn't it? Brentwood and Basildon, 46.2 GPs. Lowest in the country. Ghastly. Steve, says Richard, why have the airline companies sold thousands of tickets, knowing full well many of the flights will have to be cancelled? Well, because it doesn't bother them. They just want to sell tickets. The fact they don't have the staff to fly the planes or do anything else or even do the check-ins is, as far as they're concerned, it makes no difference. I mean, you do wonder why it's a big surprise. Bank holiday, people want to go on holiday, you know. We don't have any staff. Well, find staff. You know, they're not just turning up for the fun of it. The migrants will start being deported to Rwanda in 2 weeks, says Priti Patel. She said the first flight with people detained after the crossing the channel will leave on June the 14th. And the Home Office have been issuing removal direction letters. Oh, that's lovely. So, look, letter in the post, let's move. Do you think they're going to turn up? She says, while we know attempts will now be made to frustrate the process and delay removals, I will not be deterred and remain fully committed to delivering what the British public expect. They've done this £120 million deal with Rwanda, who will process the asylum claims in line with Rwandan and international law. Some migrants will be put up at a 3-star hotel with a pool, tennis court and gym. Those notified have 7 days to submit a legal challenge. What can you imagine it's going to be? I'm gay. That'll be the next thing, I can tell you. There's no way they're going to fill a plane up and send them off to Rwanda. I mean, it's just not going to be happening, ladies and gentlemen. 6:30. This is going to be happening. It's the LBC News headlines with Simon Conway.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, more bad news. It's all bad news. TUI have cancelled more flights over the next month. As a union warned the issues at airports could get worse before they get better. We don't need a union telling us about it. We're quite well aware of what's going on. The German holiday giant apologised for the disruption over the past few days and said, due to ongoing challenges, a small number of flights, 200, from Manchester Airport will be cancelled between now and the 30th of June. Passengers hoping to get away for the half-term and Platinum Jubilee weekend have faced cancellations and long delays. And you wait till I tell you which stations are going to be closed over this Jubilee. So TfL have confirmed that all of their tube and rail services will be running as usual over the bank holiday weekend. Some lines may be closed to redirect crowds after popular events such as the concert on Saturday night and on Sunday during the day. On Saturday, Charing Cross and St James Park Station will be closed after 3 p.m. Hyde Park Station will only allow exits after 4 p.m. and is planned to close after 9 p.m. On Sunday, June the 5th, St James's Park will close earlier from 1 p.m. Westminster will close entry and exit points from 10 a.m. on Sunday, only allowing changes between Circle, District and Jubilee lines. Planned strike action on Friday, June the 3rd, has been called off. So stations like Green Park and Euston will be open as usual. Strike action may still take place on Monday, June the 6th, after the end of the 4-day weekend. Night tube services will be running on the Central, Jubilee and Victoria lines on Friday, June the 3rd and Saturday, June the 4th. Most London buses are running as normal over the Jubilee weekend. Other bus companies may be running reduced services. Arriva have advised customers to check their routes in specific regions, whilst First Group routes have confirmed a Sunday service for Thursday the 2nd and Friday the 3rd. OK, so Sunday service for that. Road closures. Well, central London will be packed with parties and events, so avoid driving through the middle of the capital if possible. Alternative routes should be planned to avoid the area, and cycle routes may be closed or diverted to avoid crowds, and some places may prohibit bicycles altogether. So check your routes before cycling across London this bank holiday weekend. So you will need a solid plan to get around, because from tomorrow to Sunday, London is going to be abuzz with activity to celebrate Queen Elizabeth's 70th year as monarch. Some stops on your route may be disrupted by station closures, road closures and route changes. So hopefully that was a little bit helpful for you, and you will know. So basically, cyclists, there might be areas where you can't go for this because it's just not going to be safe anymore. So, I mean, just accept the fact it's going to be very, very busy. And if you do want to come into London, my advice is don't bring the car. Because I'm not even sure whether or not you still have to pay for parking on meters. I have a stinking feeling the mayor is going to be that mean. He's going to charge you for meters. They're not going to miss out on this opportunity. Steve, our doctors, is that behind seeing patients? They're even open tomorrow and Friday. The receptionists are not happy, as you can imagine. Feels like revenge for never being able to get through to get an appointment. The Queen is amazing. Could we have her for a few more years, says Brit? But that would be nice, wouldn't it? Oh, also, of course, I've forgotten about the road closures around the country for street parties. I think there's something like 16,000 street parties to be held over the weekend. A poll of a dozen councils by the LGA, Local Government Association, indicated they'd approved more than 1,000 street parties. Hertfordshire County Council has received a record 475 applications. Isn't it amazing? You're in your own street, where you live, you own your house, and you have to ask the council if you can have a party in the road. God in heaven. Kathy in Wigan says, I've learned more about London since I started listening to you than I did in my years at school, and realised what a sheltered life I've lived. How do you know so much? I don't know. Unfortunately, you don't appreciate history so much when you're young and growing up. But I have to tell you about London, so enjoy listening, so thank you. My favourite Dusty record was Always Going Back, so imagine my delight with your little story yesterday morning about her leaving song at the funeral. I was in tears and spent the afternoon listening, says Kathy in Wigan, to her song. Yeah, Going Back was the song that they took her out of the church coffin. It's funny, isn't it? Because I was only talking about it to Vicky, and I'd said, "Oh, that would be my favourite song." She said that was a song that we had because it was so appropriate, so appropriate. Alan says, "I've just booked a 2-week holiday, France, Spain, Gibraltar, on a motorcycle, travelling in the start of July by Le Shuttle." How nice! See, I mean, it frightens the life out of me. I couldn't do anything like that. I wouldn't be very good at it. I would not be good at it. I mean, I did have a scooter, but it frightened the life out of me. More on Andrew. "Forgive Andrew," says the Archbishop. "Why don't you mind your own business? With all due respect. You know, it's a case of, he was telling Tom Bradby that only those with perfect families could judge the rift between Harry and William. And, well, I'm not bothered about that. I couldn't care less. Brothers sometimes fall out, you know, and that's the way it goes. It'll be interesting to see all the pictures, won't it? That's what the press will be looking for. Who's avoiding Harry, who'll be chatting to him, and who's going to be avoiding good old Uncle Andrew. And he wants us to be more forgiving to Prince Andrew. He said, "I think we all have to step back a bit. He's seeking to make amends." I don't think, actually, Archbishop, you can make amends on this. This is not like sort of 20 quid and a packet of sweets and some dolly mixtures. This is £12 million for a woman he never even met, unless you know something differently. But it's sad when families are struggling, he says. Well, yeah, somebody's just preaching to the converted here. We know all these things here. Perhaps you didn't follow as much of this this court case that never existed, you know, and the denials and everything else as we did. But we lived with it for weeks and weeks. In fact, we lived with it for years, you know, and it was just basically just odd, to say the least, but not very pleasant at the same time. 2 Russian colonels have been intercepted making a foul-mouthed criticism of Putin and his defence minister. Their private call, said to have been bugged by Kyiv's secret services, also has one saying about Russia's death toll from the war. The losses are terrible. That's the trouble. You see, now you're going to get, bless you, you're going to get this sort of thing going backwards and forwards. I mean, there's never been so much communication and undercover. I mean, when you sort of read about the KGB and you think, no, they can't really exist. Oh, they exist. Oh, yes, they really exist. Steve, says Jane, there seems to be no problem with flights out of Leeds, as I can hear them leaving. Yeah, but are there enough flights leaving out of Leeds? That's the problem, isn't it? It's a case of you might hear them leaving, but are there normal ones? You know, or have they cancelled so many? To be honest with you, I didn't even know you could fly to Leeds in the first place. I never know these things. Yeah, all right. Clever clogs. Yeah. So Elliot knows that there are flights from Leeds. So it's got a big airport, is it? It's an international airport. It's just a little tiddly thing. A couple of biplanes and maybe a Spitfire or something like that, or a Wellington bomber, you know. Do you know what Wellington bombers are? You're not. They're the ones with they've got the machine gunnist underneath the aircraft in that little bubble. Yeah. Not the safest place to be, believe you me. I think that's the bit that hits the ground first. But yeah, Wellington bombers were very famous. But you'll see some of them in the fly past. I bet you anything, when you do the fly past over Buckingham Palace, you're going to see them. And the Vickers, well, I mean, I thought they were fantastic. But if you look at some of them, but they were definitely the ones they had these, they don't seem to be on these ones here. Perhaps they were different. Perhaps they were all sort of different things. Which are the ones? Because I remember, I mean, you've got no room. Look at this. Oh, there you go, the Vickers Wellington. I mean, look, you're crammed into this. The noise must have been absolutely horrendous. So, but, you know, that's what people did. That's what people did. And it is terrifying, isn't it? I mean, even just climbing into you can imagine when they got hit by fire and it was going down, you had to get out of that little space you were in as quick as possible. And many of them didn't. The father and son in the papers today facing life for stabbing a burglar to death. This is their father and son vigilantes. They murdered a prolific burglar after he tried to steal their BMW. And this is Dave King and son Edward, 55 and 19, stabbed Neil Charles after he tried the door of the BMW and made a thumbs-up gesture to a security camera. So the Kings, armed with a Second World War military knife and a ninja sword, dashed outside and confronted him. He bled to death. They denied murder and manslaughter, but jurors found them guilty of murder. It's very likely they'll go to prison for a long, long time. But in fact, David, This David King, a licensed shotgun holder, and his son were obsessed with weapons. Oh dear, one of those sort of families. The court heard officers seize knives, knuckle dusters, machetes and shotguns from their home. Oh dear. There's something the matter with some of these people, isn't there? And Kevin Spacey says he will voluntarily appear in a British court because he's confident he can prove his innocence following allegations of multiple sexual assault. And a rare Star Wars action figure. These things must be even rarer than hen's teeth. This is a plastic figure of a missile-firing bounty hunter, Boba Fett. Does that mean anything to you? I mean anything to me? Oh, you know what that is? All right. And it was produced as a prototype. Around 100 of the 4-inch figures with a red missile were made for safety testing. And this one is in a perfect condition. It's unpainted. How much is it going to fetch? After the break. A little bit of a tease there. We like a bit of a tease, don't we? It's 6:45. The headlines with Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Apparently, according to John, who says, Steve, there are no Wellington bombers fly, but you might see a Lancaster in the fly past. I can't wait. I can't wait, actually. Jonathan says, I work as a delivery driver for a well-known supermarket, and I'm working the entire Jubilee weekend, even till 11 p.m. on Saturday and Sunday. So celebrations are all but none for me, unfortunately. I just hope that anybody wanting their shopping delivered waits until Monday, because these road closures are going to be awful. It'd be nice if one day supermarket workers got bank holidays off, but I know. Can you not put in for just having a bank holiday off? It's like, if I'd I'm not working the bank holiday, so it doesn't make any difference. But if I wanted it, I would just say to them, in plenty of time, can I take the weekend off? And they'd probably say yes. Yeah, can't see people saying no, actually. Steve, what happens to all the hotel rooms that TUI have booked when the flights don't arrive? Did TUI actually book them, knowing that the flights were never going to take off? No, I think they have like a standing order of so many rooms for other incidents. David said, I went to see the Carpenter Story at G Live in Guildford last night. Excellent. Convinced it was you playing the piano. I love the Carpenters. I thought they were great. Actually, the music I'm listening to this morning, driving down to my brother's, is Richard Addensill, who wrote a lot of film music, including, what was he playing? I can't remember what he was playing. But, no, he did a lot of Goodbye, Mr. Chips. He wrote the music for that, which was lovely. Steve says, Alan, what happens when the flights get cancelled, like TUI flights, so the people on holiday on the other end? Would they be travelling for the flight home, all packed, ready to come home and ready to return to work? No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. Now you know, of course, that there is a problem with the coaches flying out. I mean, it's very easy for a backlog to form. It doesn't take very long at all. You've only got to have, say like 6 planes cancelled, and you're looking at I don't know how many passengers are on a plane now. Is it 300 and something like that? So you've got sort of 1,800 people in the aircraft, in the airport terminal, milling around, not knowing what to do. And waiting for some sort of direction for somebody to say, listen, people who were on this flight, I can remember, as I say, seeing all these arguments with EasyJet years ago on the television. And they said, listen, our plane has been cancelled, so this next plane that's going out, we should be given priority tickets. And they went, but it's fully booked. It's fully booked. And what they sometimes do on a plane, and they do it in America as well, they ask people if they're willing to give up their seats, and they will pay them so much money to give up the seat. But the biggest complaint seems to be the airlines not giving people any information when they're delayed. I mean, that must be the most frustrating thing, especially because it's half term. It's the kids. It doesn't matter how old the kids are. It's a case of they're going to be sitting at the airport. They're looking forward to it. They've been promised, bucket, spade, windmill, ice cream, stuff like that. And there they are, sitting at, Gatwick Airport for hours on end. Very frustrating. So the ditched Star Wars toy, 25 exist at the moment, they say, out of a number, 100, I think, that they had originally. And it was only made as a sort. It's being sold in America, believe it or not. So this little 4-inch plastic figure of the missile-firing bounty hunter, Boba Fett, produced as a prototype in 1979. They were made for safety testing. It was decided to ditch the idea ahead of the 1980 movie The Empire Strikes Back after the missile was considered a choking hazard. So this one has never been used, and it's worth, they say, £120,000. I mean, there might be somebody listening to this programme at the moment going, just looking at my shelf, How much? I've got one. It's a nice thing, isn't it? All these toys that you should have kept from your childhood and stuff like that. You know, you really should sort of hang on to stuff. I told you I've got loads of Stife. Well, I say loads, about sort of 8 or 10. And different toys as well, which I've kept in the boxes. I've not taken them out or played with them or done anything at all. So... yeah, so they'll be in my will. Wellington bombers were built at Brooklands in Surrey, not far from Twickenham, and one is in the museum there. They feel so big when you stand under them, says Todd from Teddington. Not 2-ton Todd from Teddington, who drove the baker's van. They called him Trigger. Sorry. There's a company in Kent called the Elvis and Cressy who make the items from used old discarded fire hoses from around the country. They make men's wallets too. Men's wallet, got this obsession with wallets at the moment. It's this particular one that's got all the enough things in it. Was the Bill Grundy show filmed at the television centre on the Aldwych in a studio looking out onto the street? I don't know where it was. I have no idea, Glyn. Not a clue. It might have been on the South Bank, but I'm not entirely convinced by that. So I really don't know, actually. Graham says, long-time listener, you make the mornings a bit easier to cope with. It was nice of Her Majesty to announce a bank holiday for my birthday on Friday and to celebrate the wonderful new love of my life, taking me to Le Manoir. Staying over in Oxford. You've taken a credit card. You're going to need that, because that's very busy. This is in Oxfordshire. This is Raymond Blanc, and very nice it is too. Very nice it is too. But please say a good morning to her, Eileen, and tell her I can't wait to spend some quality time. Obviously, of course, says Graham, we will be listening to LBC at the hotel. Why do I get the feeling you're just fibbing? Why do I get the feeling? And Steve, I sold my old Pokemon collection last year for 30,000 from 20 years ago. I never got into Pokemon. I never quite understood what it was, to be honest with you. It was all just different things, wasn't it, really? It was, and again, it was one of those toys that bypassed me. I don't think my parents would have allowed anything like that at all. Pikachu and all that kind of... But I can say it now, but it doesn't mean anything to me. I've got no idea what it is. And to be honest with you, I don't really want to know what it is, because it's never going to affect me. Camilla and Charles toasting the Queen with the cast members Kelly Bright and Danny Dyer after filming their cameo. They did this back in March. This was done ages and ages ago, and so they're going to pop up, presumably as themselves. Can't be anybody else, can they? And then there's... You can imagine market traders. I say, I've got a little bit of little jewellery here. Anybody want any jewellery? Mumsy doesn't want to wear this crown anymore. It weighs a ton. Got some nice little stones in it. Charles could work in the Archers, or failing that, get a job in the fish and chip shop or behind the bar. You know, somebody could come in and he could, wait, can I get you a drink? Something like that? Pink gin? Very nice indeed. Camilla, pink gin, lovey. A packet of, salted nuts? No. So the model celebrations, all in Lego. We've got loads of things. There's a knitted tribute to the Queen in a Norwich church, and some people have started camping out already. Seriously, 48 hours early to nab and they've got they've been decked out in flags and the usual kind of things, because they say we can't wait to get the party started, which is very nice. And I can't believe it. And gown-clad Oxford University students who celebrate the end of exams by covering each other in shaving foam, silly string and champagne will be fined 150 quid after a ban on the tradition. Oxford has previously vowed to crack down on the tradition, said to cost 45 grand a year to clean up. So first year fines have been issued. Don't do the rite of passage. They don't want you to do it. They don't want you to have any fun or do anything at all, which is a bit of a shame, actually. I thought they'd be really up for stuff like that, but, you know, you can't do it properly. And as I say, the nice picture of the day is Dame Deborah James. She cried tears of joy, treated to a surprise girly sleepover with family and friends. We are here tomorrow. Whether you want us to be or not, I'm definitely going to be here tomorrow.